You're listening to Discern, Mosaic Chronicles Book 1 by Andrea Pearson. Copyright 2014 Andrea Pearson. Dedication. To Candice Busca, one of my favorite readers. I love hearing from you, and always look forward to your emails. Also to Jordan, Anna, and Brooke. If it weren't for you, this book literally wouldn't have been written. Chapter 1. Nicole tucked a wayward strand of blonde hair behind her ear for the umpteenth time, then wrapped her arms around herself. She'd learned over the last year that Seattle tended to be chilly a lot, even in August. Today was extra cold and extra windy. She should have brought a backup bobby pin, but had forgotten in her hurry to get to class this morning. She raised her eyebrow, staring at her boyfriend as they walked across the campus of Keitus University. "You're serious? This kid can see other people's emotions?" Austin nodded, smiling at her disbelief. "Yes. Basically, he can see anything someone is feeling at any given point. You can't hide it from Jacob." They were headed to an appointment with one of their instructors, Professor Coolidge, and were discussing a young man they'd be meeting. Apparently, Jacob was from a different dimension of Earth, one without any magic except for his own. Nicole still had a hard time envisioning a world like that. It would be so boring. What else did Coolidge say about him? She blinked when that strand of hair blew in her face again. "The only thing he told me was that the kid uses his eyes for his powers. And how does he see emotions? I can't even picture that. They're represented by colors that swirl in the air around everyone. Each emotion has a different color." A stiff breeze tousled Nicole's hair and she growled in frustration. "That's it," she said. She pulled some of her magic to herself, commanding a tendril of it to constantly blow the strand of hair out of her eyes so she wouldn't have to move her hand again. She grinned in triumph at the incredulous expression on Austin's face. "Feel better?" he asked. "Definitely." She sighed, turning her thoughts back to Jacob. "It just doesn't seem fair. Not like I'm big into secrets, but I don't think I'll enjoy having my emotions revealed that easily." While being able to read emotions would be sort of cool, she preferred her own Arate magic, the ability to control wind. She had nearly mastered earth, and was still working on water and fire. Being an Arate, the fourth child in a family, was a lot of fun. It meant she was born with magical abilities that coincided with her hair color, and manifested themselves around the age of 18. Her hair was blonde, making her a wind Arate. Brown and black hair brought earth powers, light brown or dirty blonde hair brought water, and red was fire. All Arates, if they chose to, could branch into other areas of magic through study and practice. Nicole had definitely chosen to do so. She absolutely loved being an Arate. "He can also tell when someone is lying," Austin said. "Not sure how, since it doesn't always have to do with emotions, but he's never been wrong, according to Coolidge." "What else?" Austin shrugged. "Nothing much. Except for being able to see and travel into the past." "And that's nothing much? How'd he end up with so many abilities?" "I'm not sure. We'll have to ask him." Nicole nodded. They'd reached the correct building, and Austin held the door open for her. Together, they descended the stairs to the basement where Coolidge spent most of his time. They just reached Coolidge's office when Austin hesitated. It didn't take Nicole long to sense what made him pause. "That's familiar," she said, cocking her head. A magical pulse emanated from beyond the door. "Familiar, yes, but definitely not Coolidge's personal pulse. What do you think's causing it? Maybe he got a new gadget." "Possible, since most everything in Coolidge's possession was magical and emitted its own pulse. But this seemed a lot stronger than anything the professor owned." Austin put his hand on the doorknob, but still didn't enter. His eyes met Nicole's. "Let's just be really careful." He pushed the door open. Only he was on good enough terms with the professor to enter without knocking. The two peered inside. Coolidge was bent over his desk, digging through a drawer, only his dark hair visible. He tossed several files onto the floor, reaching as far into the drawer as he could. No one else was in the room. The two college students paused, then entered the office. "Professor?" Nicole said. "Can we help you find something?" Coolidge startled, glancing up at them. "No. It's here, gotta get it. Gotta hurry." "What's the big rush?" Austin asked, looking around. "And where's the kid?" Coolidge didn't respond. He pulled the next drawer completely out of the desk, appending it on the threadbare carpet, then rummaged through the items, again throwing things aside. Nicole stared at the office. The small space was a complete wreck. All the shelves had been emptied, their contents strewn on the floor. Drawers and cupboards hung open, papers and books everywhere. Neither student sat. They glanced at each other. Nicole could sense the confusion Austin felt. It didn't take her long to notice that the new magical pulse was coming from Coolidge, not an object in the room. Coolidge's usual pulse wasn't there. Nicole knew immediately what that meant. She looked at Austin again and mouthed the words, "It's not him. It couldn't possibly be." "I know," Austin mouthed back, a grim expression on his face. He turned to the Coolidge impersonator. "We're going to have to stop you, whoever you are." The man glanced up at them and sneered, something clenched in his fist, white light glowing through his fingers. "Go ahead and try." Suddenly he jumped across the desk, landing between the couple. He lunged for the door, but Austin grabbed his arm, yanking him back. Austin tried to pry the object from the man's hand, but the impersonator turned on him. "Release me." Austin growled in response. "Not until you give that back. And tell us who you are." The man took a breath, his chest swelling until it was twice its usual size, then he released the air and Austin was flung across the small office. The guy's face contorted, changing shape and color, and severe burn marks erupted all over his skin. Nicole gasped. It wasn't skin. Underneath the burns, his face was covered in ridges, dips, spikes, and scales. Austin jumped up, but the creature head-butted him back down. Nicole started gathering her magic, directing it to the nearest wooden object, an antique cabinet, intending to pull it apart to use as a weapon. The moment her powers reached the cabinet, however, they were catapulted back at her. The beast laughed as Nicole toppled to the floor, stunned. What had happened? She'd never had wood reject her like that. The creature dashed from the room just as the real Coolidge entered. Austin and Nicole sprang to their feet. "Have to stop it," Nicole flung at the professor. The two dashed into the hall, passing a teenage boy whom Nicole assumed was Jacob, and ran up the stairs after the monster. They burst through the museum doors only to find that class had let out, and the place was teeming with students. Nicole stood on tiptoe, trying to locate the creature. She couldn't see it anywhere. Just then, a girl screamed, her cry followed by shouts of students as they rushed to move away from a spot about 100 yards away. Nicole and Austin fought through the crowds, finally reaching the screaming girl. She was on her knees, holding the hand of a guy who lay motionless on the moist grass. "What happened?" Austin asked, dropping next to her. Nicole also sank down, immediately seeing that the guy was dead. His open eyes had sunk back into their sockets, his skin was gray, his body frail and brittle. The moment Nicole saw multiple holes in the guy's neck, she knew what was going on. Nausea turned her stomach. "The thing was choking him," the girl said. "I don't know why, it just grabbed his neck. Then Scott fell and he's not answering me." "Call 911, Nicole shouted at the nearest student, trying to ignore her pounding heart. She and Austin looked at each other, then she turned to the girl. "We'll stay until the paramedics arrive. Are you okay? Did it hurt you?" She shook her head, sobbing. He's dead. Nicole bit her lip, not knowing what to do. Telling the girl it would be all right seemed cruel, especially when she already knew Scott had not survived. She noticed the rings on their left hands. This was the woman's husband. So heartbreaking. Things could have gone similarly for Nicole, the last time she'd come across this kind of creature. It was a croant, a being capable of replicating loved ones. It used the relationship to get close to someone, so it could drain their blood with the mosquito-like beaks on the ends of its fingers. Feasting on blood rendered the species invisible. It would be impossible to find now. The paramedics and police arrived and took over. Nicole and Austin both issued statements, then, realizing there wasn't anything else they could do, returned to Coolidge's office silent the entire way. Nicole couldn't stop thinking about the poor girl and her husband, how he had looked. She'd been so close to ending up that way herself. Professor Coolidge and Jacob were finishing up with cleaning the office. Coolidge sat at his desk and looked up when Austin and Nicole walked in. He motioned to the teenager who sat in a chair against the wall. Jacob saw what happened. My replica got away. It was a croant, Austin said. Coolidge nodded. That's what I was guessing, based on Jacob's description. It was awful, Jacob said. He sucked the guy's blood, so horrible. Everyone was silent for a moment. Nicole would never get over how horrifying croants were. She took a deep breath, then turned to Coolidge. It stole something from you. Coolidge frowned. Yes, I know. And it's definitely not a good thing to be missing. He glanced at Nicole. And you tried to tear my cabinet apart. Nicole flushed. It was the nearest wooden object. It didn't seem to like the idea of me using it as a weapon. Coolidge half smiled. Well, I'm glad it stopped you. As you know, it's one of my favorite possessions. Only advanced Arates can command it. You'd have to be a silver, pretty much. And even then, you wouldn't be able to dismantle it. Nicole fingered a strand of her blonde hair, bits of gray visible in it. Hey, she complained. I'm not that far from going gray. Jacob raised his eyebrows. And that doesn't bother you? Nicole looked at him, distracted by the fact that his eyes were the most stunning shade of the lightest blue she'd ever seen. She mentally shook herself, going back to his question, and realizing he didn't have a frame of reference to go by. In this dimension of Earth, she said, when you master the magic behind all of the elements, your hair turns silver. It's pretty much a sign of success. Most Arates strive to lose their natural color as soon as possible. She glanced at Coolidge, smiling. Take Professor Coolidge. He's been one for a very long time. He dyes his hair the color it is now. Coolidge rolled his eyes. Hala likes my hair dark. Jacob shook his head. So does my little sister. Don't tell her I told you, but she definitely has a crush on you. Coolidge laughed, then sobered. We need to figure out why the croant stole my talisman. Austin and Nicole sat down across from the desk, and Austin leaned forward. What does it do? I sense magic coming from it when I tried to take it back. Nicole nodded. Not to mention the glowing light. It's a powerful item from India that I barely got my hands on. I can't even begin to say what I had to do to get it. It took years. As to how it works, it doesn't do a lot by itself, but when combined with all of the talismans, it permanently binds things. Makes them stronger. And it grants the owner visions of all times and dimensions. Without the others, it isn't nearly as powerful. How many of them are there? Austin asked. Coolidge shook his head. I have no idea. The owners generally keep themselves hidden. When someone new comes into possession of a talisman, he or she takes an oath to keep it separate from the others and their owners. Jacob frowned. Are you going to get in trouble for it being stolen? I'm not sure. There isn't really a group that governs them. It would be too easy to infiltrate and learn the location of all of the talismans. Coolidge rubbed his temples in a circular motion. We have to find it, have to understand why it was taken. And not just because of how much I gave up to get it. Jacob leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and looked earnestly at Coolidge. Is there anything I can do to help? Yes, actually. Time see to right before we got here. Follow the croant into the past and find out where it came from. We should know if it's working on its own or if it was hired. Jacob nodded and relaxed in his seat. Nicole and Austin also leaned back and waited, Nicole trying not to stare at the teenager. The boy was probably 17, give or take a year. He had dark hair, as dark as Coolidge's and Austen's, and was fairly tan and athletic-looking. He had a shy attitude, but Nicole suspected he probably encouraged others to see that persona as a way to hide his true self, his powers. As they watched, Jacob's eyes went out of focus. Then the weirdest thing, there'd been no magical feeling around him the entire time they'd been in the same room. He'd felt like a regular human. But the moment his eyes glazed over, Nicole sensed his power. It had a foreign print to it, a different feeling from anything she'd ever sensed. The closest thing she could use to describe it was a band of faintly visible light particles drifting through the air like a river, flowing from his eyes. "What can you see?" Nicole asked. "He doesn't normally respond while he's doing this," Coolidge said. "He kind of goes into a trance and doesn't hear anyone." Austen glanced at their professor. "How long will it take?" "Depends on how far back he has to go." "Well," Nicole started, "while waiting, how about telling us how you met him?" "Good idea," Coolidge said. "Several years ago, when I first discovered the link to his dimension and sensed a small portion of his magic, I wrangled my way into a job teaching math at his high school. I needed to find out more about him, where he got his powers, why he was the only one on that version of Earth with magical abilities. Eventually, I made sure he took my class, then I became his private tutor, and finally, his father hired me to work as an independent contractor teaching English. As I got to know Jacob's family better, I quickly realized that I didn't want to lose track of his talents." Nicole tilted her head. "How did you do all that while teaching here and running random expeditions?" Coolidge smiled. "I didn't sleep much. And I wasn't married at that point. Actually, I met Hala through Jacob." Nicole blinked. "Hala wasn't from this dimension of Earth? Weird." He lowered his voice to a whisper. "The kid has been through a lot. I won't go into the details, they're his to share, but he's had a pretty rough time of it because of a certain human-turned-immortal beast." Coolidge sighed. "We thought Keitus had been taken care of, but if my suspicions are correct, he's still a major problem we'll be dealing with for quite some time." No one said anything for several moments, and Nicole jumped when Jacob shifted in his seat, his eyes refocusing. He stared at Coolidge, shaking his head, his mouth working silently for several seconds before saying, "I don't know how you figured it out, or how it's even possible, but you were right. It was Keitus. He hired the Croant." Chapter 2. Coolidge paced back and forth as his students watched. Nicole's hands were clasped tightly in her lap, and she had to keep reminding herself to relax them. She still didn't fully grasp the seriousness of the situation with Keitus, but she did know her professor, and she'd rarely seen him this anxious. It made her nervous and anxious too. "Jacob, did you see exactly where Keitus is hiding out?" Coolidge asked. Jacob nodded. "It's a weird place covered in bones." Nicole and Austen looked at each other. "Anna Morse's dimension," Nicole said. "And where my friend Robert is," Coolidge added. "I don't understand," Jacob said. "How is he still alive? I was there when he was killed." Coolidge ran his hands through his hair. "He's dead, not alive. We've known for a long time that when people die, they're not gone forever. Non-magical people, non-arates that is, can't move between dimensions very easily. Only arates are able to return to their home dimension, which is why you hadn't heard from him in 2 years. But Keitus has obviously been up to something." He paused, glancing at the three. "It's up to us to find out what, because most of the other talismans are on this dimension of Earth." "Do you know where any of them are?" Austen asked. Coolidge nodded. "Just one. It's in Japan. At least that's where the owner lives." "So what do we do first?" Nicole asked. "We get my talisman back. That's the most important thing right now." Coolidge looked at Jacob. "What else did you see there? Was Keitus alone?" "Yes, except for the Croant." "Then we should be able to take him." Coolidge motioned to Austen and Nicole. "We've dealt with a Croant before. We'll be prepared this time." Nicole and Austen nodded. So why is this Keitus such a threat? Austin asked. When he was immortal, he personally killed millions of people, Coolidge said. And he's proven over and over again that he's capable of rising to power through deception and murder, regardless of whether or not he's immortal. He was one of the most barbaric kings that Ekla the world he's from, has ever seen. Jacob nodded. And once he learned about Earth, he decided to rule it as well. He's got the patience and intelligence to figure anything out. So, how do we find him? Nicole asked. And once we do, how do we get there? We know about the link in Ohio, but it doesn't seem to open very often. And I'm going to guess we'll need to act quickly. Coolidge again looked at Jacob. Jacob should be able to key us there. Austin frowned, head tilted. Oh. Key? Jacob nodded, pulling an old skeleton key out of his pocket. With this. Oh yes, Austin said. I remember. The Key of Kilenya. It creates links between worlds and dimensions. It's how I got here. So when do we go? Nicole asked. Saturday, Coolidge said. As it was Thursday, that gave everyone time to prepare. After promising he'd let them know what to bring and where to meet, Coolidge asked to be left alone. Jacob put the key into Coolidge's lock and muttered a few words. When he opened the door, the hallway wasn't on the other side. Instead, what Nicole assumed was Jacob's bedroom was there. Jacob stepped through the door, shutting it behind him. When Austin opened it up, the usual hallway was there again. That's pretty cool, Austin said. Nicole could tell from the expression on his face that he was a little jealous. Maybe we can find you your own key, she said, teasing. Austin grinned at her. I'd be fine with that. He took her hand and led her out of the office, saying goodbye to Coolidge and pulling the door behind them. You were really hot today, Austin said, pausing at the foot of the stairs. He pressed Nicole against the wall, tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear, his fingers then straying across her cheek. I love that my girlfriend has brains and doesn't panic during stressful situations. Nicole enjoyed the feel of his finger tracing patterns on her neck and collarbone. And I love that my boyfriend is attractive. And smart. And also doesn't panic. She paused, her thoughts back on the girl whose life had been destroyed. I don't know what I'd do if something ever happened to you. Austin's gaze didn't leave Nicole's. Nor I you. Neither said anything for a moment. Nicole was so grateful he wasn't facetious by nature. He didn't joke around when she needed him or when she expressed serious feelings. Austin's eyes strayed to Nicole's lips, and he lowered his head to kiss her. Nicole raised her arms, wrapping them around his neck, sighing inwardly. She would never take him for granted. The bell rang and Austin slowly pulled back. I should get to class, he said. Nicole nodded. Me too. Maybe someday we'll be able to take the same courses again. Austin chuckled. If you keep working so hard on your powers, we probably will. Except for the fact that you've already mastered fire and water, I have a long way to go with both. He sighed. Too bad, huh? The two of them walked up the stairs hand in hand. After another kiss that made Nicole's heart flutter, and a promise to call her later, Austin walked to his classes and Nicole to hers. Nicole dumped her backpack on the kitchen floor, then slumped on the couch in the adjoining living room, staring at her roommate and best friend, Lizzie. Rough day? Lizzie asked, glancing up from her textbook. You'll never believe what happened. Lizzie leaned back in her seat, shutting her book. Spill. Nicole told her about the Croat impersonating Coolidge and stealing his talisman. A Croat? Here. How's that possible? Apparently, there's this psycho old man who's trying to steal all the talismans. We're going to try to stop him Saturday and get back Coolidge's thing. Nicole rested her elbows on her knees, her hands clasped. Want to come? Wish I could. Lizzie closed her eyes, rubbing them. I've got a ton of homework and have to go into work on Saturday. Again? Lizzie rolled her eyes. Apparently, Dr. Taylor needed a file this morning. Instead of waiting for me to get there, he went looking himself. Made a huge mess of the office. He was super embarrassed when I arrived, and apologized a lot. He promised to pay me time and a half to fix things this weekend. Weren't you trying to get everything online? Aren't physical files like really old-fashioned? Heavens, yes. But he's old-fashioned. He insists on keeping the physical files, just in case. I think he's terrified to learn how to update the computer. He's an old guy, you know. These computing machines are intimidating things. Nicole smiled. Too bad. It would have been nice having you come. Lizzie got an earnest expression on her face. Promise me you'll be careful. Those croats aren't exactly safe. I know. And we will. This kid Coolidge introduced us to seems very capable. Kid? How old is he? Probably 17. I'll ask. Nicole mock glared at Lizzie, who was a notorious flirt. Jailbait girl. Stay away. Lizzie snorted. It's far from my mind. Good. Let's keep it that way. Lizzie tossed a pillow at her friend. I'm not a criminal, you know. And I like older guys anyway. Nicole laughed and grabbed her backpack, preparing to dig into her homework. She had a lot to get done now that her weekend had filled up. Austin picked up Nicole Saturday morning, and they drove to Coolidge's house, where they'd be meeting Jacob, Austin's parents, Dave and Elise, and whoever else Coolidge decided should go. Nicole was happy to see Dave and Elise again, and she was especially grateful they'd be there. She'd worked with them before and knew they were capable and powerful RAs. She loved that they frequently tossed home routines and comfort aside to be involved in things like this. Coolidge got to his feet once everyone was there, and made the introductions. Then he briefed them on what to expect. Jacob had found an abandoned building not far from the cabin where Keitus was staying, and would be keying them there. Nicole still wasn't used to this new usage of the word key. It wasn't supposed to be a verb. It was a noun. But she had to agree, it really was a convenient way to describe how Jacob got around. Using a magical key to open a link to a completely different place didn't roll off the tongue as easily. Once they arrived in the other dimension, they would spend several minutes staking out the location while Jacob time-saw, watching for any approaching monsters or other unfriendlies. We're lucky he's not blocking my visions, Jacob said. Coolidge nodded. He doesn't know you're aware of his existence. Hopefully, we'll be able to keep it that way for a long time. When everyone was ready, Jacob pulled the key out of his pocket and put it in the lock, whispering something. He opened the door to reveal a familiar landscape, and Nicole took Austin's hand, glad they were together for this next adventure. Bones of every shape and size filled the terrain in front of them. Mountains of bones, canyons, valleys, everything. Nothing of any other color was visible. Nicole smiled when a familiar person stepped toward them, his feet crunching on the bones. Robert? You're coming? He nodded. Didn't want to pass up this opportunity. Robert was one of Coolidge's good friends, who had passed away months earlier while fighting monsters in one of the most epic showdowns Nicole had ever been involved in. She was glad he'd be coming along. He was experienced and knowledgeable. It still surprised her that he could actually be of assistance. She needed to get used to the idea that RAs had access to their powers even after death. She glanced at Jacob, whose eyes were out of focus, waiting for him to give the go-ahead. He snapped back to the present and said, "All is clear." Coolidge led the way through the door and into the other dimension. The rest followed. After making sure the link was closed behind them, Coolidge looked at Jacob. "Tell us where to go," he whispered, "then you wait here. We can't risk Keitus finding out about you." Jacob nodded, then pointed at a canyon. "He's in a cabin through there, about half an hour's walk away." "Okay. Be careful. Keep your Minya on hand and have her check with me frequently." Jacob agreed, then sat against the abandoned building, pulling a dark coat over himself. He blended in with the black stone of the building, and Nicole could only see the moonlight glinting off his eyes. Speaking of moonlight, did the sun ever rise here? Nicole couldn't remember coming at a time when anything but the moon shone. Did they even have a sun? How could anyone or anything live here without one? And what was a minya? She hoped she'd get the chance to ask these questions eventually. She tucked them away for the time being, staying close to Austin as they followed the others through the canyon. It didn't seem to matter how many times she came here, the place was still creepy. Nicole and the rest stepped as quietly as they could, but each footstep produced a faint rustling and tinkling of bones. Hopefully they weren't broadcasting their approach. After about 30 minutes of walking, a rundown cabin made of pale bones appeared on the other side of a hill. Coolidge turned and faced the others. "Take them by surprise?" he asked. Everyone nodded. Nicole gathered her magic, preparing to create a windstorm if the need arose. It came easily, following her bidding, swirling around her like a river of water. Coolidge crouched, starting forward again, and the others followed suit. Nicole kept her eyes open, trying to spot the croant that Jacob had seen. Where was it? And where was Keitus? As they neared the building, she saw a light in one of the windows. It was small, probably produced by a candle. Coolidge reached the window first, and slowly raised his head until he was able to peek over the ledge. Suddenly, the hills that surrounded the cabin exploded. At first Nicole thought a bomb had been dropped. But she gasped when she saw that the bones themselves had become animated. And they were charging her group at a fast pace. "Attack positions," Coolidge shouted. Nicole didn't need to be told twice. She gathered more magic, building as much pressure as she could stand, then forced it toward the huge monstrosities that approached. She sensed the others attacking similarly. Pretty soon, powerful pulses flooded through the air, pounding against the bone monsters. The monsters didn't stop. Didn't even pause. Warmth rushed over her, a sensation that only happened when she was pushing herself too far. She was still inexperienced, and couldn't hold her magic as long as Coolidge and Austin. She whirled, looking for something else to use instead. She felt the others push forward magically again, and looked back. Once more their powers did nothing. Why weren't the elemental abilities stopping the bone monsters? Nicole searched the area, darting around the other Arates. She didn't even know what she was looking for. What would she find but bones? She glanced at the cabin, and decided to look around it. She was searching along the wall nearest her, when a slightly bent-over old man with a thin goatee stepped onto the porch. His white robe was tied with a brown rope at the waist, accenting the curve of his back. A smile crossed his lips when his eyes landed on her. "Good evening, my dear," the man said, his voice cracking. "Keitus?" she asked. Her heart doubled in speed, and she clenched her teeth, trying to keep herself from jumping at the man to strangle him. "He's already dead, Nicole." He tilted his head, frowning. "How do you know that name?" She didn't answer. "You're looking for a talisman, aren't you?" "Not specifically. I'm looking for something to fight those things with," she said, jerking her thumb over a shoulder. "They can't be beaten. They've been built and strengthened with the best magic I could find. They won't stop until I give the command." He made a sweeping gesture with his arms. "And either way, as you can see, I'll never run out of material to create more." Nicole glanced back at her friends. They were much more powerful Arates than she, and seemed to be fighting well. But if what Keitus said was true, they would eventually falter, and the bone monsters would consume them. "How are you animating the bones?" "Old magic, something I picked up years ago." His pseudo-friendly persona disappeared, and he sneered at Nicole. "Why aren't you fighting with them? Don't you care that your friends will soon perish?" Nicole scowled. "Give me the talisman. I may not look scary, but I can definitely hold my own." Keitus chuckled, his scraggly beard swaying slightly. "Even if I wanted to, I couldn't, honey. It's permanently bound to its location. The bone golems won't stop fighting to protect it, ever. And even if I die, the magic holding the talisman in place and controlling the golems won't disappear. I can't even remove the talisman, until I have all of them. Nicole scoffed. Nothing is permanent. Keitus didn't answer, but his gaze made her feel young and naive. Had he really found a way to make it inaccessible? What are you going to do with it? None of your concern. Keitus looked up and his face paled in the moonlight. How is he here? Nicole looked back and gasped when she saw Jacob rushing toward them. You mean, why is he here? Jacob did something with his hands, and suddenly the air in front of him shimmered. Just as he stretched his hands toward Nicole's group, a massive bone golem stepped around the hill nearest Keitus's cabin. With a huge leap it dropped forward, intending to crush the Arates with its body. Instead of smothering the humans, however, it stopped halfway, then slid to the side, its bones crashing to the ground. Nicole squinted, trying to figure out what had happened. It was like a shield had broken the creature's fall. Get up! Jacob screamed at Nicole's friends. Nicole could tell by the pulses in the air that the Arates were struggling, barely able to hold onto their consciousness. She was surprised they'd failed so quickly. Last she'd seen, they'd been doing well. Maybe she'd been too distracted by Keitus. Just then, the Croant rushed out of the building, stopping at Keitus's side. Why hadn't it come earlier? Was Keitus making it stay back to prove a point about the bone golems? If so, point taken. Nicole rushed to her friends' sides, helping them to their feet. Austin and Dave were uninjured, but Coolidge and Elise seemed pretty badly hurt. Kill them, Keitus said behind Nicole. She turned as the Croant raced forward. Knowing she probably shouldn't do so, but unable to come up with another plan, Nicole gathered her magic and rammed the Croant with a powerful wind. The Croant fell back but jumped to its feet again. Something hit Nicole hard across the shoulders, and she slumped to the ground, rolling over to see that a bone golem had jumped at her. Its next strike was coming fast. She rolled out of the way just in time. They were going to die. No, we're not, she whispered. Jacob, she screamed. Create a link with your key. Get us out of here. I need a door, Jacob called back. She pointed to the cabin. Use that one. Jacob didn't answer, but Nicole didn't need him to. She saw that river of magical particles flooding through the air, and suddenly, Keitus had fallen away from the door. Hurry, Jacob called to her. Mustering all her strength and ignoring the pain in her shoulders, Nicole lunged to her feet, dragging Elise with her. Austin grabbed his dad and Jacob got Coolidge. Robert trailed. Dodging bone attacks and the Croant's long arms, they dashed toward the cabin. Don't let it touch you, Nicole called as the Croant approached Jacob. The Croant suddenly burst into flames, and Robert passed out. Nicole glanced at him, wishing there was something she could do to help. He was dead, however, and this was now his dimension. She prayed he'd be okay. Keitus groaned from where he'd fallen by the door. Jacob kicked him in the side, pushing him away, and slammed the door shut. He pulled out his key, shoved it in the lock, then said, Coolidge's house. Nicole only had a moment to wonder if that really was the best place to take them, before the door was open, and Hala glanced up in surprise from where she sat on the couch. Go, Jacob said, shouting at Nicole as the Croant got to its feet behind them. She half led, half pulled Elise across the threshold, draping her over an armchair before turning to help the others. The Croant was coming fast when Jacob and Coolidge, the last of the group, crossed through the door and Jacob slammed it shut. He sank to the floor, Coolidge next to him. Hala rushed to Coolidge's side. Are they going to be able to get through? Nicole asked. Jacob shook his head. Once the door is closed, the link is shut. Nothing will recreate it but the key. Nicole nodded, then glanced around at the others. Elise and Coolidge were in bad shape. Blood seeped from a wound in Dave's shoulder, but he seemed more dazed than injured. We need to get them to a hospital, Hala said, looking up at Jacob. He nodded. Getting to his feet, he created a link to a bathroom. Nicole raised her eyebrow. This is the girls' restroom. I'll make a link to the boys in a moment. Go inside, then when the door is shut, open it. You'll be near the emergency room. Take Elise there. The rest of us will come. He half smiled at her confused expression. Because most hospitals have glass doors, it would freak someone out if we suddenly burst through without them seeing us on the other side first. I use bathrooms for this reason. Nicole nodded. Then with Austin's help, she got Elise through the door. She followed Jacob's instructions, only mildly surprised to find a sterile hospital environment waiting outside the bathroom. It took half an hour to get everyone checked in. Coolidge and Elise were immediately taken back. Dave had to wait. Luckily, Austin and Nicole had only overexerted themselves magically and didn't need medical attention. Nicole felt a sense of déjà vu. The last few times she'd been inside a hospital had been because of her own injuries. She was grateful that it wasn't her turn now, even though it did make her feel bad that her friends had been hurt so much. Coolidge had been injured the most, and the doctors wanted him to stay overnight. They stitched up his wounds and gave him several blood transfusions. Elise also had wounds to be stitched up, but she only needed saline, not blood. She looked pretty weak though, lying in her hospital bed with Dave holding her hand, his other arm in a sling. Nicole shook her head, thinking about how much worse things could have been. Even with Jacob's time-seeing ability, they'd been caught off guard. At least he'd come at the perfect moment. He'd been watching them fight, and knew they wouldn't be able to defeat that last big bone monster on their own. It still frustrated Nicole that they'd never be able to retrieve the talismans once Keitus got his hands on them. At least not if what he said was true. She didn't look forward to sharing this bit of news with the others. The next day, Coolidge wanted to have a powwow with everyone. He was still in the hospital, so Jacob, Nicole, Austin, and Lizzie met him there. Nicole and Lizzie shared a glance the moment they saw him. Nicole saw her worried frown mirrored on her best friend's face. "Professor, are you sure we should be having a meeting so soon?" Lizzie asked. "We can't afford to wait," he said, eyes shut. "But," Nicole started. "You need rest. This is going to tire you out too much." He shook his head, but didn't respond. "If he's determined, we should make it a fast meeting," Austin said. Nicole, Jacob, and Lizzie agreed, and everyone had a seat around Coolidge's bed. Coolidge finally opened his eyes. "We need to find out why Keitus is collecting the talismans," he said, then paused to breathe for a moment. "They only help Arates, and he's not an Arate." "Do we know how they work?" Nicole asked. Coolidge shrugged. "Not entirely, which is why I had Hala bring me a bunch of my books." He paused again to breathe, then continued. "I've been researching as much as I can, but what we have is limited. No one seems to know where they came from, or what kind of magic created them. As a result, the particulars are a bit sketchy." He closed his eyes, then motioned to a book on the table by his bed. "Open it, Austin." Austin picked it up and let it fall open to a bookmark, revealing an illustration of an eyepiece. He set the book on Coolidge's lap. "That's what they look like together," Coolidge said, pointing. "As you can see, when they're assembled, they're supposed to be worn over the Arite's eye." Jacob suddenly leaned forward, an intense expression on his face. "I think I've seen this before." Coolidge blinked, staring at him. "What? How?" "Back on Eclaron." He glanced at Nicole, Austin, and Lizzie. "That's the world where I'm from." "Hold on," Lizzie said. "I thought Nicole said you're from Earth." Jacob laughed. "I've been living on Earth since I was a baby. But I'm from Eclaron, originally." "Your story gets weirder and weirder," Nicole said. Lizzie nodded. "You're basically an alien." Jacob's jaw dropped, then a huge grin crossed his face. "Hey, I've never thought of that before." "Okay, back to the topic," Coolidge said with a smile. Nicole turned to the book, which Austin now held, as he inspected the image. "Do you remember where you've seen it?" Coolidge asked Jacob. Jacob shook his head, then hesitated. "I think the fat lady has a picture of it in one of her books. Back when we were searching for a cure to the poison Aldo used on himself." "Sorry for another interruption," Lizzie said. "But did you just call a woman fat?" Coolidge chuckled, but Nicole didn't see what was so funny. It was rude enough to think that about someone, but to come right out and call them fat? Total jerk thing to do. It's her name, Jacob said. Coolidge shook his head. It's not, she's kept her real name private. But the fat lady is what she asks everyone to call her. That's ridiculous, Lizzie said. Tell her to come hang out with me if she needs someone to build her up. Oh, she doesn't lack self-confidence, Jacob said. If you ever meet her, you'll see what I mean. She's about as forward and confident as they come. Austin cleared his throat. Back on topic, please. Professor Coolidge needs rest and Nicole has to take a test soon. Everyone turned to the book again, and Nicole noticed a blush cross Jacob's cheeks. It wasn't the first time she'd seen that happen to him. He must have felt like Austin was chastising him personally, the poor kid. As soon as she called him kid in her thoughts, she realized how silly that was. She was 19, he was 17, hardly a kid compared to her. Coolidge glanced at Jacob. We need to arrange a meeting with the fat lady ASAP. And it would be helpful to have Aldo there as well. Jacob nodded. They're the best researchers I've ever known, they'll be able to get this figured out. It'll be good to have help from people who actually knew Keitus in real life, Coolidge said. Which means we should probably bring King Dmitri and Queen Arian in on things too. I wondered if we'd do that, Jacob said. Should we send them a message now? We'd better, give them time to get things together. I'll be going home soon, and we'll want to have the meeting today if possible. I'll use early, Jacob said. He glanced at the others. She's my minya. Oh, that's right, Nicole said. I wanted to ask what a minya was. Jacob's face brightened and he grabbed his backpack. You're going to love this. He brought out a small metal container, which he placed on the table. Setting his backpack aside, he turned to the container and opened it, revealing a small figure lying inside. It was a miniature human, a girl with loose black curls and a white dress. Lizzie gasped. Cute. The girl got to her feet, and Nicole saw that it would be more accurate to describe her as a woman. She had an ageless quality about her, fine features, big eyes with dark lashes, no wrinkles. She could be in her 20s or even 30s, except for the way she looked at the people around her. Her expression was super young, childish even. Hi. Early said, waving. Her voice was tiny. Oh my gosh, I'm dying, Lizzie said. She looked at Jacob. How do I get one? They choose you, Jacob said, smiling at Early. Nicole could tell he was fiercely loyal to this minya. And from the way Early returned the smile, the feeling was mutual. Jacob glanced at the Arates. Minyas used to be slaves. They're free now, but are happiest when they're serving others. Once they pick someone, they'll serve that person for the rest of their lives. What do they do? Austin asked. He obviously wasn't swayed by Early's cuteness, and was probably wondering how useful a minya would be. They deliver messages at the speed of light. Austin raised his eyebrows. Oh, at the exact speed of light? Who knows? Jacob said with a grin. They're really fast though. Coolidge cleared his throat. If Nicole has a test, we should get that message sent. Jacob nodded. He glanced at Early. Go tell the fat lady that we need to have a meeting as soon as possible. He repeated the things that had been learned so far, and Nicole hoped Early would be able to remember everything. But she nodded and promised to deliver it all, and with a bright flash of light she disappeared. Lizzie and Nicole both gasped. Where'd she go? Lizzie asked. To deliver the message, Jacob said. Crazy. While waiting, I should tell you what Keitus told me, Nicole said, turning to Coolidge. She quickly relayed the gist of their conversation, and wasn't surprised at everyone's disappointment. I really hope he's lying, Coolidge said. Too bad I wasn't there for the conversation, Jacob said. I would have been able to tell. Just then Early returned. She apologized for taking so long, and Nicole couldn't help but wonder how long it usually took. That was faster than she'd thought it would be. The king and queen want you all to meet with them in a few hours, Early said, looking at the Arates. She glanced at Jacob. The fat lady had me deliver the message to them too. Nicole pulled her phone out of her purse to check the time. It's going to be close. My Earth test is scheduled in half an hour. Coolidge nodded. Go ahead and leave. I'll be released soon, and we'll let them know that you'll come as quickly as you can. If the meeting starts a little late, it shouldn't be an issue. Nicole thanked her professor, then she, Lizzie, and Austin left. So what part of Earth magic is the test on? Austin asked as they walked to his car. Nicole shrugged. I wasn't told. It's supposed to be a measure of where I am, and apparently, knowing ahead of time defeats the purpose. Makes sense. They made small talk the rest of the drive, until Austin dropped the girls off at their apartment. Nicole rushed around, gathering her things, then she headed to campus to take her test. Chapter 3. You want me to do what? Nicole asked. Tess smiled patiently, still holding a wine glass toward Nicole. Turn it into sand. How? Tess didn't respond, and Nicole sighed. She should have remembered Tess's no-nonsense personality from the last set of exams she'd taken from the woman. Nicole put the glass on the table in front of her. She settled in her seat, eyes closed. It didn't take long to draw her magic to herself. She was getting really fast at that, and as soon as she had enough ready for the task, she directed it to the cup in front of her. The wine glass broke into several pieces. Nicole sent a sheepish smile to Tess. I'm going to assume that's not good enough, right? Tess shook her head, her silver-black curls bouncing. Each broken piece counts toward your overall goal, and the object is to turn it into sand in as few steps as possible. Great. It's not possible to start over, is it? Of course it is. You didn't know all the rules. I wanted to see how well you do, without the added pressure to finish it quickly. Tess stared at the cup fragments, and Nicole could sense her magical pulse increasing. The pieces rushed to each other, and with a glare of light, they fused together. Nicole shook her head. I can't wait until I'm that fast. You're not far away, I promise. With the wine glass in one piece again, Nicole bit her lips, wondering how to do the task. Most of the time, understanding the physics behind the assignment helped, along with understanding the physical properties of the object. That way, she could tell the molecules to do what she needed them to do. But this time, she wasn't entirely sure if it was even possible to turn glass back into sand. The molecules themselves went through a change to fuse together. Fortunately, being an arate meant that Nicole didn't have to understand exactly how something worked. She just needed to trust that her magic understood, and ask it to do what she needed. Gathering her powers, she again directed them to the cup. The thing glowed for a moment before shattering, bits of glass exploding all over the table and pelting both Nicole and Tess. Nicole looked around. Little shards glittered across the entire room. Oops, she said, brushing pieces off her arms. Neither woman had been cut, thank goodness, but this wouldn't be fun to clean up. So I'm going to assume that's not exactly what should have happened. Tess shook glass fragments out of her hair. Nope. Ideally, it'll disintegrate and drop into a pile of sand, rather than exploding. Continue with the process, please, and be careful to get everything, as I'm required to make sure every shard is on the table. Nicole nodded, coming to her feet. She closed her eyes, mentally reaching out to the individual pieces. There were too many of them, though, and she couldn't help but wish she were being tested on wood again. That would have been so much easier. Instead of trying to grab everything all at once, she started with one section of the room, pulling the glass toward herself and instructing it to pile on the table. After a few moments, she finally finished that first area and moved on to the next. It took 45 minutes to find each and every piece of glass and get it on the table. Sweeping would have been much faster. Too bad this was a test of her earth abilities, and not her housekeeping ones. Nicole breathed a sigh of relief when Tess confirmed that she had indeed gotten everything. Now to get the glass to turn back into sand. Is it even possible? Nicole asked. Of course it is. Can I see a demonstration? After you're finished, yes. I can't show you before though. Nicole nodded. She understood why. Being an Arate meant she was able to follow other Aret's powers and see what they were doing to accomplish a task. She could easily have her magic do what Tess's had done once she'd seen it performed. Nicole turned her attention back to the pile on the table. She stared at it, concentrating. How could she bring it back to its former state? Forgetting her grade and the fact that she'd probably be getting a C on this test for how long it was taking and for how many steps she'd already had to go through, Nicole took a deep breath and rested her chin on her forearms, keeping her gaze on the glass. She realized being at its level was stupid. If the glass exploded again, she'd probably end up blind. But she didn't think another explosion would happen. She'd used too much power the first time. She needed to softly coax the glass back into sand. And she'd need to do it in parts. Trying to turn the whole cup at the same time was still too advanced. She started with a small section, barely a quarter of a teaspoon. She stared at it and gently pressed her magic toward the glass, asking it to change the shape of the molecules back to what they'd been previously. The tiny section of glass glowed, then with a slight cracking sound, dissolved into light brown sand. Nicole leaned back in her seat and sent a grin to Tess. I did it. Great. Only 50 more quarter teaspoons to go. Nicole laughed. Tess was right though, she needed to try a bigger section. She took a half teaspoon and did the same thing. This was a little tougher. Remembering her bracelet, she pulled it out of her pocket and turned it on, then strapped it to her wrist. The electrical pulse immediately zapped her. Ouch, she whispered. That first zap of electrocution was always the worst. Nicole smiled at Tess's raised eyebrow. Helps me know if I'm pushing myself too far. If I stop feeling pain, it's time to quit. Ah, Tess said, nodding. Smart. She looked at the bracelet. Did Professor Coolidge get that for you? Yes, he did. I figured as much. It seems like something he'd have access to. Tess motioned to the pile of sand. Continue. So Nicole did, taking 3/4 of a teaspoon and focusing, willing it to change to sand. This time, however, the pieces fused together. The corner of Tess's mouth twitched. You're going backwards now. Nicole pulled away, head tilted, and examined the lump. You're right. And not only was she going backwards, but she also couldn't feel the zap of the bracelet anymore. I think a half teaspoon is the best I'm going to get right now, she said, sending an apologetic smile to Tess. I need to wait until I can feel the bracelet again. Do you mind if I correct papers in the meantime? Tess asked. Definitely not. It'll take about 20 minutes. Tess settled into her seat at the other side of the table. She slid her finger across her tablet, occasionally making notes. Nicole slumped into her chair, head resting on the back, and stared at the ceiling above. She had nearly fallen asleep when the zap returned, making her jump. Tess chuckled. Ready to start again? Yes. Nicole leaned forward. Sticking with a quarter and occasionally half a teaspoon would take forever, but she didn't care. Brain damage was much worse than a bad grade. 2 hours later, Nicole exhaled, dropping her head to her forearms. That was horrible. It usually is, the first time. She looked at Tess. How do you have patience for this? The woman shrugged. Nearly every Arate does the task differently. It's always fun to see which way someone will go. There's more than one way to change glass back into sand? Tess nodded. Some Arates take a lower grade in the beginning to get the cup into more manageable pieces. I've had a couple drop the glass on the floor first, which automatically equals a full grade lower. Nicole blinked. That didn't even occur to me. That's because you like doing things correctly the first time. Nicole nodded. It's true. She glanced at the tablet in Tess's hands. So, how did I do? Well, let's just say there's a lot of room for improvement. And hopefully, you'll find that improvement before the end of the semester, because I don't think you'll like the grade you got today. What was it? Tess turned the tablet around and Nicole gasped, A D? Are you serious? Most RATs start at this point. If you dedicate yourself, though, by the end of the semester, you should be able to turn glass into sand in a couple of seconds. Tess pulled out another wine glass. Would you like that demonstration now? Wouldn't that be cheating, since I have to take the test again? Tess shook her head. We use a different object each time to make sure you're grasping the concept instead of just memorizing the process. Each one requires a different approach. Nicole nodded. That made sense. A wine glass was fragile, but a goblet or a bowl was sturdier and would probably need a firmer hand, so to speak. Tess set the glass on the table, and before Nicole could even sense what was going on, the cup had dissolved into a pile of fine sand. Nicole choked, then swallowed. If you'd shown me before I took the test, I still wouldn't have gotten anything better than a D. How'd you do it so fast? I couldn't even tell what your magic was doing. Tess grinned. You'll get there too. Your powers will know exactly what you want them to do the instant you think it, and you won't have to direct them so much. Tess started cleaning up the room, and Nicole helped, her mind swirling with the mental exhaustion of the last 3 hours and the potential Tess seemed to think she had. What if she never got as fast as Tess? No, she couldn't think that way. She'd get there. She'd already progressed much faster than most students, so she was well on her way. The women said goodbye, and Nicole walked back to her car, head still swimming. The fresh air felt good on her skin and in her lungs, and she breathed deeply, turning her face to the sun that warmed her. Sun in Seattle, she definitely took advantage of that when it happened. Lizzie and Austin were waiting for her when she arrived at her apartment. How'd it go? Lizzie asked. Nicole snorted. I got a D, first one in my life. A concerned expression crossed Austin's face, and he put his arms around her. Are you okay? Oh yeah, I'm fine. She pecked him on the lips, then stepped away. Let me freshen up so we can go. Once everyone was in Austin's car, Nicole told them about the test. So, Lizzie said, that's not your final grade but more of a starting point? Yes. The test was designed to see how far I've come with Earth properties. Austin glanced at her. It hardly seems fair that you have to be tested on something I've never even worked with. Nicole raised her eyebrows. You haven't mastered glass? It wasn't required. I demonstrated a complete mastery of everything they put in front of me, and as they can't possibly test on every aspect of every element, glass wasn't one of the things I had to do. And I haven't had to mess around with it at home either. He looked at her. But don't worry, I'm positive I'd be able to handle it. Oh, really? You're that confident? Of course. Have you ever seen me fail at magic? Nicole scoffed. You still can't control a windstorm, so yes. Austin grinned at her. Give me until the end of the semester, and I'll be doing that too. I doubt that very much. Wind is the element most foreign to you, and you've barely started. I know. But my girlfriend is an exceptionally talented wind RAT, and she'll help me. Nicole sent Austin a teasing glance. Who is this person you speak of? You're not cheating on me, are you? He grabbed her hand, pulling it to his mouth and kissing her fingers. You know I'd never do that. Nicole grinned, ignoring Lizzie's groaning from the back seat. The fact that Austin even refused to joke about the matter made her heart happy. I know. So will you help me? She gave him an incredulous look. Let me get this straight. You want to start a contest with me, and you expect me to help you win? Sounds about right. Nicole laughed. Fine, I'll do it. She mock glared at him. But only if you help me figure out how to work with glass. It's a deal. Nicole leaned back in her seat, satisfied. She couldn't wait to begin studying with Austin, even if he did end up winning. Jacob was waiting when Nicole and the others arrived at Coolidge's place. I've already taken Mr. Coolidge to the castle, wanted him to get settled in before the meeting started. Nicole nodded, grateful Jacob had done so. Ready? He asked. and when the Arates indicated that they were, he turned and created a link to Ekla, the world where King Dimitri and Queen Arian ruled. Nicole had been in other dimensions before, but she wasn't sure if they were separate planets like Ekla. At first, she expected to feel different, but she didn't, and she was soon able to concentrate on her surroundings rather than the placement of her steps. Jacob didn't take them straight to the castle. Instead, they walked down a magnificent street into a beautiful city. He turned to face them, walking backwards. "This is Myvorel City," he said, hands sweeping out on either side, his face glowing with excitement. "The town closest to the castle." "It's gorgeous," Nicole said, admiring the mature trees and flowers that lined the street. Tall red brick structures with large ornate windows that gleamed in the sunlight rose on either side, and lush grass grew between the buildings. Jacob grinned. "Agreed. It definitely didn't look like this the first time I came, though." "What was it like?" Lizzie asked. Jacob sobered. "I can't even describe it. You would have to experience it yourself. Keitus used to live here, and he didn't like sunshine, so he cast a permanent cloud over the place." "Sounds like Seattle," Lizzie said. "No," Jacob replied. "I've been to Seattle several times. This cloud wasn't anything like what you have there. It wasn't healthy. It affected everyone's emotions, and even the color of the air." He took a breath, then smiled. "But after a lot of work, you can't tell a murderous dictator was in charge, can you?" Nicole shook her head. The city was obviously thriving. Townspeople bartered in stalls along the sides of the road, animals darted about with children laughing and following, and ornate gold-and-green flags waved from poles at the corner of each building. It looked and felt like royalty was nearby. "Okay, we can go to the castle now," Jacob said, pulling his key out of his pocket. "Isn't that what we're already doing?" Austin asked. A smile played at the corner of Jacob's mouth. "Not exactly. I wanted you to see Myvorel City first. The castle is about a mile away. It'll be faster to key there." Lizzie rolled her eyes. "There he goes again. Key is not a verb." Nicole laughed. She and the others followed Jacob through a door and into a spacious throne room, where Coolidge had been set up in a plush recliner. She abruptly stopped when she saw people who had to be the king and queen, waiting at the other end. Are we in the right place?" Jacob chuckled. "They're not typical royalty." "I can see that." King Dimitri wore jeans and a polo. He was almost completely bald, with only a fringe of dark hair remaining, and he wasn't wearing a crown. Queen Arian, well dressed in black pants and a deep blue top which set off her auburn hair nicely, looked more like the neighborhood soccer mom than a queen. King Dimitri rose as his visitors approached. "Before any of you worry about greetings, please call me Dimitri. You're not my subjects, and I'd rather you view me as your equal." Queen Arian nodded. "The same goes for me." Once Nicole and the rest agreed, Dimitri clapped his hands and a servant entered the room. Dimitri gave him instructions, and soon the place was bustling as people brought in a large folding table and multiple folding chairs, which they set up near Coolidge and his recliner. Lizzie glanced sidelong at Nicole and whispered, "Hard to act like he's not a king when that happens." "And isn't that the same table we were looking at in Walmart the other day?" Nicole grinned. "Looks like it." She and the others took seats around the table. They'd barely settled themselves when Jacob came through the door, leading an elderly man with crazy hair and an incredibly large woman. Nicole's eyes widened. This woman was huge, well over 6 feet and probably 500 pounds. The woman laughed at the expressions before her. "Come on, people, this isn't the first time you've seen a fat lady like me, is it?" "Oh wait, of course it is." She grinned, revealing pearly whites on the bottom and brown teeth on top. "Good to meet ya." She settled into a large chair that had obviously been brought for her, and the elderly man sat next to her, placing several books on the table. Nicole swallowed, forcing herself to look away from the fat lady's unkempt bun and disheveled clothing. This woman would be interesting to get to know. Dimitri clasped his hands and leaned forward. "Arian and I were dismayed to find that Keitus is still around, and is bent on causing problems. He glanced at his wife. We shouldn't have been surprised, however. She nodded. Keitus is definitely a one-of-a-kind individual. Dimitri motioned toward the fat lady and Aldo, the elderly man. What have you found so far? Jacob was right, the fat lady said. The talismans originated on Ekla. Nicole saw Austin and Coolidge's gazes meet. They looked surprised, but she wasn't sure why. They'd been thrown a lot of surprises lately. It was hard to be shocked anymore. The fat lady continued. Together, the talismans create the crest for Kilenya's kingdom. Who's Kilenya? Lizzie asked. The princess my key was made for, Jacob said. Aldo nodded. We need to go to the Old Kingdom Library to find more information on the talismans. What they do, why they were created, etc. None of us even knew they were magical. Austin brightened at the mention of the library, and Nicole grinned to herself, happy the guy she was dating loved books and learning so much. This library, he said. How long has it been open? For several hundred years, 6 or 7 probably, Aldo replied. Aldo glanced at the fat lady, who said, but it's not exactly accessible anymore. Why not? Coolidge asked. Dimitri clasped his hands and nodded toward Arian. The kingdom fell apart when our ancestors left. Jacob groaned. You guys are related? Disgusting. Arian smiled at him. Everyone is, sweetie, if you go back far enough. So, what's going on with the library now? Austin asked. The fat lady looked at him. The land of Adana is overrun with creatures from Ekla that are controlled by a tribe of people who don't have much access to the outer world. It's going to be fun, gaining access to the books. Shouldn't be difficult, Jacob said. I'll just key us all there. Aldo shook his head. You can't. Why not? King Brault was able to convince a Makalo to fashion a contraption that prevents the keys from opening links to that section of Ekla. You'll have to go on foot. Lizzie shook her head, raising her hands. Hold on. You're going too fast. Who's King Brault, and what in the heck is a Makalo? King Brault is the guy who wanted to marry Kilenya, Jacob said. He wasn't a good king. And a Makalo is a magical creature from Ekla. The fat lady snorted. Does Akano know you call him a creature? Jacob reddened. No, please don't tell him I said that. He looked at Nicole and the other people from the Ara Te dimension. Makalos are intelligent and look like they could be human. There are a few differences, though. Like what? Lizzie asked. Well, they glow blue, for instance, and they don't have eyelashes. They're also really short, though that isn't too weird. Austin glanced at Dimitri. So why don't we have Jacob create a link from here to the door nearest Adana? The closest one is in Makaria, Dimitri said. So yes, it'll save you time, but you'll still have to go on foot for several days at least. Any chance we'll be able to classify this as a university expedition? Nicole asked. She was only partially joking. Coolidge laughed. Probably not this time. We'll have to leave Thursday after you get out of class, skip school on Friday and all of next week, and return Monday evening of the following week. Austin and I are both going, I assume? Nicole asked. Dimitri nodded. You, Akano, Jacob, Austin and Coolidge will make up the team. He glanced at Lizzie. Sorry, we need to keep the group small. Otherwise, you would be included. His eyes got a faraway look in them. And I'd love to go for that matter. I've always wanted to visit my forefathers' home. Arian cleared her throat. As would I, but we have a kingdom to run. Yes, you're right, Dimitri said. After discussing a few more particulars, he excused everyone, and Jacob took the Arates back to Coolidge's house. In the car on the way home, Nicole looked back at Lizzie. While doing my test, I think I performed a bit of fire magic. She told them about turning the sand back into glass, which would have required heat, an aspect of fire. Lizzie's jaw dropped. Already? She wailed. I haven't even done that much. It doesn't bother you, does it? Nicole asked. Last we talked like 2 days ago, you were still bent on becoming a nurse, not mastering your powers. Lizzie folded her arms. I know. But it sucks, always being left out of things like this library trip. I'm positive I'd be included if I could use my magic better. These sorts of things aren't as awesome as they might sound, Austin said, pulling onto the highway. We usually get hurt. Nicole nodded. Besides, you've been with us several times. Yeah, and I appreciate that. It's just, watching you and Austin work your stuff makes me wish I'd focused more on my own abilities. You're 19, sweetie. It's not like you've lost your chance. Lizzie's face brightened. Will you help me? Of course. It would be so much fun, especially after how much you've helped me. Nicole really hoped Lizzie would remember this new goal once the excitement wore off. It would be awesome to have her best friend up to speed on magic. They did pretty much everything else together. Having Lizzie go on all these expeditions would be wonderful. Austin dropped the girls off and headed to campus and his next class, and Nicole and Lizzie settled in to do homework. Nicole knew the weekend would be difficult, but she still looked forward to it. Being able to do something physical again, to go on a long trek, would be good for her. The trip to Anna Morse's dimension had been like taking a casual walk to the store, thanks to how fast Jacob's key worked. Just then, the doorbell rang. Nicole got up to answer it, and was surprised to see Sandy and Denise, their upstairs neighbors, on the other side. She opened the door wider, inviting them in. So, I heard you joined the Terrians, Sandy said, tucking her salt and pepper hair behind her ear while Nicole gave Denise a hug. Nicole rolled her eyes to herself. Sandy had always disliked Arates, and even though she also disliked Terrians, the fascist group of regular humans who'd wanted to kill all Arates, she was always trying to find fault in Nicole and other magical people. Yeah, she joined them, Denise said. And promptly kicked their butts. Nicole smiled. Denise always stood up for Arates. Nicole appreciated that. Hey, Lizzie said, walking over to join them. Our favorite neighbors. What can we do for you? Well, Denise started. Sam was here a little while ago and said he heard weird noises coming from your apartment. Sam was their landlord. Nicole and Lizzie looked at each other. Weird noises? Nicole asked. What sort of weird noises? You'd have to ask him, Sandy said. He's the one who heard him? Denise has been watching from her window, waiting for you to come home. Denise nodded. We wanted to make sure you kids were okay. Thanks for checking in with us, Nicole said. Yeah, we appreciate it. Lizzie glanced at Nicole with a concerned expression. Who do you think it was? Your parents? A sympathetic frown crossed Denise's face. I saw the news about your mom and dad. What a horrible thing to happen. Nicole exhaled, not really wanting to discuss it. Yeah, it's not every day your parents try to kill you. A couple of months earlier, when things had gone bad with the Terrians and Arates, Nicole's parents had paid her a visit in the middle of the night, along with a creepy guy Nicole knew. Tiffany, Nicole's mom, had been a member of the Terrian group and wanted revenge for Nicole destroying her chances at leading a world organization. Instead, she'd shot Nicole in the leg and accidentally murdered the guy. It was horrible. Nicole would be okay with never thinking about the incident ever again. She glanced at Lizzie. Last I heard, Dad was on trial, and Mom was still in jail awaiting her next court appearance. It wasn't them who made the noise, I'm sure of it. Either way, Denise said, I think you need to have another guard stationed around the apartment. Sandy tilted her head, a sour expression on her face. Only because you like flirting with them. Denise flushed, sputtering. What? Harmless. They're so much younger. Nicole laughed. It's okay, Denise. Even I noticed that some of them were pretty hot. Thank you, Denise said, then glared at Sandy. Well, anyway, let us know if we can do anything for you girls. Nicole and Lizzie agreed, then shut the door and turned to each other. "I'll call Sam," Lizzie said. "Good idea." While waiting for Lizzie's conversation to end, Nicole did a quick inspection of the apartment. Nothing appeared out of place, and nothing was missing, at least not that she could tell immediately. Lizzie set her phone on the counter. He said it sounded like something big was shuffling around. Big? Was it human? He wasn't solid on that point. "I think he's been really weirded out by what happened in July." "I was weirded out by what happened in July." Lizzie giggled. "Yeah, next time we have otherworldly visitors, I plan to be far away." "Same," Nicole said absent-mindedly. "I'll call Coolidge and ask him to arrange to have the place watched again. Then I need to get back to my homework. Too much to do before the weekend." "He's resting now, but I'll give him a call soon. You go ahead and get started." Nicole thanked her friend and settled in at the table to study. She struggled with concentrating at first though, worrying about who or what had gained access to her apartment. It had been a long time since she'd felt unsafe there. A couple of hours later, she pulled herself from her books with some effort, her stomach growling. Lizzie also took a break, and they cooked dinner together. "What did Coolidge say about the guard?" Nicole asked. Lizzie glanced up from the noodles she was straining. "He got one in place immediately." "Oh, good. How long should we keep them around this time?" He suggested at least a week out in the open, then 3 weeks undercover. Great plan. She hoped it would be long enough. The two ate dinner, then finished studying. Nicole couldn't wait until the weekend came. She really looked forward to exploring another world and taking a break from homework. Nicole's first impression of Akeno the Makalo was that yes, he was blue. Even though at first glance he looked human, he definitely wasn't. The eyelash thing didn't bother her, but the blue really was disconcerting, especially when she noticed that his left ring finger was very blue. Weird. Other than that, he was completely adorable. He was skinny and very short, had thick black hair and beautiful eyes, and was kind, shy and cuddly looking. She wanted to pick him up and squeeze him. Jacob opened up a link to Makaria, the city Dimitri had mentioned, and led the way through. He turned, glancing back at Nicole, Austin and Coolidge. "Too bad Gallus isn't home. I'd love for you guys to meet him." "Who's Gallus?" Nicole asked. "The owner of Makaria's store," Coolidge said. "Oh, that's right, Mr. Coolidge, you've met him," Jacob said. "I forgot." He adjusted the knapsack he wore, then started down the dusty street. Nicole gazed at the buildings as they passed. Most of them looked like they'd been blasted by bombs. And fairly recently, within the past couple of years. Instead of focusing on that, she decided to admire the pristine whiteness of the city. It was as if the entire place had been bleached. "Gorgeous," she murmured, slipping her hand into Austin's. "Who, me?" He sent her a smile. Nicole chuckled. "No, the city. Though yes, you're gorgeous as well." "Thank you." Austin squeezed her hand, and they continued in silence. Nicole could tell that the city had endured a lot. Those bombings must have taken so many lives. The reverent, somber feeling that followed the people she saw cemented that impression. She surveyed the vast green prairies and the white-capped mountain on the other side, grateful she was in good company. They had a lot of traveling to do. It had been a while since Nicole had done so much walking, and by the end of the day her feet ached. She couldn't believe she'd actually been looking forward to this. She was almost too tired to be surprised when Akeno put his left hand on the branch of a nearby tree, and several little huts sprang up, formed by the trees and underbrush. "Whoa," Austin said, eyebrow raised. "What just happened?" "Akeno controls plants," Jacob said. "I don't actually control them," Akeno said. "I ask them to do things for us, and they kindly oblige." "That's convenient," Nicole said, sitting against a tree and pulling off her shoes. She couldn't wait to plunge her feet into the nearby stream. The group was silent as they ate the dinner Akeno and Jacob prepared. Nicole enjoyed the scenery. They'd started ascending a mountain, and had a fantastic view of the landscape they'd left behind. First were the prairies, then Macaria gleaming in the fading sunlight, and a huge lake to the left of Macaria that graced the center of the beautiful valley. In the distance, on the other side of the lake, she could see Dimitri's castle and Myvoral's city. Jacob pointed out the mountains to the right of Macaria, telling them that was the way he'd entered the valley the first time he'd come to Ekla. Nicole and the others had set up camp in a small forest made of what Akeno called kaide trees, but which Nicole swore were really maple trees. She decided not to pursue the topic, and was the first to turn in for the night. The next day went smoothly, even though Nicole's feet and legs were screaming from the exertion of the day before. By the fourth day of travel, her body adjusted, and she was able to enjoy walking, or at least tolerate it. The last few days had presented them with mostly rugged, hilly terrain. They didn't see any signs of civilization. Akeno's map showed ruins of villages that had been destroyed when the Lorcan rose to power. Around noon on the fourth day, she started seeing weird birds. They were beautiful, deep blue with bright red beaks, tails, eyes, and feet. Jacob watched the birds suspiciously. "I think I know what these are," he said, clutching his knapsack to his chest. By this time, Nicole knew that he carried a small metal container in his bag where his Minya, Early, lived. He was understandably possessive and careful with Early. From what it sounded like, they'd been through a lot together. "What are they?" Coolidge asked, looking up at the nearest bird. It was about 3 feet from head to tail, with a massive body. Jacob squinted at them. "Azariah told me about them. They're bloodsuckers. Vampire birds." Nicole frowned. "Who's Azariah?" He glanced at her. "A she-angle, a creature who controls his magic through his eyes. He's really intelligent, and has helped us a lot. He's also really cranky, and doesn't like people asking him questions. You should know that in case you meet him someday. But he's usually right, and he said to avoid them if we saw any." "Why didn't you say something earlier?" Austin asked. "I wasn't sure. They were far enough away that I didn't see the red." No one responded, but Nicole could feel the chill that descended over the group, despite the warm air. She stared up at the birds, wondering how they sucked blood, but hoping she wouldn't find out. Suddenly, the nearest one opened its maw and sprayed Coolidge with green stuff. Coolidge's eyes widened and he gasped. His body crumpled to the forest floor. "Everyone, take cover," Jacob shouted. Nicole looked around. Cover where? The forest was thin, the trees sparse. There wasn't undergrowth where they could hide. She and Austin glanced at each other, and instead of running, they jumped to each other, standing over Coolidge's inert form. "I'll keep watch," Austin said. "Check him out." Nicole dropped to her knees next to Coolidge. She shook his shoulder, careful not to touch the green stuff, then checked his pulse. "Professor? Are you okay?" He didn't respond. His eyes were glazed over, his pulse faint. Nicole looked around, wondering where Jacob had gone. She gasped when she saw a flock of the birds attacking him. He must have created one of his shields, because the birds were bouncing off the air around him. It looked like he was struggling to maintain his grip. His face was red, his arms shaking as he held them out. Nicole began gathering her magic, but what could she do? These birds looked strong enough to fly through any windstorm she created. Just then, Austin dropped to the ground next to her, covered in green stuff. Nicole panicked. The 2 strongest Arates in their group were down. She quickly gathered more magic, but nothing happened when she pushed it toward the birds. What was going on? "My magic isn't working," she yelled to Jacob. "What do we do?" She was not equipped to fight crazy birds without her powers. A branch whizzed through the air, striking the largest bird. It fell to the ground near Nicole, either dead or unconscious. With a frenzy, branches started flying around, knocking other birds from the air. It didn't take long for the evil creatures to figure out what was going on, and fly away, hovering out of reach of the trees. "Make sure Austin and Mr. Coolidge are okay," Akeno called to her from the nearest tree. He must have been controlling the branches. Nicole turned her attention back to Austin and Coolidge. "What do I do?" How do I know if they're okay? The stuff isn't poisonous, Jacob said, dropping near her. It freezes them in place. Paralyzes them? Basically. How long until it wears off? Jacob knitted his eyebrows. It won't ever wear off, they'll be like this forever. What? That was awful. How do we undo it? We don't. Nicole started. What do you mean? I need to check with Azariah, but I think we'll have to force one of the birds to bite them. Then we have to free them before the bird drains their blood. Nicole stared at him. You're kidding, right? Let me double-check with Azariah. Jacob brought out his minya. She stood on his hand, her black curls billowing slightly around her. Go ask Azariah about the vampire birds. Have him confirm what we need to do to get someone free from their sludge. She nodded, then disappeared in a burst of light. Nicole turned her attention back to her boyfriend. Are they in pain? Jacob shook his head. I'm sorry, I don't know. Nicole held Austin's hand, rubbing it, hoping Jacob's friend would deliver better news. Early reappeared, a solemn expression on her tiny face. She held on to Jacob's thumb. Azariah says to leave him alone. He's already told you what you need to know about the birds. Great, Jacob muttered. Tell him thanks for nothing. Wait. He held up his hand. Don't do that. Let's see if there's something else we can do. He looked at Akeno, whose hand was back on the tree, probably so he could knock the birds away again. Do you think Keitus sap would help? Akeno shook his head. I don't know. Jacob glanced at Nicole, an apologetic expression on his face. Early's right, I do know what needs to be done. The bird's bite is the only cure for their spray. It unparalyzes the person for a moment. Then, like I said, we have to move the person really fast before the bird drains them. Jacob bit his lip, not meeting her eyes. Also, the bird uses magic to pull the blood to itself. It can do a lot of damage in only seconds. This gets better and better. Nicole swallowed, trying to keep tears from filling her eyes when she looked at Austin. Tell me what to do. Get your powers ready. I'll have Akeno use the trees to pull a bird down to us, then I'll have it bite Coolidge. Nicole shook her head. I don't think my magic would be any good against them. I tried it earlier and nothing happened. Jacob nodded. That makes sense. I wondered why neither of these two did anything to defend themselves. Nicole reached for her magic, then gasped when she couldn't feel it. Oh my gosh. I can't even sense my powers anymore, they're completely gone. What an awful feeling. She had never been completely stripped of her powers. Even before restarting, she'd sensed the magic that swirled around her. She felt so helpless without it. Jacob called instructions to Akeno, then handed Nicole a knife. If you can't use your powers, you'll have to kill it with this instead. Nicole gripped the knife, her hand shaking. How much time would they have from when the bird first bit, to when it sucked the men dry? She hoped they wouldn't find out. A ton of squawking above let her know that Akeno was trying to catch one. It took several tries before he succeeded, and then a bird was lowered to them, a small branch wrapped around its maw, probably to keep it from spraying anyone. Jacob grabbed the bird, holding its wings tightly to its sides, and Nicole held the knife where the bird could see it, hoping the creature would recognize the threat. Jacob placed the beak of the bird next to Coolidge's arm. Release its beak, he shouted to Akeno. With a sudden flurry of movement, the branch loosened, and Jacob swung the bird closer to Coolidge. The bird must have sensed the blood in Coolidge's arm, because it immediately snapped onto him. Coolidge gasped. Nicole finally sensed magic, but it originated from the bird. She raised the knife, thrusting it at the creature, but the bird swiveled out of Jacob's grasp and away, its beak remaining around Coolidge's arm. Nicole tried again, scrambling forward. Again she missed. Coolidge screamed out, his face turning white, his lips blue. An arrow swooshed through the air and struck the bird. It fell over, beak open, revealing a long tongue with little bloody teeth on the end. Coolidge gasped again, pulled his arm to himself, then passed out. Akeno. Jacob called. Come help. What about the other birds? The Makalo asked. Not a concern anymore. Nicole followed Jacob's gaze. They were surrounded by half-naked men armed with bows and arrows. This must be the tribe Dmitri had mentioned. Several arrows flew through the air, and all the visible birds dropped to the ground. What now? Nicole whispered to Jacob. He shrugged and Nicole turned to Akeno, but the Makalo looked as clueless. Why didn't they have someone more experienced with them? The natives jabbered to each other. Then a man with a bright red swatch of skin on one side of his face picked up a dead bird and brought it to Austin, warily watching Nicole and Jacob. Nicole couldn't tell if the red was a birthmark or painted on. No, it had to be paint. It was still wet and dripping. The man opened the mouth of the bird, exposing the long tongue. He placed the teeth on Austin's arm and pressed down, puncturing the skin. Purple fluid dribbled to the forest floor. Austin coughed, pulling himself to a sitting position. The tribesman dropped the bird and retreated. He and the others backed away, eyes still on Nicole and her friends. Austin got to his feet, inspecting his arm, and Nicole resisted the urge to hug him. He was okay. He wiped the excess purple ooze away and took off his shirt, possibly to keep the initial spray from reinfecting him. Nicole normally would have loved seeing her boyfriend shirtless, but at the moment, she was more concerned about the natives surrounding them. Jacob gasped, his hand covering his mouth, staring at the people. I know where they came from, he whispered, turning to Akeno. They're Keitus's test subjects. From back when he was trying to become a Lorcan. Akeno looked up from where he knelt next to Coolidge, mixing together powder and liquid. How do you know? He whispered. Wasn't that a long time ago? Jacob nodded. Yes, but not long enough for all of them to have died off. He nodded toward the man with the red paint. That's how a lot of them looked after Keitus injected them. The potion only worked partially. Besides, I wouldn't be surprised if their lives were prolonged because of his tests. He glanced at Nicole and Austin. Keitus's potion, when done correctly, grants immortality. Nicole and Austin nodded, understanding. Nicole remembered that Keitus, as a Lorcan, had been immortal. While waiting for Akeno to finish applying the mixture to Coolidge's arm, Nicole kept her eyes on the men. They stood motionless, watching, waiting. But what were they waiting for? They didn't seem to want to harm Nicole's group, but they definitely made her uncomfortable. Done, Akeno said. Good, Nicole replied, eager to move beyond this area and its horrible birds and weird natives. I'm totally ready to go. We can't leave, not until Mr. Coolidge wakes up. When someone is injured, Keitus sap encourages sleep. And unless they sleep, it won't heal them. Nicole bit the inside of her cheek. How long until it works? Akeno shrugged. Depends on how badly he was injured. Since he only lost blood, and there's no actual tissue to repair apart from the bite, I don't think it'll take very long. But everyone is different. Expect at least an hour. Nicole groaned and sat. Time for food then? Akeno chuckled. Definitely. I'll make some potatoes. Nicole offered to help Akeno, but he turned her down, so she powered up her phone to read. She might as well do something productive while waiting. She glanced one last time at the tribal men, they stared back in response, and leaned against a tree trunk while Austin stretched out next to her. Resting her phone on her thigh, she held his hand, struggling to immerse herself in her latest crime novel. She couldn't believe how close she'd come to losing her boyfriend. Sometime later, Akeno announced that the food was ready, and Nicole turned off her phone, tucking it away. She glanced around them in surprise. The men were still there. It didn't look like they'd moved even a little bit. What was going on? Why aren't they leaving? She hissed to Akeno and Jacob. No clue, Jacob said. He didn't seem worried, but that was probably because he could create that shield thing if they tried to attack. Nicole wasn't even able to use her magic. She hesitated. Wait. Her magic was there again. She could feel it on the edges of her senses. Why was it acting so weird? She hadn't felt like this since before she'd learned to channel properly. Maybe it had something to do with the birds. Once everyone had finished eating, they settled in to wait for Coolidge to wake up, which he did about half an hour later. Nicole watched him closely, surprised to see that he really had healed completely. During that entire time, none of the natives moved. Nicole couldn't believe it. They hadn't sat or shifted weight or anything. They must have had very strong leg muscles. And a lot of patience. Finally, Coolidge indicated that he was ready, and the group packed up and went on their way. The natives followed. "I wish they'd just leave," Nicole grumbled to Austin. "I know," he whispered back. After another hour or so, Nicole noticed ruins of huge buildings in the distance. "Is that where we're going?" she asked. Jacob pulled out his phone, comparing pictures on it to what they were seeing. "Yes, I think so." The buildings were deteriorated a great deal compared to the images in the fat lady's books. The ones still standing were tall, with lacy arches and pillars, very elaborate. Both dead and living vines crawled over the grayish-purple stone of nearly half the city. Nicole sensed a presence on the outskirts, something familiar and yet foreign. Mist crawled along the forest floor, swirling around their legs as they walked. The fog became more and more dense, and Nicole was disturbed to notice it clinging to her, but avoiding the others. What was going on? "Guys, why is the fog more interested in me than it is you?" Coolidge frowned, head tilted, and the others stared at her and the mist circling her. "There's a presence in the mist," Coolidge said. Nicole nodded. "Yeah, I know. Good or bad?" "Hopefully good." Clouds began building up, covering the sky, casting shadows over the land. The sunlight darkened until Nicole could barely see the ruins or mists anymore, but she still felt the mists pressing against her. Nicole's feet left the ground, and she was lifted upward until she was 10 feet above her friends. What the crap? She twisted, looking to see who or what had picked her up, but nothing was there. Was it a croant again? She'd been carried by one before, and it hadn't ended well. This time, though, it didn't hurt. Nothing was pinching her. "Nicole?" Austin called. "Nicole?" "I'm fine," she responded, trying to control her panic. "Can you see what's holding me up?" "All I can see is fog," he said. "It's Lee Roan," Jacob yelled. "Run for the ruins." "Not without Nicole," Austin shouted back. Nicole squirmed, trying to get free, but was powerless. Who was Lee Roan? Austin jumped up to catch her, but she was jerked higher. He whirled to Jacob and Coolidge. "Any ideas?" "He'll just pull her higher," Jacob said. "He's playing with her, teasing us. She's in danger until we can get her down, but trying will only kill her." "Oh, that's comforting," Nicole said. "Any suggestions?" "Don't struggle, I guess," Jacob said. He guessed. Nicole tried to control her frustration while she bounced along through the air above the group. "But why me? Why not any of you?" Coolidge nodded. "Yes, good thinking. Why her?" "She's the only girl?" Akano asked. Jacob shook his head. "No, I've seen him around girls before and this hasn't ever happened." "It has to do with magic," Coolidge said. "She's the only natural wind arate here. She probably intrigues him." Nicole raised an eyebrow. She didn't see why that would make a difference, and stated as much. "Because Lee Roan lives in the clouds. He's a sky dweller, an ancient Eclaron race. Wind is the only thing that can damage him, or force him to do something he doesn't want to do." "Wind and sunlight," Jacob said. "Sunlight is how we got him to move last time." Coolidge nodded. "And since the sun is covered, we can't use that." He looked up at Nicole. "Test things out. Create a bit of wind, see what he does." She cleared her throat. "I'm not exactly comfortable doing that while I'm hanging 15 feet above the ground." "I'll catch you," Austin said, sending her a teasing grin. Nicole snorted. Right? How could he joke? She definitely didn't see any humor in the situation. Realizing she needed to be in better control of herself, Nicole closed her eyes and breathed deeply. Her magic was there. She concentrated on how her breath felt as it entered and exited her lungs. Then she started pulling in her powers. Once she had plenty of magic around her, she tentatively pushed out, creating just enough pressure to move the air. Nothing happened. "You'll have to push a lot harder than that," Coolidge said. "What I can't understand is why he hasn't shown us his face yet," Jacob said. Nicole opened her eyes. "What do you mean? Does he keep it hidden?" "Not usually," Akeno said. "When he comes, he puts on a big show, using the clouds to create arms, muscles, a face, all of that." "And he's not throwing bombs," Coolidge said. "Bombs?" Nicole swallowed, losing her grasp on her magic. "Any chance he plans to throw me?" "He would have done it already if he wanted to," Jacob said. "I think he's waiting to see what you'll do." That only gave Nicole a little relief. "Okay, I'll try again." Once more she pulled her magic close. She built up as much pressure as possible, then forced the wind away from herself as hard as she could. Nicole hadn't created a windstorm in a long time, but she was much more powerful now than she'd been before. Not only that, but she'd never pushed wind directly from herself, and really had no idea what to expect. Her friends getting flattened on the ground below definitely wasn't it. A wind so strong, it pushed the trees over, roared away from her in all directions. The fog thinned for a bit, but thickened again. Many faces appeared in it, formed by the fog itself, grinning at her. Hands made of vapor tossed her from face to face, and she screamed, her stomach roiling from the jolts. Each time she was thrown, it felt like she would slam to the ground below. Waves of dizziness flooded over her. "Stop it," she called. "Stop it now." Austin and Jacob jumped around, trying to follow her. Nicole built up her magic again, knowing she was probably overexerting herself. Instead of creating wind, she directed her power to the nearest tree and shredded the outer layer of bark. Then she pelted the clouds with the bark. Warmth spread across her scalp and down her back, telling her that she was on the brink of causing permanent damage to her brain. No more magic, she couldn't risk it. But what she'd done seemed to get the cloud's attention long enough for it to release her. Nicole plummeted toward the ground, landing with a jerk in Jacob and Austin's arms. As they set her down, a roar thundered through the sky. A flash of lightning struck the tree Nicole had used, causing it to burst into flames. "Run!" Jacob shrieked. Austin grabbed Nicole's hand, and together they raced toward the ruins. Bombs began falling from the sky, and Nicole ducked, screaming. She clenched Austin's hand as tightly as she could and looked at him. He was just as freaked out about their situation. How was the cloud creature making bombs? They reached the edge of the ruins, right as a huge explosion sounded behind them. Nicole was flung forward, slamming through a rotted door. Her head snapped against the metal knob, and she blacked out. Chapter 4. Nicole woke to Austin's face, his hand on the side of her cheek. He mouthed the words, "Are you okay?" She struggled to get up, but Austin kept her down. "I'm fine," she said, then gasped. She couldn't hear. Austin pointed to his ears, then at hers. Nicole's hand fluttered to her mouth. Austin had blood trickling down the sides of his face. His eardrums had burst. Judging by the wetness she felt on her cheeks and neck, hers had done the same, and they were killing her. After making sure she was okay, he helped her to her feet. She winced at the multitude of pains that throbbed across her body. He sent her a concerned expression as he helped her limp to the rest of the group. Jacob and Akeno were both unconscious, and Coolidge was on his knees next to them. Early flitted in the air around him, apparently teaching him how to put together the healing salve made from Keitus sap. Nicole wished she could hear what the Minya was saying. Then she realized Coolidge was deaf too. Early was using exaggerated hand motions. Coolidge finished applying the salve and leaned back against a wall, exhausted. He'd had a rough week. At least the bombs had stopped. Nicole looked up to see a round, angry face with large cheeks in the sky staring down at her. Something kept it from attacking, because he definitely looked mad enough to kill everyone in their group. Austin helped her to the ground and joined Coolidge. Ruins surrounded them. The ceilings of all the visible buildings had caved in. Moss covered nearly half of the surfaces, and vines crawled up almost all of the walls. It was creepy and beautiful at the same time. Nicole found herself wanting to learn about the people who'd lived there. Speaking of people, Nicole hadn't seen the natives since the fog appeared. She'd been so distracted, she hadn't noticed them leave. They must have known what was coming and been smart enough to go. After 2 hours with Nicole unable to hear anything, Akeno and Jacob woke from their Keitus sap-induced nap and applied the salve to the other's ears and took a turn standing guard. Nicole tried to fight the exhaustion that swept over her, but at the Makalo's insistence, she allowed herself to drift off. Nicole awoke at the same time as Austin and Coolidge. She blinked, it was bright and sunny. Apparently, the sky monster had left. So what was that again? She asked no one in particular. Lee Roan the sky monster, Jacob said. And Jacob, you've dealt with him before, Austin said. Jacob nodded. Oh yeah. We got off easy this time. He glanced at Akeno. Not sure why he isn't attacking here, but I'm glad all the same. Akeno also looked perplexed, but didn't say anything. Once everyone had packed up their things, they started searching for the library. Akeno had a map of the city, but it was difficult to follow. Many of the streets had been destroyed, buildings had toppled over into them, and trees grew through, breaking up the cobblestone roads. The natives had cleared their own roads through the chaos. Nicole couldn't stop staring. It must have been glorious at some point. The buildings were tall, taller even than the ones in Myvoral City. She could tell from the rotted flags and banners that littered the ruins that the colors of the city were emerald and deep purple. It took 2 hours to find the library. Nicole couldn't help but smile at the expression on Austin's face when he saw the structure. He totally lit up, and she didn't blame him. It was pretty impressive. The library was almost completely intact, only one section of the roof had caved in. The massive wooden front doors were 3 stories tall and rounded at the top. Huge brass rings adorned the places where knobs would have been back on Earth. Coolidge and Austin each took one of the rings and heaved. The doors didn't budge. The two pulled again with little result, just some creaking from the large rusted hinges. Coolidge glanced at Nicole and the others. Any ideas before we resort to magic? No one had anything for him, and he nodded at Nicole. You're good with this aspect of Earth, come help. The 3 of them faced the door. Nicole felt the others gathering their powers, and she did as well, directing them to the wood. The door began glowing brilliantly. Nicole gently coaxed it outward, sensing Austin and Coolidge doing the same. With a massive groan, the doors finally began moving, revealing a darkened, gaping hall on the other side. No wonder you guys weren't able to open them on your own, Jacob said, stepping forward and staring at the doors. They're a full foot thick. He turned to Akeno. Light the way. Akeno nodded, joining Jacob and the Arates. He held his left hand in the air, and Nicole gasped when his ring finger began glowing intensely. She shielded her eyes, unable to look directly at it. Whoa, she said. Impressive. Jacob grinned and motioned for Akeno to lead them inside. Nicole stared up at the great hall. 5 stories towered on either side, with balconies, ledges, and shelves everywhere. A huge set of stone stairs at the other end of the hall beckoned them forward. Inches of dust coated everything. The main level appeared to be a meeting place. Chairs and tables were on either side of the great hall, and this part of the library did not appear to hold books. Jacob paused, an expression of awe on his face. My ancestors roamed these floors. This is so freaking cool. Nicole couldn't blame him for his excitement. Her own heritage was from England. She'd been there multiple times, but it wasn't anything like this. At least not the areas her family was from. They were small areas with quaint and beautiful cottages. Nothing grand and impressive. The group paused near the stairs at the back of the dark room. The only windows in the building were in the front, surrounding the doors, and they were coated with years of grime. Nicole suspected the place was so intact because it didn't have as many windows as other buildings in the city. According to the fat lady, Jacob said, the second floor should have some sort of directory. Let's look for that. Nicole immediately envisioned rows and rows of computers, but that obviously was not what they'd find. The second story was like the first, tables and chairs everywhere, but there were also many rooms full of shelves. All the shelves were filled with antique books, scrolls, pottery, and all sorts of other fascinating things. She longed to explore on her own. They found the directory in its own room near the front of the building. A large wooden table held the biggest book Nicole had ever seen. It was 2 feet tall and at least 4 feet wide. When opened, it spread to 8 feet. Neat handwriting lined the pages, and Nicole quickly saw why the book had to be so large. Each entry was written in what looked like 3 different languages, and according to Jacob, included a short description, along with an exact location, telling which room, bookcase, shelf, and even the side of the shelf where the book would be found. "What's the name of the book?" Austin asked. "It's in another language," Jacob said. He showed the title in the fat lady's book, To the Arates. It was written in beautiful, loopy handwriting. "What language?" "The language of the Sheen Goals," Jacob said. "I've been trying to learn it, but it's complicated and difficult to memorize." He glanced at the book. "I know enough about their alphabet to find what we're looking for." He showed everyone the first letter in the title. "This is the 14th letter in their alphabet. That gives me an idea of where to start." "How many letters do they have?" Coolidge asked. 36, Jacob said. "Do you know if they're all used equally, or are there some that are more frequent than others?" Jacob shrugged. "I've noticed that some are used a lot, but whether that's because they're easier for me to notice or because they really are used more often, I'm not sure. I guess we'd be okay to start after the first quarter of the directory and go from there." He motioned to the pages. "Help me lift them." Austin and Nicole stepped forward. "Shouldn't we be wearing gloves or something?" Nicole asked. "This book is really old." "Oh yes," Akeno said. He pulled several pairs from the knapsack he carried. "Aldo gave these to me before we left." He passed them around. Once everyone had their hands covered, Nicole and Austin started lifting each page, while Jacob and the others scanned the entries, trying to find the letter Jacob had them looking for. Once they found it, they started searching for the next letter. It took half an hour to narrow the search down to several titles that looked exactly like the original. Jacob scratched his head. "We'll need to look at all of them." The others agreed. The book had been written in several languages, but not English, and it took several minutes to figure out how to read the map. Once that was done, they separated. The book Nicole searched for was on the top floor of the library. Coolidge headed to the basement, and Austin to some wing on the opposite side, which was apparently at least half a mile away. Jacob and Akeno both headed to the 3rd floor. Nicole pulled out her flashlight. She quickly realized how much Akeno's light had helped. Her little LED was pathetic in comparison. She'd have to be careful. She continued up. Her steps echoed in the silent edifice, and her legs started burning as she reached the 5th floor. These stories were much taller than any at home. The top floor was darker than the others, if that was possible. The muted light from the windows didn't reach up here, and Nicole slowed. The floor didn't feel stable. A slight breeze tousled her hair and she froze. The last time a random bit of wind had done that, the results had ended up being horrifying and life-changing. The breeze turned into a sigh that caressed her arms and legs. She turned, expecting to see something or someone, but no one was there. "Hello," she whispered, afraid to speak any louder. The silence was heavy, like nothing had stirred this air for hundreds of years. Nicole pulled her magic to herself, just in case. She retrieved her phone and glanced at the picture she'd taken of the location of the book, then shoved her phone back in her pocket, momentarily blinded by the brightness. She only had a little farther to go. The room was tucked in a corner, well away from the balcony. Nicole's eyes adjusted and she shrieked. A creature stood before her, hands at its sides. It was angular and tall, taller than her by at least a foot. She couldn't tell if it was male or female. The thing's eyes were closed. "Who enters?" Though the creature's lips moved, the sound didn't originate there. It whisked around her in the breeze. She swallowed. "Nicole Williams." "What are you?" It still didn't open its eyes. "What am?" "Huma?" "Do not lie." "Arate." "I'm an Arate. Your powers are not allowed in Shanlin." And just like that, Nicole felt her magic removed from her. The slight pulse that always surrounded her was stilled for the second time that day. And also for the second time, Nicole felt helpless. Naked. "What if I need to defend myself?" "That won't be necessary." Nicole wasn't so sure. The thing still hadn't opened its eyes, and she couldn't tell if it was friendly. "Proceed, but do so with caution. Do not remove anything from Shanlin. You will not be warned again." Nicole nodded, wondering how she was going to be able to take the book. This creature wasn't something to be messed with, especially if it had the power to take her magic away with apparently no effort on its part. Nicole swallowed, focusing her LED light forward. She took a step. The being did so as well, staying exactly 3 feet to the side of her, facing her, eyes still shut as she approached the right room. Creepy. At least she didn't feel like she was being watched per se, as the eyes weren't trained on her. She suspected, though, that the creature didn't need eyesight to see her. Nicole stumbled a couple of times across heavy beams that had fallen from the ceiling, and finally she reached the room. Something made her pause at the doorway, she wasn't sure what. An overwhelming feeling of wonder poured over her when she looked inside. A rose window let in a small amount of light, and lazy puffs of dust floated through the air. The room glowed warmly, even with such little light. The temperature here was at least 5 degrees warmer than the rest of the library, if not more, and Nicole found herself relaxing. She took a step inside, and again, that feeling of wonder cascaded over her. This room was special, sacred. Forgetting her assignment, Nicole slowly wandered through, gazing at the objects around her. Old paintings adorned the walls, vases with intricate designs stood on tables, and several rows of floor-to-ceiling shelves greeted her. In the corner of the room farthest from the door, an ancient lantern sat on a small antique table, a candle already burning inside. Nicole had an overwhelming desire to pick up the lantern. She glanced at the being that followed, but he or she didn't seem worried. Nicole lifted the handle, hefting the lantern. It was surprisingly heavy. The moment she'd completely lifted it, the corner of the room dissolved into haze. Nicole blinked, trying to see if the haze was in her eyes or the room itself. As the air before her cleared, she gasped, hand to her mouth. Instead of the walls of the room, a misty forest waited. Her feet stepped unbidden toward the trees. She hesitated at the edge of the cement floor. Fog rolled into the library room, enveloping her. It was cool and humid. It coated her, making the fine hairs on her face and arms tingle. The scene before her was dusky and rosy, and she saw several glowing points of light. The closest seemed to be only a few feet away. A calm feeling enveloped Nicole as she stepped onto the springy forest floor. Ferns shifted around her legs, granting access. A sense of belonging overcame her. Tears sprang into her eyes, and for the first time in a long while, she felt at home. She breathed deeply, allowing the pleasant sensations to relax her and calm the stress she'd been experiencing. Then she walked toward the closest little floating light. The feeling that she was being watched flooded over her. She looked around, but didn't see anyone, not even the creature that had been following. "Hello," Nicole whispered. Her voice was quickly dampened in the fog. No one responded. Goosebumps sprang up on her arm. Realizing she'd gotten hugely distracted, Nicole turned and stepped quickly back into the library room, grateful it was still there. She had no idea where she'd gone, and exploring at this moment, alone, was a bad idea. Especially when that forest wasn't natural, it was too peaceful, felt too perfect. It made her nervous. The creature waited inside the library room. Nicole set down the lantern, watching the creature to see what it would do, and the forest disappeared. Nothing else happened. She breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't felt like she was intruding, quite the opposite. She'd felt like she belonged in that forest. But still, she hadn't been invited and didn't want to trespass, regardless of how it made her feel. Getting her bearings, Nicole again opened up the image of the location of the book. She kept it in front of her to compare with the volumes on the shelves. It took half an hour to find what she was looking for, and the thing was massive. Nicole glanced at the creature, then picked up the book, lugging it to one of the tables. She carefully opened it, then had an idea. She'd take pictures of the pages. That would help her and the others know if this was what they needed, and if it was, they could make plans to remove it from the room. Nicole was only able to take 20 pictures before her phone died. She frowned, not sure what had happened. Her battery had been at 75% when she'd entered the room. "What's going on?" she whispered to herself. "No magic," the creature whispered in response. "But it's not magic, it's technology." Realizing arguing was pointless, Nicole tucked her phone into her pocket. That would have to do. She replaced the book and sent one last glance around the room before heading out. The creature accompanied her to the stairs. She wished it would leave her alone, but she didn't dare ask it to go. Not until she got to the second floor did her magic return. She breathed a sigh of relief. The others were there already, pacing, restless, with worried expressions on their faces. Austin rushed to her and threw his arms around her. He pulled back to look at her face. "You're okay?" She raised an eyebrow, surveying him, surprised at his worry. "I'm fine. We couldn't find you. We searched all over the 5th floor screaming your name." Nicole frowned. "That's weird. I was up there the whole time and didn't hear anyone." "We'll talk about it on the way home," Coolidge said. Keitus found the book. "We need to head out." The group exited the library, using magic to push the doors shut, and Nicole told the others about the room and forest. "So that's why we didn't feel your pulse," Coolidge said. Austin sent her a quick glance, his expression showing he was still worried. "We thought something happened to you." Nicole gave him a one-armed hug as they walked. "I'm okay," she said. "And I'm definitely glad to have my magic back again. It didn't return until right before I reached you guys." "So weird," Jacob said. Apparently, everyone else had reached their assigned locations within 10 minutes. Austin nearly fell through the floor on his way to his area, but Coolidge's experience down in the basement was the creepiest. "The whole floor was wet, dank, dark," he said. "Very moldy. Everything was ruined from the moisture." "Good thing that's not where the book was," Nicole said. Ironically enough, Keitus's experience was the least freaky. He'd had no problem finding the book, which was now tucked into Jacob's backpack. The return to Myvoral City went smoothly, and they didn't see the natives, Lee Roan, or the vampiric birds again. Nicole wished she could find out more about the room she'd visited, but speculating with Coolidge, Jacob, and Keitus, who knew the most about Ekla Ron, didn't give any answers. Once they reached Dimitri's throne room, the king had Jacob get Aldo and the fat lady, so they could have a brief meeting regarding the trip. Aldo and the fat lady were very curious about Nicole's experience. They kept looking at each other while she related what happened. "Do either of you know what she's talking about?" Dimitri asked. The fat lady nodded. "I believe so. But I didn't realize that room still existed. It's called Shanlin. Legend says that only a few were ever granted access, and those few had to reach a certain status in life first. They also had to have good intentions, and couldn't have ever caused the death of someone innocent. Other restrictions were placed on the room. No one knows exactly what they are, and as a result, only a very few have ever gained access." Aldo cleared his throat. "Not only that, but the people who are allowed to enter leave with a permanent print on their souls." He glanced at Nicole. "I'm very curious about your history, sis." Nicole couldn't help but grin at his use of the word sis. She'd never been called that before, let alone by someone who wasn't even from Earth. Then she hesitated. What do you mean, a permanent print on my soul? Is that bad? Does it change anything? Aldo shrugged. We're not sure, honestly. I only know of 4 other people who have ever entered that room, and the last one did so ages ago. We really have no idea what's in store for you, or why you earned your access. Well, it's a good thing I found the room. Otherwise, I would have been searching for the book for a very long time. Speaking of the book, Queen Arian said. You found it then? Jacob nodded, pulling it out of his backpack and setting it in front of Aldo and the fat lady. The fat lady raised an eyebrow. What are we supposed to do with this? It's written in sheen gold. That's your thing, not mine. Jacob blushed, taking the book back. Does that mean I've got a lot of homework to do? Dimitri shook his head. No. We'll have Azariah translate it. Jacob scoffed, surprising Nicole. Let me know if you need me to do any arm twisting. Thanks, Dimitri said sarcastically. Nicole met eyes with Austin, seeing that he was as confused. Why the sarcasm? The meeting ended, and Dimitri promised to keep them updated on the translation, since nothing could happen until it was finished. Nicole slumped against the couch after telling Lizzie about her experience on Eclaron. She had finished all her homework while waiting for Lizzie to get back from school and work, and the two cooked dinner, then relaxed in front of the TV for an hour before Nicole was refreshed enough to tell about the weird and uncomfortable things that had happened while she was gone. Not to burst your bubble, but you're not done with unpleasant experiences, Lizzie said. Nicole opened her eyes. Did you find out who or what was snooping around in our apartment? Lizzie shook her head. Nope. But I did get the mail. Nicole groaned. Great. Just what I need. You know, you don't have to read everything you get, fan mail or otherwise. Yes, I do. Some of the threats might actually be real. We need to be prepared. That's why we should hire a hitman. It's not a bad idea. Nicole chuckled. Right? Totally legal. Lizzie put her hands up. If politicians can do it, so can we. She turned thoughtful. We should at least consider hiring someone to read it for us. Some of it's too personal. I'd feel weird having a stranger read it. Nicole retrieved the mail from the entryway table and sifted through it. Apart from a couple of bills, the rest of the letters were for her. She dropped onto the couch again. Want me to help? Nicole glanced at Lizzie. Are you sure? You usually get madder than I do. I'll control myself this time. Nicole smiled, then handed over half the stack. She started with the first letter in her pile, unsurprised to find that someone somewhere blamed her for the death of their neighbor's mom's sister, who had been a Tarian. Never mind that Tarians had tried to kill all Arates, including Nicole. These people were ridiculous. At least this lady wasn't threatening to kill her or dismember her family and friends. For that, Nicole was grateful. None of the letters were out of the ordinary. Most thanked her for her service, and the rest told her she needed to die, but didn't deliver any specific threats. She could deal with that. The next day, Nicole had both her favorite and least favorite classes to attend. The favorite was Coolidge's, of course, and the least favorite was taught by one Professor Whitman. They'd spent the first month of Whitman's class going over Renaissance-era Arate history. Nicole found it more interesting than most of the other students did. She'd been surprised to find that nearly all Arates were already familiar with their history. Nicole's parents were very anti-Arate, so she hadn't known much about her heritage before coming to Keitus University. When Nicole stepped into Whitman's class, she could tell immediately that the woman was in one of her foul moods. As usual, she started off with a quiz. Instead of the regular 10 minutes to complete it, however, she only gave 5. And the reason for the lack of time is in our classroom. Professor Whitman glared at the entire class, then zeroed in on Nicole. Nicole Williams, Arate extraordinaire. She said the words with such vitriol, she practically oozed venom. Nicole held back an eye roll when everyone turned to stare. What had she done this time? Ever since Nicole's experience with the Terrians the past summer, Whitman had been extra cranky where she was concerned. It drove her nuts, it didn't make sense. Austin and Lizzie were positive that Whitman was jealous, but Nicole didn't think so. The woman was simply crazy. The stares quickly returned to the front of the room when Whitman began her lecture, and Nicole was sure it was because everyone was interested in hearing why she had messed up Whitman's day so thoroughly. In the 1800s, a group of anti-RATs was started. "We learned about this last year," a guy on the back row called out. "We want to know what Nicole did to tick you off." Whitman glared at him. She. "You don't," she sputtered, turning bright red. "She changed RAT history. She ruined reputations, gave clarity to things that didn't need clarifying. She removed the mystery surrounding our heritage." Nicole almost laughed out loud. She'd nearly forgotten that Whitman considered herself an RAT, even though she wasn't a fourth. The woman hadn't talked like that in almost a year, not since she'd poisoned half her class with a stupid eBay purchase. "Why is that a bad thing?" the same guy asked. "Isn't it better to know for sure where RATs come from?" Whitman's mouth opened and shut a few times. "You have no idea, completely clueless. Do you realize how many slides I've had to change? If it wasn't for the university insisting on it. Just ridiculous." This time Nicole allowed herself a small laugh. She didn't bother to raise her hand. "So, the reason you're so angry with me has nothing to do with what I did for RATs, not to mention pretty much everyone living on Earth, and has everything to do with your lectures?" Whitman's jaw dropped. This was the first time Nicole had actually responded to her stupid attacks. "Easy enough for you to say, Nicole. Those slides took me hours to create. But even you agreed they needed updating. Didn't you say you put them together back in the 90s? Whitman slammed the projector remote on her desk. "That's enough. Leave the class if you can't keep your mouth shut." Nicole sighed, putting up her hands in a gesture of peace. "I'll stay, please continue." It wasn't worth it to her. Besides, she still felt somewhat bad for the woman. Whitman so painfully wanted to be an RAT, it obviously hurt her a great deal not to have been born one. It reminded Nicole of her mother. No more interruptions then. Whitman sent one more glare around the room before grabbing the remote and resuming her lecture about Terrians. Whitman had changed a great deal. Not only was she more surly now, but she no longer allowed discussions in class. Before, she'd almost demanded that students speak up. Nicole settled into her seat, wanting to learn as much as she could, even if it was from a woman who hated pretty much everything about her. The discussion didn't shed a lot of new light on a topic she had gotten pretty familiar with, though, and when the bell rang, she was ready to leave. Her next class was Coolidge's, and she couldn't wait to get there, as Coolidge had recently hired Austin as a TA. Of course, Austin being a TA didn't mean anything where Nicole was concerned. He was very good at his job and remained focused during the lessons. Nicole couldn't help but feel a surge of pride, though. Every time Coolidge called on Austin for help with an answer he didn't know off the top of his head. Previously, Coolidge had always pulled up Google when he didn't have all the information, but now he didn't need to. Austin had really grown a great deal in his knowledge of magical items. Nicole knew her boyfriend planned to take over his dad's ranch someday, but would he be happy staying completely away from magical things? Probably not. She imagined he'd lead a life similar to that of his father and mother, who still took RAT jobs whenever they could. Nicole took a seat, surprised to see Jacob at the front of the class with Austin and Coolidge. He gave her a small wave, which she returned. What was he doing here? Coolidge started the discussion, and Nicole's question was immediately answered. "How many of you remember the magical keys I introduced to you in your first class with me?" Most everyone raised their hands. "Well, we're going to get a bit of a history lesson on them, along with a demonstration of how they work." He turned the time over to Jacob, who told the story of a prince who'd fallen in love with a girl named Kilenya. She wasn't royalty. The prince's father was a barbaric, cruel king, and had also set his sights on her. The keys of Key and Kilenya were created and named for the prince and his girl so they could escape from the clutches of the king. Nicole recognized the story, having just returned from the kingdom of Adana where the girl and her prince were from. Do they actually work? A guy on the front row asked after Jacob explained what the keys did. Jacob got a little smile on his face. Well, if your name is Jacob, the Key of Kilenya works perfectly fine. Sweet, a guy near Nicole called out. Hand it over. Nicole and the other students chuckled. Okay, if your name is Jacob Clark, and you're not from Earth and you have magical abilities not related to your hair color, the Key of Kilenya will work for you. Wait, the other Jacob said. You're not from Earth? Jacob sent Coolidge an apologetic look. Sorry for derailing the lecture. Coolidge waved for him to go ahead, and Jacob turned back to the class. No, I'm not. But I was raised on Earth, a different dimension from yours. He held up his hands when people started calling out questions. It's a long story, and if Mr. or Professor Coolidge wants to tell it to you someday, I'd be fine with that. He pulled the Key of Kilenya from his pocket. But we should get back to the demonstration. The next section of class was him opening links to other parts of the world using the door to the auditorium. The students got a kick out of it, and Nicole smiled at their enthusiasm. She especially enjoyed the surprise the others exhibited when they realized that the key didn't have a magical pulse of any sort. It does to me though, Jacob said. The first time I touched it, it kind of made me cry. He smiled when some of the guys in the room hooted at that. It was beautiful, all sorts of happy emotions. It was like the key recognized me and knew it belonged to me. It was cool. Nicole had to agree with that. She'd now experienced something similar twice. The first time was when she'd played an antique cello that belonged to an old man from Moses Lake, Washington. That cello had called to her, and the moment she touched it, she felt like she'd gone home. She was almost sad she no longer needed a focus, that cello, to channel. The second time was in Shanlin. When class ended, she congratulated Jacob on holding everyone's interest so well. He blushed. Nicole caught Austin staring at them. He glanced away when she made eye contact with him, then he strode from the room. Realizing her boyfriend might think she was flirting, she quickly said bye to Jacob and rushed after Austin. Hey, I saw you looking at us. She put her hand on his arm, and a sudden memory crossed her. She'd done that very thing in this hall once before. This time, however, the expression on Austin's face wasn't one of anger or frustration. He was hesitant, unsure. You know he's still a boy to me, right? She continued. Austin raised an eyebrow. He's only 2 years younger than we are. I know, but he feels younger than that. Maybe because of all we've been through. He's been through a lot too. He doesn't exactly act his age. He has a girlfriend. I heard him talking about her. Austin glanced at her, walking again. Does he? That's good. Nicole pulled Austin to a stop and put her arms around his neck. And I'm in the best relationship I could ever ask for. I love you, and I plan to stick around for as long as you'll have me. And even longer than that, if I see a chance of winning you back. Austin lowered his head, placing a quick peck on her lips. I'll never not want you, Nicole. She held him tight. And I'll never tire of hearing that. After another kiss, they walked hand in hand to the cafeteria for lunch. Nicole jumped when a flash of light burst near her while she ate. She calmed when she realized it was early, Jacob's minya, but glanced around, hoping no one had noticed. Luckily, they were in a brightly lit area, and everyone seemed intent on their meals. Jacob will be coming to get you and Austin later this evening. Did they find information on the talismans then? Nicole asked. Early shrugged, her dark curls bunching up near her ears. Don't know? You'll find out, I'm sure. Then she disappeared with another flash. The rest of the day passed quickly. Nicole had a test in English and symphony rehearsal. She always lost herself when she played the cello, and this time was no different. She longed for a better one, though. The instrument the university had supplied her with was cheap and junior high or high school quality. Even though she had plenty of money, she still hadn't decided which cello to buy. Austin met Nicole at her apartment, and Jacob walked through the door moments later, interrupting a kissing session. He apologized immediately. "I have no way to knock when I'm back on Eclaron and make the link. I could link somewhere else, so I'm not walking in on you, but I don't know my way around here well enough to risk accidentally opening a door to someone else's apartment. So I came here directly." "You're fine," Nicole said, then grabbed her things while Austin and Jacob stood near the front door. Jacob took them back to the castle in Eclaron, where everyone was already waiting. Once they were all settled, Dimitri turned the time over to the fat lady and Aldo. "There are 5 talismans total," the fat lady said. 4 individual ones with their own special powers, and 1 created when the 4 are combined. She turned on a projector. Nicole sent Austin a confused look. They had electricity and technology on Eclaron? She hadn't been aware of that. And what were the chances that their discoveries would have led them to invent the exact same thing as her dimension of Earth? Then it dawned on her, the projector had been brought from Earth. That only left learning where the electricity came from. She was sure there was a simple explanation. The fat lady used a laser pointer to show the different sections of the talisman that created the main one. All together, they make a sort of headdress, with the center being the eye. She glanced at Dimitri. "We believe they were originally created for Sheen goals, as their magic comes from their eyes." "But," he prompted. "But the book actually mentions Arates." She cleared her throat. Apparently, Eclaron has known about Arates for ages. Weird. "So the talismans will work for Arates too?" Queen Arian asked. Aldo nodded, stepping up alongside the fat lady. His small frame looked tiny and weak next to her large one. "We believe they'll will." "Fascinating," Arian said. Nicole had to agree. What does Keitus plan to do with them? And what sort of powers do they give? "We're not sure what he intends to do," the fat lady said. "And to answer your second question, they grant godlike powers." Aldo nodded. "Or should we say great ones-like powers?" Nicole blinked. "Great ones? You mean like the great ones who gave Arates their magic?" Aldo nodded again. "Yes. And if I'd known this before," Coolidge said, "there's no way I would have kept my talisman in my office on campus." He glanced at his students. Apparently, this is why the talismans are kept separated. Together, they're too dangerous for any one person to manipulate. "Yeah, no kidding. How do we stop Keitus?" Austin asked. "Well, it depends on what his plans are," Aldo said. "From what we can tell, there are a couple of paths he could follow. The biggest thing that prevents him from using the talismans now is that he's not a magical being. The second thing is that he needs his physical body to handle them." "So it sounds like he's been stopped already," Nicole said. "He's dead and he's not magical." "It doesn't matter if he's dead, he'd be able to bring his body back to life if he could gain access to it." "Where is his body then?" Austin asked. The fat lady glanced heavenward. "In the worst place possible." "What do you mean?" Coolidge asked. "He's not exactly buried somewhere convenient," Aldo said. "His body is on display on a planet run by a Sheen Ghoul named Renforth." Nicole leaned forward. "And Sheen Ghouls are the creatures whose magic centers around their eyes?" Aldo nodded. "Yes. And it's not going to be easy to get the body from Renforth. Sheen Ghouls aren't exactly known for their pleasant mannerisms. In fact, they're incredibly temperamental and cranky." "That is none of their business, old man," a male voice said from the entrance to the throne room. Aldo half smiled. "Speak of the devil," he murmured. Nicole and the others turned to see who had spoken. A bright beam of light flashed at them, and Nicole raised her hand to shield herself. "Sit down, both of you." A man strode into the room, long black and red robes billowing out behind him. Aldo and the fat lady complied immediately. The man stopped near the projector, and Nicole gasped. The beam of light originated from his eyes. This must be a Sheen goal. He turned at the sound of her intake of breath and stared at her, blinding her. You're not surprised, are you, Nicole? And here I thought you were intelligent. Nicole's mouth popped open. Wow. Nice to meet you too. The Sheen goal sneered at her. I wasn't introducing myself. I was making a statement. A sudden urge to slap that look off the guy's face nearly overcame Nicole. She wasn't about to be treated poorly. Who are you, since you obviously know our names? I'm Azariah. And you would do well to remember your manners around me. Nicole bristled. This guy was rude? If you continue treating me like a child, I'll treat you like a jerk. Azariah stepped closer to her. Are you prepared to defend yourself, Arate? Nicole pushed back her chair, ignoring Austin's hand on her arm. Yes, if it comes to that. And let me guess, this isn't the first time you've treated others badly? Azariah folded his arms and glared at her. She refused to look away, and instead found her eyes adjusting to the brightness coming from his. She was surprised at how young he looked. How old are you, anyway? You can't be much more than 30. That's none of your business. Dmitri got to his feet. Enough, you two. Azariah stopped goading her. Nicole, he's old enough to be your grandfather. Please sit down. Nicole did so, feeling a moment of shame, which she pushed away. She had nothing to be ashamed about. Someone needed to hold their ground where this guy was concerned. Azariah glared at Dmitri, not relaxing his stance. I'm your king, Azariah. If you have to throw your position around, it doesn't mean anything. A smile played at the corners of Dmitri's mouth. Really? Should we find out if that's true? No one said anything for a moment, but finally, Azariah whirled to the side of the room, his long dark hair whipping around his side. Nicole breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was insane. Azariah is here for a reason. He has to lead the convoy to Renforth's world to barter for Keitus's body. Jacob rubbed his face. That's going to be fun. You're not invited this time, Azariah said. A hurt expression crossed Jacob's face, but he quickly hid it. I'm not his favorite person, so that's probably a good idea. Of course it is. Azariah glanced at Dmitri. Shall I take over? I'm here for that reason alone, not to make small talk. Nicole wouldn't have called what they were doing making small talk, but whatever. Dmitri consented, returning to his seat, and Azariah strode to stand near the head of the table. Those who will accompany me are Nicole, Austin, and Lizzie. Nicole blinked. Are you serious? What about Coolidge? And why would you want me to go? You've made it obvious you can't stand me. I don't need to explain my reasons. At least tell us why Lizzie is being included, Nicole said. She's so inexperienced in these sorts of things. I really don't want anything to happen to her. Azariah looked heavenward, but answered her question. Renforth loves fire, and even though Lizzie is unable to do much with her powers, we'll need everything on our side. He turned as if to leave, then said to Jacob, he's changed the entrance to his world. Too many people knew about the last one. He glanced at Nicole. And I feel the need to warn you, Renforth likes embarrassing his visitors when they come. Don't wear anything. Prissy. Nicole growled. She couldn't believe what he was insinuating. I'm not prissy. Prove it. Nicole jumped to her feet. What's with you? What did I ever do to you? Azariah leveled a glare at her, but didn't respond. He finally spun and left the room. Austin pulled Nicole back into her chair. Hey, it's okay, he whispered. Yeah, thanks for standing up for me. She scowled at Coolidge. And you too. Above anyone, you two know I'm not some little princess girl. Of course we do, Coolidge said. But we know better than to argue with a Sheen goal. Are you scared of him? You could take him, Coolidge. He shrugged. Perhaps. But why? We're on the same side. It definitely didn't feel like it. She took a deep breath, pushing it out as hard as she could, then glanced at the others in the room. I'm sorry. I've never had someone rub me that way before. Austen smiled at her. Not even Judith Ann? She tilted her head, thinking about the girl who'd competed with her to go on the university-led expedition to Arches National Park. I don't know. It might be a tie between them. She apologized again. I promise, no more outbursts from me. But can someone explain why he wants just students with him? And why not Jacob? Renforth doesn't exactly like him, Arian said. And Azariah doesn't want Mr. Coolidge to go because Mr. Coolidge usually is the leader on expeditions. Azariah doesn't want you questioning his authority when someone you already respect and view as a leader is there. I don't understand why that's even an issue, Nicole said. Azariah obviously knows his way around this place. Arian continued. It's also because Renforth will view Mr. Coolidge as a threat, but won't be able to tell that the three of you are nearly as powerful as your professor. Between you three, all of the elements are represented. If Renforth is game, he may require some sort of elemental demonstration as payment. Coolidge nodded. I wondered if it was something along those lines. But that's only if he's in a good mood and willing, Arian said. Austen leaned forward, looking at Jacob. So what happened last time you guys went through the link to Renforth's world? Jacob grunted. It was horrible. We had to go into a deep pit, then dive into a mud puddle at the bottom of it. The puddle ended up being a link. When we arrived, we weren't allowed to clean ourselves off. Nicole scoffed. That's disgusting. Tell me about it. Jacob glanced at her. That's not the only thing, though. He threw us into prison almost immediately. I nearly died while waiting for him to release us. Nicole gasped. He didn't feed you? Barbaric. Oh, we had food. I'd exerted myself too much magically, and he didn't let me do anything to fix it. Ridiculous. Nicole looked at Dimitri. So when do we go? Saturday morning. We're hoping you'll be back that evening or the following morning. Do we know what we'll be expected to do to get to Renforth's world? Austen asked. Dimitri shook his head. Renforth hasn't told Azariah yet. You'll find out as soon as we know something, though. The meeting ended, and Jacob took everyone home. Nicole went straight to the living room, where Lizzie was sitting on the couch, feet tucked under her, giggling on the phone. Nicole sat next to her, glad to see her best friend in such good spirits. She hoped she'd still feel that way when she learned she had to go to Renforth's world. Lizzie ended the call and looked at Nicole expectantly. This can wait, Nicole said. Spill? Who was that? Lizzie giggled. His name is Chet. He's totally awesome. And totally hot too, right? Of course. Lizzie leaned back against the couch, a content smile on her face. Then she glanced at Nicole. How'd it go? I met my first Sheen goal. Lizzie's eyebrows drew together. What's that again? They're magical human-like creatures. They shoot light beams from their eyes. Totally sci-fi. Lizzie tilted her head. You have that look. What look? You're irritated about something. Nicole sighed. She couldn't hide anything from her best friend. Yeah, I am. I couldn't stand him. Him who? Azariah. The Sheen goal. He was a complete jerk. And he singled me out for some reason. I have no idea why. She pulled her legs up underneath herself, turning to face Lizzie. But that's not all. He only wants you, me, and Austen to go with him on this next expedition. Lizzie blanched. Me? Why? Doesn't he know I hardly do magic at all? Nicole shrugged. He didn't seem to think it would matter. And Arian, the queen, says it's because the three of us represent all of the elements. In case Renforth wants a demonstration or something. This isn't good. I'm really not all that magical. Weren't you saying you wanted to practice your abilities? Get better? Well, yeah, but not like this. I need a resume first before I have to go do dangerous and difficult tasks. Nicole smiled at her. I haven't even told you what we'd be doing. You don't need to for me to know it'll be dangerous. All of these things are. She had a point. But sure, tell me where we're going. We have to find Keitus's dead body. And apparently, it's going to be humiliating and embarrassing. And dangerous too, right? I'm not sure about that, actually. Renforth, the guy we'll be talking to, doesn't sound dangerous. Just cranky and rude like Azariah. You really don't like this Azariah guy, do you? Definitely not. Lizzie's phone beeped, and she checked her text messages. Oh, cute. Look what Chet sent me. She showed Nicole a picture of some hearts Chet had drawn on a piece of paper. Nicole laughed at Lizzie's infatuation, then remembered the pictures she herself had taken. She pulled out her phone and navigated to the images of the book from Shanlin, unable to believe she'd forgotten. Once she had them up, she sent them to herself in an email so she could look at them more closely. I really should send these to Jacob, she murmured, looking them over. She couldn't read the writing, and assumed it was the Sheen Goal language Jacob mentioned. Speaking of Jacob, didn't you say he has the ability to see into the past? Nicole nodded, scrolling through the photographs. So, doesn't that mean he'd be able to figure out who our visitor was? Nicole looked up at Lizzie. That's a fantastic idea. You're a genius. Oh, I know. Do you have a way to contact him? No, but Austin does. 20 minutes later, Nicole, Jacob, Austin, and Lizzie were sitting in the girls' living room. Nicole smiled. Austin had insisted on being there when Jacob arrived. Nicole wasn't sure why he was threatened by Jacob, but it was kind of cute. Jacob's eyes went out of focus, and he stared at the wall in front of him. Nicole finished emailing Jacob the images from her phone. Done. She shut her laptop and grabbed Austin's hand. Don't we need to be quiet or something while he's doing this? Lizzie asked. No, Austin said, his thumb rubbing circles on Nicole's hand. He goes into a sort of daze and can't hear us. While waiting, the three of them speculated about the entrance to Renforth's world, and 15 minutes later, Jacob gave a start. Okay, got him. He turned to Lizzie and Nicole. He's short-bald. A little portly. Nicole frowned. How did he get into our apartment? He had a key. The girls' eyes met. Sam? Lizzie said. There's no way he'd lie. Nicole glanced at Jacob. Did you follow him? Find out where he came from? He nodded. He lives in another building in this place. It is Sam, Nicole said. But not him, Lizzie's right. He wouldn't lie to us. You're sure? Austin said. Do we need to have someone follow him around? Nicole's mouth popped open as a thought occurred to her. No, I know what's going on. It was a Croant. He must have taken on Sam's shape. He knew we'd figure out someone had been in our apartment. She looked at Jacob. It's a confirmation that Keitus knows you're working with us. He's covering his tracks. Jacob nodded. Did he find what he was looking for? Nicole asked. No, he left empty-handed. I hope Sam is okay, Lizzie said. I mean, if the Croant went to his apartment. We don't know it was his apartment, Nicole said. I'm going to call him. She pulled out her phone and dialed his number. Sam picked up immediately. What can I do for you, Nicole? Lizzie asked you if you'd been in our apartment last week, right? Yes, and though I'd visited the building, I didn't go inside your place. Did you find anything out? Yeah, we did. Nicole explained to him what they'd learned. She knew Sam wouldn't be confused about monsters and demons from other dimensions. Not after everything that had happened during the summer. He hesitated. Well, I did get a call from my sister that ended up not going anywhere. She said she hadn't been feeling well, but when I got to her place, she was perfectly fine. Couldn't remember having called me. I stopped by your building on the way home. That's when I heard the noise. I had to repair a few leaky sinks in other apartments before going back to my place. Okay, thanks. The monster probably just missed you at your own apartment. We'll let you know when we have more information. Nicole ended the call and looked at the others. Keitus is smooth. He made sure Sam wouldn't be home, then had the Croant move in. He probably didn't expect us to call Sam and tell him about Croants. She bit her lips. But what was he looking for? We don't have any talismans here. We've never had anything magical in our apartment. Aside from your grandfather's book, Austin said. Didn't it follow you here several times? Nicole nodded. Yes, but it wouldn't mean anything to him. I don't think that's what he's after. She sighed. Well, we've got a guard here around the clock. If Keitus tries to have anyone enter our place again, they'll be stopped and we'll find out about it. Chapter 5. Nicole, Lizzie and Austin waited in the castle for Jacob to bring Azariah. Nicole was not looking forward to spending time with the Sheen Ghoul. Too bad it was necessary. Azariah stormed through the doorway ahead of Jacob, and Nicole caught sight of a dark, heavy-stoned interior through the link behind him. Fitting for his personality. Renforth has finally contacted me, Azariah said. We must head to an industrial factory in Kansas. Nicole raised an eyebrow. Kansas? Yes, Azariah said. Are you going deaf? Nicole really had to work hard to ignore him. It helped that Austin grabbed her hand and squeezed. She tried to calm herself down. They hadn't even begun their trip, and already she was fighting with the stupid Sheen Ghoul. Why can't we have Jacob take us to Renforth's planet with his magical key? Lizzie asked. Renforth won't allow it. Azariah said, unfolding a map. Nicole rolled her eyes. No accusations of stupidity this time. It really was Nicole that Azariah didn't like. Once Azariah had pointed out the place where Jacob would be taking them, he turned to the others. Follow my lead. He glanced at their clothing, eyebrow raised. You probably won't want to wear those again after tonight. Nicole had figured as much. They'd all worn grubby clothes for that reason. She hated that they'd be going to see cranky and opinionated people while dressed so poorly. But that was all part of the humiliation game Renforth was apparently playing. Jacob opened a link, revealing a dirt road and a huge smokestack next to an industrial compound. He shut the door once they'd gone through, and Nicole and the others surveyed the place in front of them. She wasn't sure which dimension of Earth they were on, but assumed it was Jacob's since she couldn't feel any magical pulses anywhere, apart from hers, Lizzie's, and Austin's. It made sense for Jacob to take them to his own dimension. Azariah strode across the dirt road, heedless of the trucks passing by. Apparently, the drivers weren't aware of him either. We must already be in the link to Renforth's world, Austin said. Nicole nodded. The three students followed Azariah to the smokestack. He opened a door on it, then gestured for them to enter ahead of him. The smokestack was nothing but a tall, cylindrical brick edifice with a ladder on the inside that led all the way to the top. Up you go, Azariah said. Small holes cut into the cement walls here and there allowed a bit of light inside, enough to see that the place was filthy, greasy, grimy. Nicole groaned when her hand slipped off the first rung. This wasn't going to be fun. Too bad they didn't have leather gloves or something that would grip through the grime better than skin. She started climbing first, followed by Lizzie, Austin, then Azariah. It wasn't long before Nicole's nose started itching from the smell of stale smoke. She refused to touch it for as long as possible, but wasn't able to hold off forever. After about 30 rungs and what looked like an eternity more to go, she gave up and scratched wherever she itched. Her arms and face were especially irritated. No one spoke as they climbed, and when they got to something like the 70th rung, Nicole's arms, hands, and legs were burning. She breathed heavily, refusing to take a break. Azariah didn't need anything else to fuel his complaints about her. At one point, her feet slipped off and she hung from just her hands. She bit her lip, trying not to cry out in pain, and whimpered instead. She finally regained her footing. How was she going to continue? Her hands were blistered so badly they had started bleeding. She could see the dark liquid in the dimness. Nicole glanced down, momentarily blinded when Azariah looked up. She couldn't tell how far they'd gone, it was too dark. Austin grunted. "We nearly there, Nicole?" Nicole glanced toward the top. "I still can't see far enough." "Of course you can't," Azariah said, wheezing. "You're not a Sheen Goal." She was glad to hear he was out of breath too. "How about you use your built-in lighting system, so we can see where the top is?" Azariah grumbled, but directed his gaze to the ceiling. He must have been exhausted not to argue or insult her, and Nicole made an internal note about that. Maybe he was nicer when he was tired. The top was another 50 feet away. "You've got to be kidding me," Lizzie said. "I can't keep going. My entire body won't stop shaking." Nicole looked down and immediately felt a stab of guilt. Lizzie's arms were wrapped around the ladder, and her hands were a bloody mess. Nicole should have gone slower, should have taken breaks. Lizzie was a dancer and wasn't as into the outdoors as she and Austin were. She hadn't had as much time to build up calluses. If it weren't for Nicole wanting to prove to Azariah that she wasn't a wimp, her best friend probably wouldn't be in such bad shape. "Let's take a break," Nicole said. "Great idea." Lizzie rested her face against the rung in front of her. "Do we have any of that healing stuff?" Nicole asked Azariah. "I was wondering when you'd be smart enough to ask." He hung to the ladder with one arm and grabbed a bag from his back with the other. He pulled out a tube and was about to hand up it to Austin when he paused. "There's only one problem." "What?" Nicole snapped. "It won't work unless she sleeps." Drat. He was right. Nicole took a deep breath. "What do you want to do, Lizzie?" "Rest for a bit longer. Then continue." Nicole's stomach churned, thinking about Lizzie's hands, even though hers weren't far behind. "Are you sure?" Lizzie only nodded in response. "Can we use our magic to make it easier?" Austin asked. "Are you even able to sense your powers right now?" Azariah asked. Nicole shook her head. The farther they'd climbed, the more distant her magic had felt. Renforth prohibits the use of magic of any kind to grant access to his world. This is why he wouldn't allow the boy to key to the planet. Nicole knew better than to say anything, but that was the stupidest thing she'd ever heard. Renforth would be very lucky if she didn't punch him when she saw him. Knowing that hanging onto a ladder wasn't exactly resting, Nicole only waited a couple of minutes. When she started climbing again, though, she took a brief break every 10 rungs. Finally, they reached the top. "What now?" Nicole asked, pushing a hand against the cement above. "What is this place, anyway? It's not a legit smokestack." "I never said it was a smokestack." You naively jumped to conclusions. "Only because it's cylindrical, tall, and coated with soot on the inside. What else was I supposed to call it?" "Enough you two," Austin said. Ouch. Nicole hated that her boyfriend was acting more mature than she. But he didn't have a stupid Sheen Goal constantly attacking him. Maybe he'd be arguing too if that were the case. "As I was about to explain," Azariah said, "we now have to jump." Lizzie squeaked. "Jay, jump? Off the ladder?" She whimpered. "Please tell me I didn't hear that correctly." "I'm afraid you heard me perfectly fine." Nicole felt herself start to hyperventilate. "What does jumping do?" "It gets us to Renforth's world." "You're absolutely serious?" Lizzie asked. "You're not joking?" Azariah growled in annoyance. "Do I need to spell it out in your ridiculous language?" Austin grunted. "Well, with this news, my stomach is already somewhere near the bottom. I might as well go find it." Without waiting for a response from anyone, he let go of the ladder and fell backward. Nicole screamed, watching her boyfriend plummet. He disappeared from view. She waited for the resulting thump as he hit the ground, but it never came. "Your boyfriend has a lot of courage," Azariah said. Nicole gasped, trying to breathe through her panic. "If you just sent him to his death, I swear I'll kill you. If I die when I fall, you won't need to." And with that, Azariah followed Austin. "Nicole?" Lizzie whimpered. Nicole felt tears build up in her eyes. Yeah. She couldn't believe Renforth would require this. And why hadn't Azariah warned them ahead of time? "Will you jump with me?" "Oh, Lizzie, of course I will. I don't want to go alone either." It took some shuffling, but Nicole was able to lower herself to Lizzie's position. They put their arms around each other. Nicole could see her fear mirrored in her best friend's eyes, and realized she needed to be brave enough for both of them. "On the count of 3? Lizzie nodded, a squeak escaping her mouth. "We need to push away from the ladder. Don't want to hit it on the way down." Lizzie only moaned in response. 1, 2. Nicole took a breath. 3. The girls pushed off the ladder and were suddenly plummeting downward, the wind streaming through their hair, roaring past Nicole's ears. They clung to each other, screaming. Abruptly, the dark interior disappeared, and Nicole and Lizzie were no longer falling. They stood at one end of a pristine, white-stoned courtyard. Nicole kept her arms around Lizzie when her friend burst into tears. She felt a few of her own leak out as well. She couldn't tell who was shaking more, her or Lizzie. Austin's calm, strong arms surrounded both of them, and the three held each other for several minutes. Nicole felt eyes on them, but she didn't care. The stupid sheen goals could eat their hearts out. She was surprised, though, that Azariah didn't interrupt them. When Lizzie and Nicole were no longer shaking, they pulled away from each other. "Let's get cleaned up and bandaged," Nicole said, glancing at Lizzie's hands. She turned to Azariah. "Can we get some of that stuff now?" A loud throat clearing interrupted them. "His Majesty, King Renforth, prohibits any cleansing or healing of injuries sustained while trying to reach our planet." The speaker was another sheen ghoul. This one had long blonde hair and a pinched face. "That's cruel," Austin said. "Look at their hands." His were probably in bad shape too, but as he'd been raised on a ranch, he was way ahead of the girls. The sheen ghoul wasn't moved. "Follow me." He turned and strode across the pristine courtyard, and Azariah followed. Nicole sighed. "Sorry, Lizzie. We'll get you taken care of as soon as we can." Lizzie sniffed. "I'm okay, I can't really feel them anymore." Nicole put her arm around Lizzie's shoulder. The poor girl. The 3 Arates followed Azariah and the other sheen ghoul into a massive throne room lined with pillars. At the opposite end was a sheen ghoul Nicole assumed was Renforth. He sat with one leg crossed over the other, his dangling foot bouncing impatiently. Come on, he called. The visitors hurried across the room, stopping in front of him. "Well?" Renforth said. "We need Keitus's body," Azariah said. He pointed to Austin. "He can explain why." Austin paled. "No. Not." His mouth hung open for a moment before he snapped it shut. "What's wrong with him?" Renforth asked. "Who knows?" Azariah wasn't even paying attention anymore. He'd stepped to the side of the room, to a body hanging from the wall. It was rotted and disgusting, barely held together by the sinews and tendons. "Is this Keitus?" Renforth got off his throne and joined Azariah. The Arates followed. "Yes. Lovely, isn't he?" "We need his body," Austin said, finding his voice. "He's going to try to get it back. If he does, we'll be in big trouble." "Why?" Austin glanced at Nicole, a panicked expression on his face. She knew it wasn't because he didn't know the answer, but because he absolutely hated being put on the spot in unfamiliar settings like this. "Because of the talismans," Austin said. Renforth cackled. "Those talismans are worthless on this planet." "He doesn't plan to stay here," Austin said. "He needs his body to use the talismans, and when he gets it, he'll be able to wield their power. From what we've heard, the power is great, enough to rival even the great ones. Renforth laughed outright. The great ones? Who are they to me? Nothing but myth and legend. They've never even stepped foot on this planet. Nicole shook her head. If Keitus gets the talismans, he'd definitely have power over your planet too. Renforth stared at her, his eyebrow raised. Who are you? I don't remember giving you permission to speak in my presence. Nicole threw her hands up. Arg? You didn't give Austin permission, and yet you're okay with him talking? Azariah said he'd explain. He didn't say you'd explain. Nicole spun away from him. She was worried that if she looked at him a second longer, she'd smack his stupid face. Which, of course, had been the original plan. But now that they were in Renforth's palace, she realized how dumb that idea was. Regardless, Keitus's body is perfectly safe here. You all experienced how difficult it is to gain access to my world. Keitus is in a weakened state and can't gain strength without a body. His corpse isn't leaving this wall without my permission. Nicole looked back at the wall. Renforth was a little too confident in how secure the body was. We have access to a lot of awesome gadgets, Nicole said. Something about this guy said he'd be impressed with the things she and the other Arates could offer. He shook his head. I have enough for my needs at this time. What about magical items? Austin asked. I can get you nearly anything you want. I want Keitus's body. You've got to be kidding me, Nicole breathed to herself. Attitudes like that, Nicole, definitely won't get you what you want. Nicole was surprised Renforth had heard, but she wasn't in the mood to try to smooth things over anymore. Well, being short-sighted won't get you anywhere. An expression of anger flashed across Renforth's face. You are forward, girl. I don't recommend that here. Normally, such insolence would be enough to grant all of you weeks of dungeon time. His eyes strayed to her hands. And something tells me that much time would be very detrimental to your health. He put his arms behind him, standing tall. But I am in a forgiving mood. Therefore, I shall allow your group to leave without punishment for your impertinence. Nicole ground her teeth but didn't say anything. She remembered what Jacob had said about his first visit to Renforth's place. They really couldn't afford to get stuck on this ridiculous planet for longer than a few minutes. Already, she was aching to get home, and it wasn't only because of her throbbing hands and sore muscles. Renforth sighed loudly. A word of advice. You obviously don't recognize this already, but if Keitus is decided on using the talismans, he won't need to retrieve his corpse. He'll know it's too difficult to steal it from me. And he'll also know that nearly any other body would do. He glanced at Azariah. Have that human boy of yours keep his eye on Keitus. The man won't stop searching until he gets what he wants. How do you know this? Azariah asked. Renforth stared at the sheen goal before responding. I watched Keitus for nearly as long as you did. I know him. And I was already familiar with how the talismans work. He turned away. Now leave. Azariah nodded. Let's go, he said to the Arates. Nicole glanced at Renforth, surprised he'd actually said something helpful. She really hoped he was wrong, but something told her he wasn't. They'd definitely be asking Jacob to keep his eyes on Keitus. Azariah paused, turning back. How do we exit? Same as always. Azariah glared at Renforth. Thank you for your kindness, brother. He stormed from the throne room, with Nicole, Austin, and Lizzie struggling to keep up. He's your brother? Nicole whispered once they'd reached the courtyard. It's an expression. We're related, yes, but not siblings. Wow. He hadn't snapped at her. Not wanting to push her luck, Nicole dropped back until she was even with Austin and Lizzie. So what's the same as always way to exit this planet? Lizzie asked. The way we entered it, Azariah said. You're serious? Austin asked. I'm serious. Lizzie and Nicole glanced at each other. How were they going to force themselves back up the smokestack? When they reached the other side of the courtyard, Azariah stepped into the darkened interior of the smokestack. Nicole didn't remember seeing it here when they'd first arrived. She would have sworn nothing but white stone had been behind them. Nevertheless, the ladder was there, ready for them to climb. "I can't do it again," Lizzie said. "There's no way. I won't even be able to hold on for a split second." Azariah exhaled in frustration. "Come here, girl." Lizzie stepped to him, and he indicated for her to hold her hands out. Once she'd done so, he opened his bag, pulled out the healing stuff, soaked a bunch of rags with it, then wrapped her hands in the soaked rags. He did the same for Austin and Nicole, then had Austin help him with his own bandages. "This should help numb the pain until we reach the top," he said. "When we arrive at the castle in Ekla, you'll need to get home as quickly as possible and sleep. You won't fully heal until that happens." Nicole adjusted the bandages until every section of her hands were covered, then she faced the ladder. "Who wants to go first?" she asked. Her hands still throbbed, but Azariah was right, the pain was numbed a bit. "I'll go," Austin said. He started climbing. Nicole swallowed, watching his arms shake with the effort. If he was struggling, how were she and Lizzie going to make it? Azariah went next, followed by Lizzie, then Nicole. Nicole didn't want Lizzie going last. If her best friend fell too early, she wanted to try to catch her. Austin took breaks after every 5 rungs. At first, it seemed impossible to make it even that far, but after about 15 rungs, Nicole's muscles warmed up again, and it wasn't as difficult. Until the shaking took over. Her fingers cramped up, permanently curved in the shape of the rungs. She couldn't open her hands anymore. Most everything from her head down was numb, and those areas that weren't screamed in agony. She alternated using her leg muscles to push herself up while trying to give her upper body a break, then had her upper body do the work while her lower body relaxed a bit. It was agonizing. Lizzie and Nicole were both crying by the halfway point. Nicole couldn't imagine being in more pain. Not even having her thighs cut open a few months earlier was this awful. Her heart beat so hard in her chest that her ribcage ached. Her lungs were on fire and she couldn't stop coughing. When she tasted blood after a long coughing fit, she knew she was in trouble. Was it really possible to overuse lungs so much that they started bleeding? Finally, they reached the top. This time, Lizzie and Nicole didn't wait for the men to jump. They both let go of the ladder the moment Azariah gave them the go-ahead. Nicole didn't care what happened. Her fear of heights wasn't as strong as her need for relief. The same thing happened as before, except this time, they appeared outside the smokestack, facing the industrial road. Jacob was on the other side, waving at them to come. They lurched across the dusty road, barely able to walk. Even Azariah looked like he was in incredible amounts of pain. "I saw the whole thing," Jacob said. "I'm so sorry, so sorry." He already had the door open with a link to the castle. "We're going to do something unconventional to get you guys healed." Nicole didn't care what happened. The only thing she wanted was morphine or an equivalent, and fast. She definitely wasn't prepared for the unconventional thing, though. Suddenly the room spun, and her ribs and waist were pinched uncomfortably. Then she stood on a spongy surface, staring up at a huge face. A face she recognized. "Akeno?" she asked, then gasped and dropped down when she realized she was standing on his hand. She'd been shrunk. "Yes," he said. "We'll take care of you." He slipped her inside a big metal container, then shut the lid, plunging her into darkness. Exhaustion rolled over Nicole in waves, and she had no choice but to fall asleep. Chapter 6. Nicole woke to blackness. She felt refreshed, healthy, energetic. She groped around, trying to figure out how to turn the lights on. It took a moment for her to remember what had happened. She'd been shrunk. How was that possible? "Nicole's awake." Akino's voice shouted. Nicole immediately clapped her hands over her ears, wincing as they rang at the loudness of his voice. His face was revealed when he pulled the lid off her container. "Oh, oops," he whispered. "Sorry." He sent her a sheepish grin, then held out his hand. "Here, let me put you to rights again." She scrambled to her feet and stepped onto his palm. Nausea hit her when she tried to look at the huge room around her. What on earth is going on? "We healed you in a minya container," Akeno said. "Putting you back to normal is going to pinch a little. Just don't move and you'll be fine." Akeno waited until she was ready, then picked her up around the waist and reached out, setting her down. The wind whooshed in her ears, and suddenly, she was standing near the doors to Dimitri's throne room, right where she'd been when Akeno picked her up earlier. The Makalo was on the other side of the room, and with him were Austin, Dimitri, and Arian. Nicole stepped across the room quickly, looking around. Azariah and Lizzie weren't there. "Where's Lizzie?" "She still hasn't woken up," Austin said. "Apparently, you sleep until all your injuries are healed. Since her hands and body were in worse shape than ours, she'll wake up last." "Azariah's already awake?" Austin nodded. "He woke up first, and is back at his place again." Nicole wondered momentarily where Azariah lived, but found she really didn't want to know. She didn't care if she never saw the Sheen Goal again. "How long have you been awake?" "A couple of hours. I've been grilling Akeno, trying to learn about his magic system." Nicole turned to Akeno. "That was my next question. You can shrink people?" Akeno flushed. "Yeah. And things too." "Pretty cool if you ask me," Austin said. Nicole agreed, but she still couldn't believe it had happened at all. "Okay, tell me from the beginning. What did you do?" "My resend, that's my magic, gives me control over atoms and living things." He acted like that was a good enough explanation. Nicole shook her head. "It's cool. But I still don't get how it works." Akeno shrugged. "I don't either, honestly. I was the first Makalo in hundreds of years who'd been able to do it. Jacob had to take me back in the past to learn from the Makalo who knew the most about our magical abilities." "I love my own magic," Nicole said, "but I definitely appreciate having some of your powers." Akeno grinned. "They're pretty awesome." Nicole sat next to Austin at the table where the minya containers had been set. Only one was still shut, and noticed that the king and queen were deep in discussion. "So what happens now?" "Coolidge came and they all had a meeting," Austin said. "We told them what Renforth said, and Jacob will be watching Keitus closely. But apparently, the only other thing we can do is get the talismans before he finds them. No one wants to sit around and wait to see what Keitus does." "Wait, they had a meeting without us? How? Not enough time has gone by." Austin chuckled. "It's been a full day since we got back from Renforth's planet. We all missed class today." Nicole gasped. "It's Monday? Are you serious?" Austin nodded. "Yeah. I could have gone back today, but I didn't want to leave you guys. Plus, it's been interesting, learning about Akeno and the other creatures here." A smile played at the corners of his mouth. "For example, there's this little creature called a Yun that's about the size of a cat. It has an arm growing out of its back that points out magical barriers and seals. The Yun can break through pretty much any barrier out there." Nicole raised her eyebrows. "Considering I haven't really come across a lot of magical barriers during my life, I'm not sure how useful that ability would be." She tilted her head. "I wonder if it could break into Coolidge's cabinet. You know, the one where my leather journal was locked up for a while." "I'll bet it could," Akeno said. "Where's everyone else?" Nicole asked. "Jacob Coolidge, the fat lady Aldo?" "Jacob is at school," Akeno said. "Mr. Coolidge went back to see if he can get in contact with the guy he knows who owns a talisman, and the fat lady and Aldo are doing their own research here." Nicole was about to ask how Jacob was going to watch Keitus and go to school, until she remembered that the guy could see into the past. He'd be able to catch up on a regular basis. Hopefully, it would be good enough. "How long do you think it'll take Lizzie to wake up?" she asked. Akeno looked at his watch. Well, Azariah woke up about 5 hours ago, then Austin 3 hours after that, then you. I don't know how bad off she was. She could wake up any time, or she might sleep for a few more hours. Who knows? Nicole sighed. Well, since she's comfortable where she is, I won't worry about her. Do you want to go home now? Akeno asked. We could probably ask Jacob to come back from school. No, I don't want to interrupt him. She glanced at Akeno. I'd love to take a look at the castle though, if you're interested in giving us a tour. Akeno brightened. That's a great idea. We'll bring Lizzie's container. The minute she wakes up, I'll enlarge her. You'll love this place. It's absolutely fantastic. He jumped down from his chair, picked up the container where Lizzie slept, and tucked it in his pocket. Will that hurt her? Nicole asked. Akeno shook his head. She's surrounded by stuff that heals and lots of cushioning. She won't even notice it. And it won't delay her waking up? He again shook his head. Nope. Reassured that Lizzie would be fine, Nicole allowed herself to relax and enjoy the tour. The castle was a beautiful structure. Stained glass windows, magnificent marble and stone staircases, huge bedrooms, halls and bathrooms, several ballrooms, and a very modern-looking kitchen. Where do the plumbing and electricity come from? Austin asked. I haven't seen power lines anywhere here. Akeno raised his hand, wiggling his glowing ring finger. Makalos control electricity. It's that whole molecule, etc. thing. We're able to gather and store it, then direct it along channels. If Jacob were here to key us, I'd show you my home back in Taga village. You'd love it. We have all sorts of cool things that only Makalos use. You don't live in the castle? Nicole asked. Akeno shook his head. No, it's too big. I'm used to much humbler surroundings. He startled, then laughed. I think Lizzie is awake now, he said, pulling the container from his pocket. He opened it and helped Lizzie onto his hand, then enlarged her. Nicole was excited to see it happen. Now that she better understood what was going on, she was able to sense his magic as he put Lizzie back the way she was before. While Jacob's powers were like a river, Akeno's came in pops and bursts like static. It was fascinating. After Akeno explained to Lizzie what was going on and what had happened, the Arates and Makalo returned to the throne room to wait for Jacob to come back from school. Great, just great, Coolidge said after the three Arates told him what Renforth had said. His voice sounded small, coming from Austin's phone where it lay on Nicole's kitchen counter. Well, as long as no one can reach the body. It sounds like the only thing we can do is get the talismans before Keitus reaches the rest of them. Nicole agreed with that. So, how are we going to do all this, including school, at the same time? I've been thinking about it, Coolidge said. I believe we're going to need to petition for help from the university again. If we can prove that the searches we'll do can benefit the university, I think they'll be open to helping out. Do you think they'll want to do it? She asked. Coolidge snorted. Nicole, after everything you did for Arates this past summer, I'd be surprised if they didn't let you take a cruise to the Bahamas on their dime. Nicole flushed. No one has ever said anything to me. I didn't even know they knew about it. How could they not? Austin asked. They watch the news too, Coolidge said. The whole visit from the Great Ones was televised to the entire world, as you should remember. Nicole did remember. And she also remembered the role her parents played in that situation. Coolidge's thoughts must have gone that direction too, because he asked her if she'd heard from them recently. Not Tiffany. No, I doubt she'll ever get in contact with me again. But Dad has written once or twice. Lizzie glanced at Nicole. How much time will they have to serve? My mom, at least 10 years, if not more. Dad will probably be in for 5. Well, too bad things had to go that way, Coolidge said. Lizzie chuckled. And I say good riddance. You didn't grow up near them, they weren't the best neighbors. Coolidge laughed. I'd better get going. We'll most likely have a meeting with Professor Smith to discuss any assistance from the university. I need to arrange that. I'm also still trying to get in contact with my friend in Japan. When do you think we'll go get that talisman? Coolidge sighed. I wish I had an answer for that, but hopefully, as soon as I can get in touch with Takashi. I'll let you know when that happens. He was silent for a moment. It's the only talisman I know of. I'm not sure where we'll go to find the others. Well, keep us posted, Nicole said. They ended the call, and Nicole turned to Austin. Do you think the fat lady will have any info on the locations of the other talismans? Austin shrugged. I'm not sure. But from what I've heard, once we find out where the talismans have been in the past, Jacob will be able to watch them move from person to person with his ability. Shouldn't be more than just allowing him time to figure things out. That's really handy, Nicole said. I'd like to know how all that works. I'm sure he'd be willing to show you. Austin said it casually, and Nicole wondered if he was still a little jealous about her interest in the boy, or a teenager. Nicole needed to stop thinking about Jacob like he was a kid. He wasn't. He was at least twice her weight and several inches over 6 feet. Definitely not a kid. Speaking of abilities, Nicole said, we still haven't practiced together. Do you want to work on something now? Austin nodded. Sure. Where do you want to go? Somewhere safe, maybe where wind won't matter. To a park then, Austin suggested. Have fun, Lizzie said. What are you going to do? Nicole asked. Homework. What else? Austin and Nicole chuckled at that, then left the apartment and hopped in Austin's car. They headed to the same park where they'd played ultimate frisbee so long ago. Nicole grabbed Austin's hand and squeezed it. The last time they'd been there, Austin's ex had been too, and he'd been struggling with wanting to get to know Nicole or going back to dating Savannah. Nicole wondered briefly what happened with Savannah, but didn't want to bring her up. Austin parked the car, and they got out and walked through the little thicket of trees to the park. Nicole suddenly felt shy, nervous. This would be the first time she'd help Austin. Usually, it was the other way around, as he was a much more experienced arate. He'd restarted before 15, and she hadn't restarted until the traditional age of 18. Restarting was when the magic that flowed around the arate became available to use. It overloaded the system, requiring the body to restart itself. Most arates passed out briefly. Nicole had puked, then passed out in her puke for 10 minutes. And of course, it had happened in school, in front of tons of people, including her new boyfriend. That relationship had ended really quickly. Austin, on the other hand, had experienced a very graceful restart. He'd been milking a cow on his dad's ranch in Montana when he'd passed out, and he was only unconscious for a split second. He hadn't fallen over or even skipped a beat. He just went right back to milking, not realizing he'd restarted. It wasn't until later, when his dad sensed the change, that they figured out what had happened. Austin turned to Nicole once they reached the center of the grassy field. Okay, I'm ready. What exactly do you want to work on? Nicole asked, trying to hide her nerves. What's the easiest thing to master? It depends on your focus, or at least, your sub-ability. Austin grunted. That's going to make things interesting. Nicole nodded. Austin hadn't needed a focus, something unheard of for arates. His powers had come without anything holding them back. Basically, he'd been able to channel Earth properties immediately without any of the snags Nicole had experienced with wind powers. Let's start with my sub-ability, Nicole said. Stopping sound? Yes. It's my strongest skill. I'll be able to see if you're doing it correctly. Nicole held out her hand and he took it, stepping closer, his gaze boring into hers. His brown eyes had captivated her right away, since that first time in Professor Coolidge's class when he had been called on to do a magic demonstration. Nicole got chills thinking about that day. Austin had been so hot and so powerful. Even Coolidge had been impressed with his abilities. Should I stand closer? Austin asked, a teasing glint in his eyes. Would that help you sense my magic better? Nicole smiled at him. They both knew it wouldn't. She could sense his powers fine from where he was, but she loved that he was flirting. Definitely. The closer you are, the better. Austin put his arms around Nicole's waist, and she put hers around his neck. She shivered, and a smile played at the corners of his mouth. That good? It's perfect. She forced her mind back to their task. Okay, I'm going to talk for a while. Concentrate on the wind as it leaves my lungs and swirls inside my mouth, forming words. Find the point where it escapes through my vocal folds, and command it to stop there. She looked at him. Ready? Yes. Austin's eyes closed and Nicole closed hers as well. She began by reciting the Declaration of Independence. She felt his magic pulse increase and build up, and she felt when he pushed it toward her throat. For a moment, she nearly panicked when the powers tried to stop her sound from escaping. But then the magic swirled away. Nicole opened her eyes. Austin had a frustrated expression on his face, and drops of sweat on his forehead. Let me try again. Nicole nodded. She knew how difficult it was to branch out into other areas of magic. When he indicated that he was ready, she started counting out loud. Once again, Nicole felt when Austin's powers neared her throat, and once again the magic swirled away right when it reached her pathways. This time, however, Austin startled and scowled. Then he pulled her arms from around him and jerked away. Get off me. Great. Austin, it's me, Nicole. Your girlfriend. I think I'd know my girlfriend. And you are not her. If I'm not, why are you here with me? Think back, how did you get here? Austin's face clouded over. He obviously struggled with remembering. Then he glared at her. Don't touch me again. Nicole almost told him he'd regret it if she obeyed that, but she knew better than to provoke him. The poor guy had obviously overdone it. This was one of the hardest parts of being an Arate. When they used their magic too much, the pineal gland, where Arate powers originated, would borrow from other areas of the brain. This always resulted in the Arate temporarily losing one of their senses. When Austin overdid it, he lost the ability to recognize faces. It was always accompanied by a short episode of memory loss, and would take around half an hour for the sense to return. If it returned, there was always the risk that permanent damage would occur. Austin stared at Nicole for a moment longer, then spun and strode back to his car and drove away. Nicole chuckled, shaking her head as she pulled out her phone and asked Lizzie to come get her, then sat on some benches to wait. Austin would feel awful once he realized what had happened, but in the meantime, Nicole didn't want to wait for him to return. It would be at least an hour before that happened. Lizzie laughed when Nicole told her about Austin overdoing it. It's really too bad that happens to him, she said. I'd hate to have a boyfriend who blew hot and cold to such an extreme. We've never really had a problem with it, Nicole said. He so rarely maxes out on his powers. It's like the guy has a limitless supply of magic. Lizzie glanced at her, pulling into their parking structure. He's been practicing long enough, I'm not surprised. She sighed. Someday we'll figure out which sense I lose when I overdo it. Lizzie hadn't ever maxed out on her powers, as she still struggled with channeling. Hopefully, it won't be something dangerous. Lizzie laughed. I think all the senses can be dangerous if lost. The sense of smell isn't as bad in a high-stakes situation. True? Lizzie glanced at Nicole. Unless... Nicole laughed, holding up her hands. There's always an exception. They entered their apartment and tossed their purses on the couch, then started making dinner. Halfway through cooking, Nicole's phone rang. Austin. She answered immediately. Do you remember your girlfriend again? She asked with a smile. I'm so sorry, Nicole. Do you need me to come get you? Nope, Lizzie already did. I figured it would be a while before you turned around. She glanced at her best friend. But if you'd like to make it up to us, you could come over for dinner. And bring dessert. Austin agreed immediately. Any requests? Cheesecake. Lizzie called out, obviously able to hear the conversation. Austin chuckled. As long as my wonderful and amazing girlfriend is fine with that, cheesecake it is. I love everything you make, Nicole said. Great. I'll be there soon. And we'll need a few hours for the cheesecake to set. Austin came as quickly as he could and helped finish cooking dinner. Then he, Nicole, and Lizzie chatted while he made the dessert. They ate dinner and watched a couple of movies while waiting for the cheesecake to set. By the time they were able to enjoy it, it was nearly midnight. Once Professor Coolidge's class had ended the next afternoon, he motioned for Nicole to come to his desk to talk with him and Austin. We have a meeting with the dean of the RA department in half an hour, Coolidge said. I only just got an email from him confirming the time. Otherwise, I would have let you know earlier. He glanced at Nicole. I sent an email to your math teacher asking that you be excused from class today. Nicole nodded. Math was supposed to start in a few minutes. Thanks. They chatted for a while, then the three of them headed to the dean's office. Coolidge knocked on Professor Smith's door, then opened it when the dean invited them in. The moment Nicole stepped through the door, Professor Smith was right there grabbing and shaking her hand. Nicole, we're so grateful for what you did for RAs during the summer. And we're especially grateful you and your professor were thoughtful enough to invite the university to sponsor the expedition. We're sorry we weren't able to help more, but from what we can tell, you used what we provided. Nicole nodded. Unfortunately, a lot of the equipment the university had supplied had been destroyed. Nicole's trust fund had forked over $2.5 million to replace the damaged equipment, and she was grateful she hadn't needed to bat an eye at the amount. Her account was significantly larger than $2 million. The dean invited them to sit down while he perched on the edge of his desk. He spoke mostly to Coolidge, but his gaze continued to flit to Nicole. It was apparent that he wanted her to feel like she was part of the conversation. She appreciated that, though she didn't think it was necessary with such a small group. She'd never been shy about her opinions. I've already discussed it with the other deans, along with the university president, and we're willing to do whatever is necessary to accommodate any requests you may have. Coolidge sent a small, I told you so glance to Nicole before turning his attention back to Professor Smith. We appreciate that. The professor continued. What's going on this time? He had directed the question to Nicole, so she told him about Keitus the talismans and everything that had happened so far. Professor Smith steepled his fingers. We'd be willing to try to convince this Renforth if you think that's necessary. Coolidge and Nicole both shook their heads. I don't think anything the university could say or do would sway him, Austin said, speaking for the first time. He's pretty adamant about keeping Keitus's body. What else can we do for you then? The professor asked. We'll be missing a lot of classes, Nicole said. When we discover the location of any of the talismans, we'll have to drop everything and go find them right away. The dean nodded, an expression of understanding crossing his face. Makes sense. He stood and circled his desk, taking a seat in his chair. If I'm understanding correctly, we'd need to be able to put your schooling on hold at a moment's notice, for potentially several days at a time, right? The three in front of him nodded. Assuming, of course, that you're using your magic while you're gone, do you want the opportunity to earn credits for these trips? I'd hate you to fail your courses while you're doing things that benefit the university. Yes, we definitely will be using our powers, Nicole said. She couldn't imagine a situation where her magic wouldn't be useful. Unless, of course, it was stripped away again. All right then. I think we'd be willing to do this. Is there anything else you need the university to do? As I said, we're very eager to be of assistance. Coolidge leaned forward. Same as last time, allow us to use any equipment we might need. Within reason, of course. Within reason? Professor Smith asked. Well, if the equipment is being used by a class at that time, we do our best to find something else. Would other students be welcome to assist in these expeditions? Professor Smith asked. Coolidge glanced at Nicole and Austin before answering. Honestly, I'm not sure if that would be possible. From what it looks like, we'll be working very closely with Jacob and the people from his planet. Between the three of us here, we represent all the elements, and large groups would most likely complicate things. If we need assistance, I'd rather use people who are as experienced as we are, or who aren't students any longer. Professor Smith nodded. I take it you expect these trips to be dangerous. Yes. Very. We nearly died trying to get my talisman back. The dean was silent for a moment. I know this is a stretch, but I do have one request, if it's at all possible. Anything, Coolidge said. Donate one of the talismans to the university, Professor Smith said. That is, if the owner doesn't mind. How many of them are there? 4 that we know of, Nicole said. Coolidge's is out of reach now, one is in Japan, and we still don't know the locations of the other 2. Surely one of the owners would be willing to part with a talisman? We'll definitely keep it in mind, Professor Coolidge said. We can't make any promises, but we'll do our best. Thank you. The dean got to his feet and shook everyone's hand. And thanks for meeting with me. Please keep me updated on your progress. What now? Nicole asked after they'd left Professor Smith's office. We need to go to Japan, Coolidge said. Today, if possible. I'm starting to worry about Takashi. I only contact him every few years, but it's never taken him this long to get back with me. Do you think Keitus has found him already? Coolidge nodded. I'm beginning to think that's a strong possibility. What do you know about Takashi? Austin asked as they entered the science building and went down the stairs to Coolidge's office. Not a lot. He did work on Hashima Island for several years, though. Hashima Island. Nicole and Austin said it at the same time. Nicole didn't know where that was, but from the expression on her boyfriend's face, he knew and was very excited about it. It's an abandoned island, Austin said. It used to be a coal mining facility. The entire island? Nicole asked. It's not very big, only 10, maybe 15 acres, Coolidge said. While Japan was being industrialized, they needed a lot of coal, Austin explained. Someone discovered that Hashima Island had a ton of it, and they built an entire civilization around the mine. Once the coal disappeared, the people did too. The place hadn't been touched in decades until a few years ago, when the country decided to open it for tours. You need to go look it up, it's pretty creepy. Do you think Takashi might have hidden his talisman there? Nicole asked. It's a strong possibility, Coolidge said. He worked on the island when he took ownership. As most owners don't use their talismans, I'm willing to bet he stashed his. And if he did, Hashima Island would be the perfect place. Nicole nodded. When should we go? If you're worried, the sooner the better. Coolidge glanced at them, taking a seat at his desk. You're both ready to drop everything at a moment's notice? When Austin and Nicole confirmed that they were, Coolidge said, I'll see if I can get tickets tonight. We don't need tickets, Austin said. What do you mean? Coolidge asked. We have Jacob, he can get us there for free. Coolidge chuckled. I'd already forgotten. Thanks for reminding me. He pulled a phone out of his pocket and made a call. Jacob, I need to talk to your parents. Could you arrange for that to happen? Coolidge nodded. Yes, thanks. I appreciate it. He ended the call, tucking away his phone before looking at his students. Go ahead and get ready to head to Japan. I'll let you know what to expect. Nicole and Austin went home in their separate cars, then met up at Nicole's place an hour later. Knowing they wouldn't need to fly meant they could probably get there and back within a day. Nicole was glad she didn't have to pack much. Austin's phone rang right when he got to her apartment. He hung up after a brief conversation. We're heading out now, he said. They want us all, including Lizzie, to go. Awesome. Lizzie said from the couch. Well, awesome, as long as it doesn't end up like our last trip. Let's hope not, Austin said. A few minutes later, Jacob and Coolidge walked through the front door, Jacob with his key in hand. Ready? He asked. He wore dark clothes that matched his dark hair, and his blue eyes were much brighter than usual. He was obviously excited for this trip. Nicole couldn't blame him. They were going to Japan. We're ready, she said. Off we go then. Jacob put the key in the lock, said, to Takashi's apartment, and opened the door. Nicole and Lizzie looked at each other excitedly. Neither of them had ever been to Japan, and Nicole couldn't wait. She knew it wasn't going to be a fun trip per se, but still, it would be authentic. She loved the Japanese culture. The moment everyone stepped through the link, they were hit with an overwhelming stench of decay. Nicole pulled her shirt up over her nose, surveying the complete wreck before her. Coolidge and Austin rushed into the living area of the Japanese apartment. Oh no! Coolidge cried out, dropping to his knees near her body. It's Takashi. Nicole stopped where she was. She'd seen enough death to last her an eternity. She didn't need yet one more incident, forever imprinted on her brain. The poor man, she said. Can you tell how he died? If I had to guess, I'd say a croat was here, Coolidge said. There are several bite marks on his neck. He's probably been dead a couple of weeks, if not more. Why hasn't he been found? Lizzie asked. He wasn't married. His wife passed away years and years ago. But he had kids. Where are they? No one had an answer for that. Do you think the croat found the talisman? Nicole asked. Everyone turned to Jacob. He put up his hands. I'm fine with figuring it out, but there's no way I'll be able to concentrate here. Take us back to my place, Coolidge said. While you're seeing what happened, I'll find another Japanese contact. We'll also need to report Takashi's death to the authorities. It'll have to be an anonymous tip, Austin said. And we'll want to wait until we're sure we don't need anything in the apartment. Coolidge thought that over for a moment. Yes, you're right. Why can't we tell them it was us who found him? Lizzie asked. We need to be quick about this, Coolidge said. And they'd bring us in for questioning. They'd probably have to find translators, the U.S. Embassy would get involved. We don't exactly have proof of arrival and departure, and we'd be stuck for days as they sort things out. Nicole nodded, though she felt bad about the situation. Poor Takashi. Jacob took them to Coolidge's house, sat on the couch, and his eyes glazed over. Coolidge excused himself, Austin trailing him, and Nicole and Lizzie sat on the other couch. Where's Hala? Lizzie asked. Nicole glanced around and shrugged. She didn't know. It took 20 minutes for Jacob and Coolidge to finish their projects, and they ended at about the same time. Jacob shook his head when Coolidge asked what had happened. It was awful, but he put up a good fight. I wouldn't expect anything else, Coolidge said. The croat left empty-handed, Jacob said, even though he was very thorough in his search. I imagine he wasn't happy about that, Coolidge said. Did he touch Takashi's safe? Jacob looked confused. I didn't see one. Takashi had a safe where he kept important documents. It looked like a flat wooden box made in the shape of an apple, about the size of a manila envelope, bright red. He found it in Russia, was one of his favorite possessions. I saw that. No, the croat didn't bother it. He moved it around while searching though. He wouldn't have been able to open it, Coolidge said. Only a silver can do that. We need to get it. If Takashi had any record of his talisman, it would be in his safe. I'll go, Jacob said. He jumped up from the couch and opened a link to the apartment again. While waiting, Nicole turned to Coolidge. Did you find someone to help out? He nodded. Yes. She's not an arate, but I do trust her, and she speaks English and Japanese fluently. Will she keep things confidential? Austin asked. Definitely. Jacob returned then, holding the apple. He handed it to Coolidge, then sat on the couch again. Everyone watched Coolidge with interest. Nicole sensed Coolidge pulling power to himself. All Arate safes work in different ways, Coolidge said. The trick is figuring out which element was used to seal it. That's the element I'll need to open it again. He closed his eyes, holding the apple in his hands, flipping it over and over. Nicole sensed the pressure in the air around them increase. He was using wind power first. The safe didn't open. Nicole watched as dirt from a potted plant left the pot and spread itself across the safe. Again, nothing happened. Then the humidity in the air increased exponentially. With a pop and a hiss, the apple opened, revealing a large stack of documents inside. Coolidge separated the papers into several stacks, then handed them out. It'll be written in English. How do you know? One of the talisman owner's rules. A common language that the majority of Arates speak has to be used when recording the location of the item. As I explained earlier to Nicole and Austin, no one knows where all the talismans are, but the owners are required to keep a written log of the location of their specific talisman. The documentation they were looking for ended up being in Austin's pile. He started reading it, then looked at Coolidge. It's on Hashima Island, as you suspected. Coolidge nodded. I'm sure Jury, our translator, will be able to help us with this. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Jury? Yes. Hashima Island. We'll be there in a couple of minutes. He ended the call, then held his phone out to Jacob, pointing to a spot on a map. Take us here. Chapter 7. A traditional Japanese apartment greeted Nicole and the others when they stepped through the link, along with a Japanese woman who looked to be in her mid-30s. Though she could have been older or younger, she had that beautiful, ageless quality Nicole saw in a lot of Japanese people. It was one of the things she envied about their genes, their ability to stay youthful-looking forever. Jury gave a slight bow to each of her visitors before turning to Coolidge. We'll need a private way to the island. They don't allow people on most of the property, and they watch the tour groups closely. They're quite strict. Coolidge glanced at Jacob. That shouldn't be a problem. I'll start searching for a door now, Jacob said. Knowing where we'll end up will help us find Takashi's place a lot faster. He hesitated a moment, then knelt on a cushion in front of a table and started time-seeing. Jury continued updating Coolidge's group on the island's current situation. The whole place was crumbling and dangerous, which was why the government didn't just allow people to walk all over it. Once she finished, she handed out Japanese candies and invited everyone to sit on the plush L-shaped couch. Nicole took the opportunity to glance at their surroundings. The well-organized apartment was small and clean. The flooring looked like bamboo, and one entire wall was covered in windows, letting in the early morning light. The kitchen was on that end of the apartment, and a couple of doors led to what she guessed would be a bathroom and bedroom. 20 minutes later, Jacob still hadn't stopped time-seeing. Should we be concerned? Austin asked. Coolidge shrugged. I'm honestly not sure. Jury handed out more Japanese candies. Finally, Jacob returned. I couldn't find anything. All the doors are either broken, blocked, or removed. I need a door that's fully functional in order to use the key. So, what now? Nicole asked. Coolidge frowned, turning to Jury. What do you suggest? If we can't get on the island that way, she said, we'll need to hire a boat and try sneaking. Do you know anyone who'd be able to help us? She hesitated, then nodded. Yes, for a price. Coolidge relaxed. If it's money we need, we've got that. He glanced at Nicole. Definitely, Nicole said. Don't worry about it. Okay, I'll call him. Jury pulled out her phone and held a brief conversation in rapid-fire Japanese. Nicole couldn't help but be in awe that someone could speak something so complicated so quickly. It was amazing. We have to hurry, Jury said. He's working as a boat driver for the tours, and his first shift will start in 3 hours. As it takes an hour to reach the island, That doesn't give us much time. Oh, and we must give him half the money up front. She looked at Nicole. I can show you to a bank. Nicole nodded, grateful yet again that she had access to large sums of money. It made everything so much easier. 20 minutes later, Juri the Arates and Jacob were at the boat harbor, watching as a Japanese man pulled his boat up to the dock. He and Juri bowed to each other, then Juri handed him a fat envelope, which he slid into his jacket pocket. The man turned a large smile to Coolidge and the rest. Welcome. Please come on boat. Lizzie clenched Nicole's hand as they walked up the gangway. I hate water. Have I ever told you that? She said. Nicole tilted her head. No, you haven't. I thought you loved boating. Okay, I hate the ocean. Fathomless, unreachable depths. Sharks. Jellyfish. Nicole patted Lizzie's arm as they settled in near the front of the large boat. No worries. We have Arates here who can help if anything happens. Soon a brisk breeze made conversation difficult, and Nicole turned to watch as the island slowly approached. She got chills looking at it. The thing was creepy. Deteriorating buildings covered it, with huge weeds growing through the stones. It looked like an ancient war zone. The man gave a memorized spiel about coal mining and how busy the island had been for many years, until the mine was depleted and abandoned. He suddenly got serious, turning to the group. Some of you must stay on boat. Rest go on island. Coolidge glanced at the others. Lizzie and Juri, I hate doing this to you, but I'm going to have you be the ones who stay. Austin, Nicole, Jacob and I will go. Lizzie blinked, her eyes straying from the island to him. What did you say? He repeated his request. MK. Nicole was surprised. She figured Lizzie would have done anything to get off the boat. Maybe she was really creeped out by the island. Nicole definitely was. The man directed the boat away from the place where the other tours were landing. He pulled up alongside a tall stone wall, with a ladder built into the side. Great, Nicole muttered. Another ladder. Austin took her hand and gently squeezed it. I'll be right behind you. Nicole sighed, then hoisted herself onto the ladder and started climbing. This one was only about 20 rungs high though, and soon she could see the crumbling walls of the nearest building. She pulled herself the rest of the way up, staying low in case anyone was there, and waited until the others had also climbed. The boat drifted away, and the man continued as if he were still giving a tour. Where to from here? Nicole asked Coolidge. He pulled a folded sheet of paper from his pocket. According to the directory, Takashi's old apartment was near the center of the island. Naturally, Nicole said. Why couldn't the apartment be in the nearest building? She was starting to feel weird about being there, and it had nothing to do with laws and rules governing the tours. Even though the sun was bright, the buildings had a dark feeling around them. The weathered stone was washed out in some places and dark in others, the glassless windows gaping. Planks and broken boards littered the ground around the edifices, and random industrial junk was everywhere: tubes, cracked concrete boxes, mossy chunks of cement. Some of the buildings looked like they'd been painted at one point, and that paint had mostly flaked off and fluttered to the tall grass that grew in clumps. Does anyone else feel that? Austin asked. Coolidge nodded, a grim expression on his face. Arates are here. Nicole felt the blood drain from her face. How many? Do you think they're here for the talisman? Coolidge shrugged. Maybe. I can feel around 20. We'll have to be careful. Nicole felt stupid for asking it, but needed to know. I thought all Arates were pretty much on the same side. Am I naive for thinking they would be willing to help? Coolidge glanced at her. It's true that renegade Arates are very rare. We usually stick together, something about there being so few of us. But I don't expect that to happen here. Following the instructions on Coolidge's paper, they started forward, walking between the decaying buildings. They'd gone maybe 40 paces before Nicole finally felt the pulses Coolidge and Austin had sensed earlier. She was frustrated that she still didn't have as much reach as they did. The pulses all centered around one place, the middle of the island. "I'm going to guess they're here for the talisman," Nicole whispered. "But how?" Austin whispered back. "We're the only ones who know where it is." Nicole shrugged, noticing that Coolidge looked as mystified. After 5 more minutes of walking, they reached the building where Takashi had lived. "How far up?" Nicole asked, looking at the disintegrating edifice. "8th floor." It had to be. The only staircase was falling apart so badly, Nicole wasn't sure it would hold their weight. But she didn't see any other options. "We should have brought a Kano," she whispered to Jacob. "He could have shrunk us and put us on the right floor." Jacob gave her a small smile. "I thought about that too, but we would have needed a Makalo up there to enlarge us. I don't think we'd be able to find the talisman without being regular-sized." Going quietly on the staircase was impossible. The crumbling debris and falling rocks echoed loudly. Several times, Nicole or one of the others slid on loose gravel. And of course, the railing for the stairs had long since disappeared. They'd reached the 6th floor when Austin paused, looking at Coolidge. "They're all fire arates," he said. Coolidge nodded. "I know. I wonder why. Maybe whoever sent them only trusts fire." Coolidge didn't respond to Austin's comment for a moment. Then he said, "Our plan is to continue on as normal. We don't know that they're a threat right now. Let's not assume they are until we assess the situation." Finally, they got to the 8th floor. Nicole started counting the different sources of magic. Coolidge was right, there were about 20 of them all in one place. Why? She'd only ever met 2 fire arates and had seen maybe 30 at Keitus University. But what were they doing out here, away from a place where all hair colors congregated? Coolidge led them along a narrow hallway. They had to hug the left wall, the right one had completely disintegrated. Nicole didn't want to look down. 8 stories felt impossibly high. They had just reached the apartment when they saw their first fire arate, a man with a shaggy beard and dirty clothes. His eyes were glazed over, and he had a crazed look about him. "More arates," he said, stumbling toward them. He barked a laugh. "Maybe you'll have better luck." He gave them a conspiratorial look and loudly whispered, "Stay away from them other arates, they's not nice." Nicole and the others looked at each other, then entered Takashi's old apartment. The place was fairly bare, apart from debris from the ceiling and walls. Takashi had cleared it out effectively. "Watch out," Jacob whispered. "They've seen us, and judging by their emotion colors, they're not happy." Even with his warning, the first attack caught Nicole off guard. A fireball exploded in the front room of the apartment. Nicole jumped to the side, feeling her arm and face searing from the heat. "Take cover," Coolidge shouted. She felt more magical pulses being gathered. She couldn't tell if they were her groups or the other arates. Instead of analyzing the situation, she dropped to her knees, hugging the wall again, looking for a place to protect her from the burning heat. Thank goodness there wasn't any wood in the room. And too bad fire arates didn't need anything other than magic to create fire. Nicole gathered her own powers, but didn't know what to do with them. She couldn't control water yet, and the last thing the apartment needed was more air. What could she do? Another fireball blasted into the room, smaller than the first but just as hot. It barreled toward Nicole. She scrambled backwards, trying to get out of the way, but there was nothing to hide behind. Suddenly, an opaque barrier, like a shield, sprang up between Nicole and the fire. She jumped up, looking around until she saw Jacob holding his hands in front of him, controlling the shield. "Thanks," she called over the sound of the flames. Jacob didn't respond, and Nicole immediately understood why. He was controlling several shields. An idea suddenly popped into Nicole's head. She didn't need to increase the air, she'd decrease it. Yes, that would be dangerous for everyone, but if the fire arates didn't have oxygen, they wouldn't be able to attack. Nicole's magic was already there, waiting. She sent it into the room, telling it to pull the oxygen away from the Arates who were attacking. It worked. The fires died, and the Arates fell unconscious. Nicole rushed to Austin's side. He dropped to the floor, half his body covered in ugly blisters, most of his clothing burned away. He rolled over, groaning, his hands hovering over his arms where the most severe parts of his burns were. Oh no, Nicole muttered, wanting to gather him up and hold him, but knowing that would greatly increase his pain. Coolidge was in a worse state, and unconscious from his injuries. Nicole and Jacob were the only ones who were mostly uninjured. She looked at Jacob, wringing her hands. What now? He shook his head. He looked exhausted. There are more Arates coming. They must have scattered when the fireballs started going off. I can't go on much longer. He motioned to Austin and Coolidge. We have to get them out. How? He looked to the back of the apartment, where the Arates had come from. Help me put a door together. I'll key them to Aquinos. Nicole nodded. But we can't stay there. Lizzie and Jury are waiting, and finding them later will be nearly impossible. Especially since they didn't have phone service on the boat. Even if you time-saw their location, that wouldn't help us get on the boat. Good point. Jacob was already lifting the door from where it had rested for many, many years. Look around and see if you can find something to hold the hinges together. Nicole found a ballpoint pen and took the ink chamber out of the casing. It wasn't very sturdy, but it should last long enough. Jacob had found one of the original pins. They hung the door, putting the ink chamber and pin in the appropriate slots. Then Jacob closed it, reopening it as a link to what Nicole assumed was the Macalo village. Once the door was open, Nicole and Jacob lugged Coolidge through, Nicole at the man's ankles, and Jacob carrying his upper body. Hurry, Jacob huffed. They'll be here soon. And the other Arates are waking, Nicole said, carefully lowering Coolidge to the inside of the small dwelling. I can feel their magical pulses getting stronger. They're behind the door, we'll worry about them later. Jacob dashed and grabbed Austin under the armpits. Nicole joined him, shaking her head. They're Arates. They'll destroy the door. Jacob blanched. Good point. They carried Austin toward the link, where their actions had caught the attention of several Macalos. Already, the creatures were rushing to help. As soon as Austin and Coolidge were safely in the Macalo village, Jacob and Nicole closed the link. Back to the boat, Jacob whispered. Nicole nodded. They sneaked out of the apartment as the Arates behind them started waking, and the Arates below reached the 8th floor. They hid in the neighboring apartment until all the Arates had rushed into Takashi's place. Then they dashed out and scrambled down the stairs. They were nearly to the 1st floor when their escape was discovered. The Arates shouted, searching for them. Nicole couldn't help but wonder why. The talisman hadn't even been touched. Nicole and Jacob raced the rest of the way down the stairs and flat out ran through the buildings, trying not to trip over debris as they hurried back to where the boat had dropped them off. Without hesitating, Jacob jumped over the ledge and into the ocean. Nicole paused for a moment, then jumped too. Better to be safe, even though it didn't seem like the Arates had followed them. Ice-cold water immediately threatened to slam Nicole into the side of the stone wall. As it drew her near, she reached out and grabbed a rung of the ladder, then pulled herself up several rungs, gasping for breath. Jacob also grabbed hold, and Nicole climbed up a little higher so the teenager could get to the point where the water wasn't constantly slamming into him. After only a couple of minutes, the boat came into view, and Nicole and Jacob motioned it over. Lizzie stared at them as they boarded, her eyes glazed over. She blinked multiple times until she was able to focus on Nicole and Jacob and asked where Coolidge and Austin were. Nicole shook her head. Not good back on Eclaron. We were attacked by fire Arates. Lizzie gasped, her hand covering her mouth. You're serious? Wow. Are they going to be okay? Jacob nodded, squeezing water from his shirt. Yes. So you probably didn't get. Jury glanced at the boat driver, then continued in a whisper. What you were looking for. Jacob and Nicole shook their heads. Nicole turned to Lizzie. How are you feeling? Lizzie shrugged, her eyes going to the island, and the dazed expression crossed her face again. Nauseated. Nicole sat next to her. From the water? Lizzie looked at her friend. I don't know. I just feel weird. What do you mean? Lizzie blinked, her eyes clearing as the boat pulled farther away from the island. I feel, and you're going to say I'm crazy, but I feel something there tugging at me. It's like it recognizes my magic and is asking me to come. Nicole's eyes widened. We'll talk about it later. She sent a glance toward their boat driver, who probably could hear everything they were saying. Once they'd reached the harbor and left the driver, with Yuri paying him the rest of the money, Jacob keyed them back to Yuri's apartment. She invited them to clean up, while she put together a quick lunch for everyone. After some discussion and checking on Austin and Coolidge, Nicole and the others decided to stay in Japan and try to get the talisman again. With how much attention it was creating, they couldn't afford to wait to steal it once Coolidge and Austin had healed. Nicole glanced at Jacob while they were eating. Did the fat lady or Aldo mention the Arates who would most likely be able to operate each talisman? Jacob shook his head. Not that I know of. I wasn't there for all of the discussions though. Why? Nicole had Lizzie tell Jacob what was going on, then she asked, what if the talismans were created for specific Arates? I mean, what if this one is for fire Arates? Jacob nodded. It would explain why there are so many Arates. Nicole also nodded. But what do we do with this information? Why is the talisman calling fire Arates? And why haven't any of them taken it yet? I think it wants me, Lizzie said. She hesitated, glancing at Nicole. That's crazy though. Nicole shook her head. After the elixir that only called to me, nothing is crazy, girl. She paused to think. Are you sure about those feelings? What if it's calling all fire Arates, making them all feel special? Lizzie shook her head. I really don't know. It's worth a try, isn't it? I feel like it's begging me to come get it, protect it. I don't want to offend you, Lizzie, Jacob said, but judging by how the others acted, I'd be willing to bet it's doing the same to them. Some of them looked completely crazy trying to find the talisman. I wonder how long they've been hanging around it. I'd guess since Takashi died, Nicole said. Wouldn't it make sense? Takashi has been dead for a few weeks, and that first Arate had at least that much growth of facial hair. So the talisman probably started calling for a new owner as soon as its current one died. She looked at Lizzie, and then Jacob. We really need to get it before anything more happens. She turned to Yuri. Do you know anyone else who can get us back to the island? Yuri thought for a moment. No, but I can probably find someone. It might take a while. That's fine. Nicole glanced at Jacob as they finished eating. Let's go check on Austin and Coolidge. Their trip was quick. Akano updated them on Coolidge and Austin's status, happily reporting that they both would heal without a problem. Nicole breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks for keeping your eye on them. We'll be back as soon as possible. Nicole, Jacob, and Lizzie returned to Yuri's apartment and snoozed on her couch while they waited. It was super late in the evening when Yuri finally found someone, and of course this man charged a lot more than the first driver had. The water was incredibly choppy this time. Even Nicole got nauseated from the constant tugs and jerks of the craft. By the time they reached Hashima, they were all wet and cold. Nicole pulled her hoodie closer around her, wishing she'd worn something warmer and glad she'd left her phone at Yuri's place. The driver killed the motor and allowed the boat to drift to a new section of wall. Jacob and Yuri grabbed the ladder rungs to help hold the boat in place, allowing Nicole and Lizzie to climb up first. Nicole was surprised when she looked back down and saw Yuri following, but realized the woman didn't feel safe waiting with the driver. Nicole didn't blame her. Once everyone was safely away from the edge of the wall, they turned to inspect the buildings of Hashima Island. Clouds mostly obscured the moon, and Nicole struggled to see anything in the resulting inkiness. They'd landed on a different part of the island, and there wasn't any electricity that Nicole knew of. She had no idea where Takashi's apartment was. Juri crept forward first. Nicole was fine with that. The woman had most likely been there before. They hadn't gone far when Nicole sensed several magical pulses coming toward them. Juri? She and Jacob hissed at the same time. He must have seen the emotions approaching. The four backtracked, then rushed around a couple of corners and down an alleyway, trying to keep some separation between them and the fire arates. Nicole took the lead now, jogging as quickly as she could. She ducked inside a building and crouched below a window, then turned to her friends. "They can sense our magical prints," she whispered. "We'll never get to the talisman if they know we're coming." Jacob nodded. "I can try shielding us, form a bubble." "Would that keep them from detecting us?" He shook his head. "I'm not sure, but it's worth trying, since it blocks physical attacks. Here, let's test it." He created a nearly translucent shield, then stepped next to Lizzie. Nicole could still see the two, but the air was hazy, and Lizzie's magical pulse was dampened considerably. "Well?" Jacob whispered. "It doesn't remove her print all the way, but it's much better than nothing." "We'll need to stay as far away from the others as possible then," Jacob said. He expanded the bubble until it covered Nicole and Juri as well, then glanced at Nicole. "I'll lead, if that's all right. I can see all the emotions on the island." Nicole reached out and touched the feathery soft surface of the shield. It was barely tangible and nearly invisible. "I didn't realize your range was that big." Jacob nodded. "Let's go." He stepped out of the building. As they walked, Nicole realized her ability to sense the other arates was hampered quite a bit by his shield. It was a good thing he was leading. Juri whispered to him in hushed tones as she helped him figure out where to go. They walked through several buildings and went down a few streets, heading toward the center of the island again. This time, Nicole was able to pay better attention to their surroundings. She imagined the place had once been a pleasant, bustling hub. With so many apartment buildings, it must have housed a lot of people. Many of them had left belongings behind, and even though she knew people had moved away gradually, as the available work had diminished, it still felt like the area had been abandoned in a hurry. They finally approached the right place. Jacob had everyone stop and duck several times behind broken walls. Several fire arates wandered aimlessly throughout the courtyard outside Takashi's building. Rather than go through the front doors, Jacob led them into a neighboring building. He put a finger to his lips, then had Juri find a hiding place. The arates wouldn't sense her presence, and sneaking around with 4 people was getting hard. 3 would be difficult enough. Once they reached the side entrance to the neighboring building, he motioned for Nicole and Lizzie to come closer. "I'll go first," he breathed. "Count to 10 before following and be watchful. Is it possible to turn off your magical pulse?" Nicole hesitated. "I can push my powers away, but I don't know how much that would do." If only they had the blockers from several months earlier that completely dampened her pulse. She really hadn't expected to need those again, though. Jacob hesitated. Just do what you can. We can't stick together anymore, though." Nicole agreed. "Go ahead, we'll follow." Jacob turned and looked before dashing across the small alleyway between the buildings. He climbed 3 steps to the doorway and disappeared from sight. After waiting the full 10 seconds, Nicole ducked into the alley next, pushing her powers as far away as she could. Her heart beat in her ribs so hard it made her throat hurt. She headed up the stairs, but stumbled when a loose one shifted under her foot. She slipped, falling backwards, and slammed her hand to the crumbling pavement in an attempt to stop her fall. It didn't work, and her butt landed roughly on the hard ground. A groan of pain escaped before she could stop it. "Who's there?" A man called from the courtyard. "Crap, crap, crap." Nicole got to her feet, sensing 2 arates approaching. She dusted her hands on her jeans. "No one," she said, cursing her clumsiness as the men neared. One had a gun in his hands, and the other's pulse was strong enough that he could obviously defend himself without a weapon. The one with the gun motioned to Nicole. "Haven't I seen you here today?" He stared at her hard, his eyes moving to her hair. "Yes. I'm here with my friend." Nicole glanced toward Lizzie. She felt something on the island calling to her. "We're trying to figure out what it is." She hoped her straightforward answer would keep them from asking more questions. The man lowered the gun, looking toward Lizzie as she stepped out of the building and came to stand next to Nicole. He stared at her hair for a moment before nodding. "It's calling to all fire arates, but no one has been able to find it. We only know it's somewhere in there." He pointed the gun toward Takashi's building. "Clint, don't tell them nothing," the more powerful arate said. "It doesn't matter what I tell them. She figured it out on her own," Clint said, motioning to Lizzie. "Let's take them to Nelson." The other arate grumbled. "Nelson don't need to see them. Anyways, the last several he saw disappeared." "All newcomers see Nelson," Clint said. "Stu, I'll even let him think you found them." Stu grinned. "That's kind o' you." Stu grabbed Lizzie's arm, yanking her toward the courtyard, and Clint grabbed Nicole's. His fingers dug sharply into her flesh. She did her best to pretend it wasn't bothering her, not sure how else to react. Calling out for help would let the men know there were more in their group. She definitely wasn't going to do that. Clint dragged them into Takashi's building and through the front doors, then marched them up the stairs to the second floor, pushing Nicole to her knees in front of an open apartment lit with several hanging propane lanterns. A man standing over a table glanced up. "What's this?" he asked with a thick Australian accent. Clint strode into the apartment, keeping the girls in his line of sight and the gun trained on them. "Newcomers to see you. One's a fire. The other's water." Nicole bristled. She was not a water arate. Couldn't he see her super blonde hair? "What are they doing here?" Nelson put his arms behind his back and stepped over. "Same as everyone else." Nelson nodded. He walked around Nicole and Lizzie, then paused in front of Nicole. A flash of metal caught her attention, and a knife was suddenly at her throat. She cringed, expecting him to slice her neck, but instead, he used the flat side of the blade to pull her chin upward. "So young," he murmured. His eyes roamed over her face, hair, body. Nicole felt a cold sweat rush over her when she noticed that Nelson's hair was nearly gray, only a little red was visible. He was more powerful than she. He stepped to Lizzie, gently stroking the knife down the side of her face. She jerked away, and he chuckled. "College, I guess," he asked. Neither girl responded, and he stepped back to the table. "Out!" he barked at Clint and two arates who stood against the wall on the other side of the table. It wasn't until then that Nicole noticed Stu hadn't stuck around. Where'd he go? The three men left the room, and Nelson looked down a hallway. "You two," he said. A woman stepped into view, glared at him, and strode past Nicole and Lizzie without looking back. Nelson motioned for the girls to approach the table. They glanced at each other, then did so. "The thing we're searching for is somewhere in this building," he said. He looked at them. "I'll make you the same promise I've made everyone else. You find it, give it to me, and I'll make you rich." "How do you know it's worth anything?" Nicole said with her eyebrow raised. "And define rich." She didn't know a lot about Australia's economy, but if it was similar to America's, which she thought it was, rich could mean a lot of things. Nelson laughed. He stepped behind Nicole, his hands hovering over her arms for a moment before he lightly made contact. His voice was right next to her ear when he whispered. "Anything you can imagine," he breathed. "I have it all." Nicole tried not to cringe. "I have what I need." "What about your friend here?" Nelson turned to Lizzie, tugging on one of her curls, then letting his hand rest against her neck briefly before glancing at Nicole. "She can speak for herself," Nicole said. "She's the reason we're here." "Yes, she is, isn't she?" Nelson turned to the table, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He pointed to a handmade map tacked to the surface. "Here's the building. As you can see, We've explored every inch of it, but no one has found anything." "How do you know it's here?" Nicole asked. He glanced at Lizzie. "Ask her." "It calls you," he said to her. "Doesn't it?" Lizzie nodded. "Yes." "Well, let's find out where it takes you." Nelson suddenly grabbed Lizzie by the arm. "Lead the way." "You can come too," he tossed over his shoulder to Nicole. Lizzie looked at Nicole, an expression of terror on her face. She was probably remembering what Clint's friend had said earlier about people going missing. "What if I can't find it?" "We'll discuss that later." Nelson let go of Lizzie and picked up 2 lanterns at the door, carrying both of them. Then he motioned for Lizzie to go first. Lizzie walked out of the apartment building, leading them back to the staircase. No other arates were on this floor. Nelson kept this place squarely under his thumb. They started up the stairs. A few fire arates waited on the 3rd floor and trailed them. Nelson handed one of the lanterns to a woman they met near the 4th floor. The farther they went, the more arates followed until there were 15 or more behind Nicole. She felt their gazes boring into her. How were she and Lizzie going to get out of this place? And why hadn't Keitus come yet? Nicole bit her lip. He was probably working on getting the other talismans first. It had been at least 2 weeks since he'd taken Coolidge's. The higher they went, the slower they climbed as they reached the sections of stair that were most deteriorated, forcing Lizzie to pick her way carefully. Nicole watched in surprise as Lizzie reached the 8th floor and turned toward Takashi's apartment. The girl was right, the talisman really was calling for her. Lizzie hesitated near Takashi's door, and Nicole saw why. There were 5 or 6 arates waiting inside. "Move," Nelson commanded. They obeyed. Nicole wondered what had happened, that this man could gain control in the few weeks since Takashi had passed away. Lizzie stepped into the small kitchenette and knelt in front of the cabinet underneath the sink. One of the women in the group snorted. "We've searched there before." Nelson hushed her, his eyes not leaving Lizzie. Lizzie put her hand on the cabinet and closed her eyes. "It's here. I can sense it." "That's what everyone says," Nelson said. A sudden and brief pulse streamed through the cabinet, hitting Nicole squarely in the chest. She gasped. She could sense the talisman too. "What?" Nelson asked her. Nicole shook her head. I. She wasn't sure what to say. If she told Nelson she could also feel the talisman, he might not believe her. He might think she was trying to trick him. Nelson looked at Lizzie again. "So get it." Lizzie's mouth popped open, then closed. "I'm not sure how." She looked at the cabinet. Nicole knelt beside Lizzie, putting her hand next to her friend's on the cabinet. "We need a screwdriver," she said. Nelson stared at her for several moments. Then he looked at the nearest arate, the man with the crazy beard from Nicole's first visit to the island. "Get the toolbox," he barked. The man nodded and pushed through the crowd, leaving the apartment. No one said anything while waiting. The silence was thick. The room stank like onion breath and body odor. Nicole wasn't surprised. These arates hadn't showered in who knew how long. Probably weeks. Finally, the guy came back. He pushed through again, dropping the box next to Nicole. She opened the toolbox and pulled out a Phillips screwdriver. She turned back to the cabinet and started unscrewing the hinges. What was she doing? She had no idea. Probably getting them killed. At first the screws didn't budge. Nicole twisted harder, praying the old metal wouldn't strip. Soon though it turned, and she was able to remove all the screws. She pulled the cabinet door off, setting it aside before starting on the other screws holding the hinges in place. "What are you doing?" Lizzie whispered. Nicole didn't respond. She didn't have an answer to that. It just felt right. After she'd removed the hinges completely, she started on the sides and floor of the cabinet, working on loosening the glue and nails that held them in place. The more she took the cabinet apart, the more the arates behind her grew restless, eager. "It's getting stronger," a woman said. "She's getting closer." The Arates pressed in behind Nicole and Lizzie. Even Nelson hovered above, watching intently. Nicole also felt the talisman's pulse strengthen. What would happen if she uncovered it and took it? The Arates would definitely kill her to get it in their hands. Regardless of whatever society Nelson had set up, these people were going crazy trying to get it. They'd kill Nelson if he tried to stop them, and he had to recognize that by now. She glanced up at him. Nope, he was as crazed-looking as the rest. Nicole swallowed, turned back to the cabinet, and continued dismantling it. She weighed her options. She could stop now and claim she couldn't sense it anymore, or she could continue. If she stopped, the Arates would certainly pull her away. She was surprised they hadn't done so already. But if she continued, they'd definitely overpower her and take the talisman. Knowing she needed the talisman worse than they did, Nicole continued. It was the only way she'd even have a slight chance of leaving with it in her possession. She pried the top layer of wood off the bottom of the cabinet, and suddenly light shone from inside. "There it is," a woman screamed. Everyone pushed forward, knocking Nicole down and to the side. She gasped as the bodies pressed on top of her. "It's mine," someone shouted. "Give it up," Nelson responded. A gun cocked. Had he forgotten he controlled fire? Then true pandemonium broke out. Nicole was kicked, jostled, shoved, and pushed aside as the fire Arates fought over the talisman. She curled into a ball, trying to protect her head. Someone fell on top of her, knocking the wind out of her. The gun went off once, twice, 3 times. People screamed. A window shattered. Then the room started getting hot fast. Nicole wriggled out from under the person who had fallen on her. She cried out when a foot crushed her hand. "Lizzie," she called. "Lizzie." "I'm here," Lizzie responded. Thick smoke started filling the room. Flames danced across the ceiling. Nicole realized that someone was probably using their powers to make the fire grow. She and Lizzie needed to get out, even if it meant leaving the talisman behind. A part of Nicole realized, though, that if they didn't take the talisman now, they'd never see it again. Keitus's goons were probably on their way already, if they weren't there by now. "Lizzie," Nicole called, trying to weave through the stampeding legs. Why were these people still fighting over the talisman? How were they not burning to a crisp? It was so hot, even near the floor where Nicole crawled. "Over here," Lizzie responded. Nicole forced her way through the room, arriving at Lizzie's side. A deep purple bruise was blossoming across the right half of her face. Her eye was swollen shut. "Can you tell where the talisman went?" "Yes, but so can all the other fire Arates. We have to get it back." Nicole coughed, her eyes stinging, watching several fire Arates race after another who dashed out of the apartment. She caught a brief glowing light in the woman's fingers before she disappeared around the wall. The flames died the moment the woman left. She must have been controlling them. Nicole helped Lizzie to her feet, wishing she could better control water. Lizzie's arms had second-degree burns on them. "Lead the way, Lizzie," Nicole said. The room was surprisingly quiet after the chaos of seconds earlier. Bodies were all over the floor. Nicole saw Nelson among the dead and injured. Lizzie didn't hesitate. She sprang over several Arates, jumped out of the kitchen into the living room, and then to the hallway outside. Nicole followed. They raced after the screaming voices that had started down the stairs. The girls shrieked when Jacob leapt onto the stairway next to them. "I tried to help, things went so fast," he gasped as they barreled downward, passing an Arate who'd fallen. Nicole didn't respond, her lungs were burning too much. First the smoke and now the stairs. "This way," Lizzie hollered, exiting the stairs on the 3rd or 4th floor and running down a hallway. Nicole and Jacob followed, and Nicole briefly wondered where Jury had ended up. She hoped the woman was okay. Lizzie entered an apartment and abruptly came to a halt. She screamed. Nicole slammed into her friend, then screamed too. The woman who'd run off with the talisman had no hair. It had all melted away, 3rd-degree burns covering her scalp. She held the talisman in one hand, and her other hand was around the throat of a man who convulsed in front of her. The man's skin steamed and boiled. Obviously, the woman was heating him up with her fire abilities. Nicole looked away when the man dropped to the floor dead. She felt bile rising up in the back of her throat. Completely barbaric. The woman laughed maniacally, holding the talisman to her chest. "Who's next?" she said. "We need that," Lizzie said. "You don't understand what it—" "I don't need to understand anything. It wants me." Lizzie shook her head. "No, it's calling to all fire arates. You're not special." The woman glared at Lizzie. "Shut up, rat." Without waiting for a response, she pushed past Lizzie and Nicole. A thump sounded from the hallway, and the woman grunted and fell to the ground, revealing Jury, who held a huge piece of wood. She tossed the wood aside, then pried the talisman from the woman's fingers and handed it to Nicole. Nicole tucked the talisman into her pocket. "Thanks, Jury," she said. "We're about to have company," Jacob said. "Several of the arates on the upper floors are moving. They're on their way down." "Lead us," Nicole said. "Back to the stairs," Jacob called over his shoulder, already heading that way. "We can't jump from this height." The four of them raced downstairs as quickly as they could, stumbling over the loose and crumbling gravel. They dashed across the courtyard. Nicole wished they had time to find a door. The best exit possible would be creating a link away from the island, but they couldn't risk having the people catch up with them while they put something together. Without warning, the courtyard lit up around them. A whoosh sounded near Nicole, and the blistering heat that followed made her scream. The fireball slammed against the ground near them. The courtyard lit up again, as another flaming ball was flung in their direction. Nicole and the others dashed around a corner, just as the flames exploded across the broken-up cement. They narrowly missed hitting them. "Where's the boat?" Jacob yelled as they raced toward the edge of the island. "We don't have time to wait," Nicole said. She wrung her hands, looking the way they'd come, as she sensed several arate pulses heading in their direction. "Nicole, you control air, right?" Jacob asked, grabbing her arm. She nodded. "What do you have in mind?" "A bubble. We have to get out of sight as soon as possible. I can create a shield to hold air. If we jump into the ocean inside it, we might be able to float away under the water's surface." Nicole shook her head. So many problems with the plan. How deep was the water here? Would they sink or would they float? Could she? "They're coming," Jacob yelled. Nicole looked. She couldn't see them, but she didn't question. "Let's do it." She pushed the talisman deeper into her front pocket, praying it would stay there. Jacob molded the air with his hands, and that shimmering shield sprang up in front of him. Arates began streaming out of the buildings behind them. "This is crazy," Nicole said as the silky bubble surrounded her and the others. "This is insane." Once Jacob completed the bubble, he motioned for everyone to jump over the wall. They did so, landing in the water with a splash. Nicole gasped at the cold water that whooshed in on them, as Jacob's magic faltered. "Bubble? Bubble." "Working on it," Jacob said, his face contorting. The shield surrounded their bodies again, bobbing them to the top of the water, and Jacob dropped to the floor and started pushing it into the ocean. Nicole inhaled sharply, as she and the other women were pulled underwater. The shield sucked against her skin, shrunken by the pressure of the massive waves that beat against her and the others. She was surprised to find that the bubble was holding. But there wasn't a lot of available air. She had to get to work now. Letting Jacob continue pulling them away from the island, since only he could manipulate the shield, Nicole gripped Lizzie's arm, motioning for her and Jury to hold on to each other as well. Lizzie took hold of Jacob's ankle, and Jury grabbed his other leg. Satisfied that if the bubble broke, Nicole would still be attached to her friends, she began drawing her powers to herself, watching as the top of the bubble went completely under the water. She saw arates with flames in their hands leaning over the edge of the island, scanning, searching the water, but unable to see her and the others in the darkness. Jacob's plan had worked so far, but it wasn't possible for them to reach the mainland this way. Once she had enough magic gathered, Nicole directed it to pull air from the frothy ocean water that surrounded them. She created a pocket of oxygen by the bubble, making it grow and grow, then pressed it against the bubble. Jacob probably sensed the air because he opened up a section of his shield, allowing most of the air in and sealing it before water rushed in as well. Nicole breathed a sigh of relief when it worked. But she realized they needed to go deeper. The surface waves were messing them up, causing too much work for Jacob. He must have figured that out too, because suddenly they dropped again. Lizzie screamed. Nicole barely heard it. The sound didn't bounce against the bubble sides, but went through it, disappearing into the massive waves around them. The deeper they went, the darker it got, and the more pressure there was against the shield. The sides of it crushed even more around her. She worked as fast as she could, gathering air and pulling it to the bubble's side. Were they even heading in the right direction? Nicole sensed it when Jacob started weakening. The bubble slowed considerably, then abruptly began rushing toward the surface, pulled upward by the air and buoyant people inside. The four of them burst out of the ocean as the shield broke and disappeared. Nicole gasped at the cold water that surrounded her. She nearly lost hold of Lizzie's arm. Jacob grabbed Lizzie and Jury, and the four of them floated toward each other. "What now?" Jacob asked. "I'm out of ideas." Nicole scanned the waters. They'd only gone about 50 feet from the island. It had been enough, though, since the Arates no longer waited on the wall. She gasped as a frigid wave rushed over her. "Which way to the mainland?" she asked Jury. Jury pointed. Nicole could barely see the larger island. Waves continued to crash over them. She wasn't able to tell how far away the island was. Realizing she was the only one who could do something about their situation, Nicole closed her eyes, tightening her grip on Lizzie's arm. She'd only ever worked with water a few times in her life, and now was not the time to overdo it, but she had to do something. Gathering as much magic as she could, Nicole gently encouraged it to smooth and calm the water immediately surrounding them. Nothing happened. Instead, warmth flowed over her, and the pain she felt from her earlier burns disappeared. She'd already overdone it. "Guys, I can't get us out of here," she said. Lizzie shook her head, her teeth chattering. "We didn't expect you to." "Look!" Jury yelled, pointing. "A boat." The four of them started screaming, calling out, waving their hands. The boat nearly passed, then suddenly it headed in their direction. The driver cut the engine, and the boat drifted up alongside them. Nicole sighed with relief when she recognized their driver. "Get in," he said, jerking his thumb toward the back. Nicole and the rest swam around to where a ladder was attached. She pulled herself up, then turned to help the others. Soon they were all sprawled across the floor of the boat. The driver turned around, heading back the way he'd come. "I had almost given up on you," he shouted over the sound of the engine and crashing waves. "We're glad you didn't," Nicole said. The drive back to the mainland was long and cold. The man had one blanket. It was scratchy wool, but Nicole didn't care. She and the others huddled close to each other under it. The moment they hit land and the driver had the rest of his money, now soggy from the ocean water, he shooed them away. Obviously not caring that the man might still be watching, Jacob pulled the key out of his pocket and created a link using the first door they came to. He took them to Yuri's apartment. Jury insisted on caring for her new friends before letting them leave, and Nicole, Lizzie, and Jacob decided to let her. She handed out large towels to everyone, then tossed their still wet clothes in the washing machine. Once they'd all taken a turn at a shower, Jury fed them homemade chicken noodle soup, and got some ice for poor Lizzie's face and salve for her burns. Then Nicole took charge, and sent their hostess to warm up in a shower of her own while Nicole put the clothes in the dryer. 2 hours after arriving, Nicole, Lizzie, and Jacob keyed to the Macalo village to get Austin and Coolidge. Chapter 8. Nicole woke when something tickled her face. She jerked, swatting the air. A tiny scream followed by a giggle made her open her eyes. Early floated in the air above her, a big grin on her face. Jacob sent me to tell you he's on his way. You and Lizzie are supposed to attend an important meeting. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. Early disappeared to get Lizzie. Nicole assumed her best friend was also still sleeping. They'd had a rough 2 days. Nicole swung her feet out from under her covers and rubbed her eyes. Her hands came away with dark smudges on them. She hadn't removed her makeup before dropping into bed. Waterproof mascara was a lifesaver. The fact that it had survived everything really said something about the cement-like quality of the stuff. She dressed, fully awake now as she thought over their trip to Japan. She couldn't believe they'd actually succeeded in their task. And without help from Austin and Coolidge. She pulled the talisman out from under her pillow and inspected it for a moment. It was beautiful, intricately designed, the glow a little less obvious in the light of day. Rose and white gold entwined asymmetrically. Usually things that weren't symmetrical bothered her, but in this case, it was fitting and perfect. She wondered how old the talisman was. When Early appeared in her room wondering if Nicole was ready, she carefully tucked the magical item into her pocket, then went to find Lizzie. Jacob picked them up a few minutes later, on his way to get Austin. Nicole still wasn't used to this magical key business of Jacob's. Traveling was so easy with it. Instead of the interior of the castle that she'd come to expect, Nicole was surprised when Jacob opened the door to a dark, dingy hallway. "We're here," he called out, striding down the small corridor. Nicole followed, careful not to touch the dust-covered walls. The hall opened into the most cluttered living room she'd ever seen. Stacks of papers and books littered nearly every single available surface, including the orange and brown couch. "Someone's doing a lot of studying," she said with a smile. "Welcome to my cabin," the fat lady said from an adjoining room. "And yes, we've been researching. This is how it usually looks, though. You'll adjust to it." She motioned to the couch and said, "Sit down," then turned away. Nicole glanced sidelong at Lizzie, and saw that her friend was just as confused about how they were supposed to sit when the whole thing was covered with stuff. She ignored Coolidge's chuckle from where he leaned against a wall with his arms folded. Jacob and Austin had both elected to sit on the floor. They looked small, surrounded by huge piles of papers and books. Rather than creating an awkward situation, Nicole grabbed a stack and put it on top of the nearest pile of books, then sat in the cleared space. Lizzie did the same. The fat lady came out of the other room, which Nicole saw was a kitchen. It was small and as cluttered as the living room, and Nicole wondered how the fat lady functioned with such chaos. She must be incredibly nimble. The fat lady motioned to Aldo, who Nicole hadn't even noticed sitting in a corner of the living room. "We've got some fantastic news. But first, Coolidge has some information for you." Coolidge straightened. Jacob mentioned that Lizzie had been called by the talisman, he said. "We've discovered that the talismans respond to and are attracted to specific aura-te powers. I'd heard this, but because my talisman didn't care about my ability, it never occurred to me that what people said was accurate." He motioned to Nicole. "Do you have it?" Nicole nodded, pulling the talisman out of her pocket and handing it over. He stared at it for a moment. It still looked so new. I would have expected it to be as weathered-looking as Jacob's key. The magic that created it must have been extraordinary. He glanced at the others. "I think it's pretty obvious that this is the fire talisman, though I never thought someone who wasn't a silver would have been able to retrieve it." His gaze went toward Nicole. "We have additional information on that topic, though, that the fat lady will discuss in a bit." He handed the talisman back to Nicole. "Don't you want to keep it?" she asked. "Not right now. It's as safe with you as it is with me. And I believe Keitus would be less likely to suspect you." Nicole handed the talisman to Lizzie, who'd been watching it get passed around with an expression of sadness on her face. "I think Lizzie should take care of it for now. Keitus really wouldn't suspect her." "Good point." Coolidge glanced at Lizzie. "Just for the next day or so. Until we know what to do with it." Lizzie nodded, gently and reverently tucking the talisman into her pocket. By the way, Coolidge said, if given a choice, the talismans will always choose the younger and stronger Arates. Youth over experience. Are you done yet? The fat lady asked. Coolidge grinned at her. Yes, ma'am. Good. She turned to face everyone. We've been able to translate the pictures Nicole emailed to Jacob. She pointed at Nicole. And we're going to send you back to Shanlin as soon as possible. Why? The book you took photographs of is a ledger of magical items. It supposedly gives a more detailed history of the talismans, along with all sorts of other magical things. The language is long. Sheen Goals used a lot of words to explain things, so we weren't able to get to any of the actual information. Just the table of contents. She got excited for a moment. Which mentions the Guardians of Shanlin, and judging by what we already knew, we have very strong reason to believe that you, Nicole, are one. This means that you would have access to information on every single magical item ever created. The fat lady paused, waiting to see what Nicole's reaction would be. Nicole blinked. It took her a moment to take in what the fat lady had said. How is that possible? Every single magical item ever. The fat lady nodded. Pretty much. Whenever an item is created, it is the Guardian's job to find out all the information about that object. I don't know how it works, but I know it involves the forest you found. Nicole tilted her head. I didn't tell you about a forest. The fat lady raised an eyebrow. I already knew it existed. I'd heard of it several times before. You were drawn to it, weren't you? Nicole nodded. Very. It was inevitable. Anyway, we need you to return. When? Now, everything is ready for you to leave. We need you to figure out how to use Shanlin as soon as you can, as we won't be able to get information on the other talismans without your help. She glanced at Aldo, who jumped to his feet. This time, we're going to have Keitus set up a door outside of the city, where Brault's magic doesn't reach. It looks like we'll be accessing the Adana library regularly from now on. Nicole swallowed. Her body wasn't looking forward to walking, but her heart was already singing. She couldn't wait to visit that room again. Let's go then, she said. The fat lady clapped. Wonderful. Nicole's feet would have been blistered beyond recognition if Keitus hadn't soaked her socks in the Keitus sap concoction he made. She was so grateful for that stuff. It really helped. She was surprised that they didn't see any of the natives or the vampire birds the entire trip. Not even Lee Roan bothered them. When she mentioned this, Jacob glanced at her. Lee Roan doesn't usually stay in one spot, he said. He's probably off terrorizing someone else. We'll always want to be careful though. And the natives? Nicole asked. They're out there, Jacob responded, staring through the forest. I can see their emotions. Judging by how they acted last time we came through, I wouldn't be surprised if they're helping us where the birds are concerned. Austin had a thoughtful expression on his face. What are they feeling? Peace, calm. Not as curious as last time. That made Nicole feel better. She hadn't exactly enjoyed having them stare at her. And it definitely was nice that the birds were gone. Austin's thoughtful look hadn't left. They've played an important part in the history of Adana. His gaze drifted to Jacob. Especially since your ancestors left. The city has been in their control for years. I wouldn't be surprised if we run into them in the future. That gave Nicole something to think about, and she found herself lost in thought for a long time after. Once they arrived at the library, everyone followed Nicole up to the 5th floor. She had them wait near the balcony that overlooked the massive and grand front entrance, then she turned and walked toward Shanlin. Even though she was expecting it to happen, the moment the guard appeared, she still jumped. You've returned. Nicole nodded. Yes. I need information. Why am I allowed in the room? You're a guardian of all things magical. Even though the fat lady had already said this, Nicole still felt a sense of wonder cascade over her. How was she a guardian? What had she done to gain that status? She pulled the talisman out of her pocket. Do I have to leave this here? The creature didn't respond, so Nicole tucked it back in. I need to find out where the other talismans are. How do I do that? Touch the lantern, you will know what you must do. Okay, thanks. Nicole stepped around the guardian and entered Shanlin. The same rosy glow filled the room, brightening the swirls of dust that floated around. Instead of exploring, Nicole went straight to the corner of the room with the lantern. She picked it up, watching as the juncture of the walls disappeared and the misty forest appeared. She felt goosebumps as the fog swirled into the room, curling around her and coating her skin with moisture. She stepped fully into the forest, seeing the same pinpricks of hovering light in front of her. She waited for knowledge to enter her brain, for understanding to fall over her. Nothing happened. Confused, Nicole bit her lip, stepping forward cautiously. She again felt hundreds of eyes on her. Hello? Do any of you know how I'm supposed to figure out where the talismans are? Nicole wasn't surprised when she didn't get an answer. Realizing that standing around wasn't working, she decided to explore for a bit. She followed the faint, nearly overgrown trail. She approached one of the hovering lights, inspecting it as she walked past. Was it a lightning bug? It was moving slightly, the light pulsating. It had to be a bug. She still didn't know what she was supposed to do. With a sigh, she turned to ask the guardian again. The creature was waiting near the corner of the room. Nicole stepped back into the library and set down the lantern. The moment it wasn't in her hand anymore, the forest disappeared, and she was surrounded again by the dusty library interior. How does it work? She asked. I couldn't figure it out. The guardian didn't respond at first. Then a sigh trickled in the breeze, floating by Nicole's ears. If you do not know, you must learn from the Creator. Creator? Who's that? A great magician of the past named Anyev. And how do I find this Anyev? She asked. The guardian shifted position, and Nicole wondered if he or she didn't want to answer the question. Finally, the creature answered. Anyev lived several hundred years before you were born. You will have to go back to meet him. Nicole smiled, for once feeling positive about the situation. Well, it's a good thing I know a guy who can time travel. This has been Conceal, Mosaic Chronicles Book 6. Thank you for listening. Would you like to know what was on Austin's mind when he first met Nicole? Why he was so annoyed with her? Austin's Perception, the audiobook, is available only to members of Andrea's Readers Group. Click the link in the description for more information.